Okay, let's call the meeting order and go around the table. I'm John Scully. Welcome to all of you to the board meeting. Start with you, Brett.
Brett DeBrucker, cattle from Dutton, Montana.
Lila Taylor, cattle in Kirby, Montana, and it's green in our country. I'm sorry. This year it's green. It looks good.
Beats white.
Beats white.
Beats white.
Cold,
It got white in
but
ours.
green.
Yeah.
Gold and green.
Yeah.
Sue Brown, Dairy and Egg, Belgrade, Montana.
Nina Bacchus, cattle, Wolf Creek, and happy anniversary and happy birthday.
Yay.
There you go. Oh, boy. Good job.
Mike Honeycutt, Executive Officer.
Donna Wildham, Administrative Assistant.
Gary Hamel, Meat and Poultry Inspection.
Connie Schmansky, Animal Health Bureau.
Okay, a couple of items just so that you note on the agenda. We have, you all received from Brett the employee evaluation for Mike to be filled out and brought today. We have two different segments in the agenda dealing with employee evaluations, timeframes, and whatnot. And so we will deal with Mike's evaluation during one of those segments. They're very close together, so you'll note there's one extending or changing the time for evaluations, and there's another one where Mike is going to report on current evaluation update activity. So we will change that when the time comes. In addition to that, you also got your email concerning, or I think a copy email concerning the note that Brett sent out that had the attachments. I do have the salary information, and we'll deal with that when we. What?
I don't have that,
You don't have what?
the salary adjustment.
No.
No, I'm just saying.
You got my email though, right?
You got
With
Brett's
the
email?
forms.
With the
You have Brett's
evaluation.
email that had the attachment
I wonder if I got
relative
the
to
right-
Mike?
Yes.
To his,
Evaluation.
Right.
Yes.
I got that one.
There is, in that email, he asked if I would cover
Oh,
the
yes,
salary
yes,
piece.
yes.
And so I responded back to him that I
Yes.
would,
Okay.
and I have.
Okay.
And so I was saying is I will cover that when we do his evaluation, because I have the data for it. Okay, approval of last minutes. Is there a motion to approve or amend the minutes?
I move they be approved as corrected.
Second.
Any further discussion? Any issues on the corrections?
No. they went-
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, under the consent items, then we have a list of bureau reports, out-of-state travel requests, and diagnostic lab information. I would note that where'd the brucellosis go?
Under
Did you
Animal
fix-
Health.
Animal Health.
Oh, brucellosis.
That we pulled last time? Where did you decide to put that?
It's
It's in the Animal Health.
It's in
It's
there.
in your
Later
section,
today.
right? Okay,
Yeah.
so the one I pulled out last time from the consent agenda is now in the animal health. Is there any items you'd like to withdraw from the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question on the animal health one. At the stock growers, we had a discussion about ear tags, no ear tags. No, are we going to discuss that in the regular?
That is in the Animal Health Bureau.
It's in that
agenda
section.
Later today, talking
Later
about
today.
the
Right.
USDA changes.
Okay, and the only other one I'd like to say something about is the stray list.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I called Mike one day because we used to get a piece of paper every once in a while that
Yeah.
had a list of strays. And since we had some things we weren't finding, we thought, geez, maybe we ought to put something on it. And then I realized we haven't been seeing it. So it's online, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't come out printed out.
Right.
But
Does it
that's,
it gets published in the paper still, doesn't it, though?
In the area paper, I think it does, like in Billings or wherever
Hardin.
it's. I don't know if it gets published in Hardin.
well, that's the area paper.
Yeah.
But it was my question about what happened to the stray list, so people kind of.
Do you want to pull that out of the consent?
No, that's why it's in, well, I guess we can, I don't know. If if it's, yeah, let's pull it.
Okay.
then we
Yeah,
can
I was
talk.
gonna say, what my comment on it is Lila asked and we put it
Yeah.
in here for her.
Yeah,
That's
pull it
why
out.
we did
I
it.
guess
because
that's
she-
what I'd like.
Okay, so,
And we'll do it from now on.
is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of the stray issue, which will,
So moved.
is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Okay, let's, questions about the astray activity.
Yeah.
Sounds like you want to know,
I was just curious where the stray list, I don't know how it came. I mean, I remember seeing it. It had so many cattle out of what county and this county and what they were. And you don't see that anymore on a piece of paper. Now, maybe it's online, and that's fine. I was just curious because you used to look at it and say, oh, yeah, I can, oh, there she is. It's surprising what everybody hears if they just come
Yeah,
to the
they're
meeting.
listening.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, why we don't see it anymore.
so
if
it
it's
would be
important.
helpful to go through what the process
Yeah.
is dealing with the
And if
astray
it's
list.
important to see it other than going to your computer.
Right. Leslie, you have an answer for that.
Good morning. Sorry, I ran up the stairs. Mr. Chair, members of the board, Leslie Doley, Brands Enforcement. So when you say stray list, we have two lists. We have the lost list and the found list. So the stray list is the found list.
Well, the stray list used to have lost and found.
So stray is the found animals. So,
Well, what,
so
if I can't find my 3 bulls, what do you call it?
Okay, that's
After
on
a
the-
year, what do you call it?
That's on the lost, strayed, stolen list. Both lists are available on our website. So anything that folks are missing that they've reported, they just have to fill out a report with a district investigator or with county market office. That comes to Helena. It goes into the cache with all of the other found animals. The brand, if there's a holding brand on the animal, it gets flagged in our database for that brand, so that we know that that brand is flagged as missing animals, so that all the markets have access to that. The lost list is posted on our website and in our database, and distributed amongst our staff. Anything that's found, those are statutorily advertised in the county paper in which the animals are found, and then we advertise them for 10 days and sell the animals and hold the proceeds for the owner. So 2 different processes. That's the stray process versus the.
I know the process. I'm asking about, you used to walk into Miles City and see a piece of paper on there that, that was published so people could see it. Now, I don't know how many years ago that is.
So are you complaining that?
I'm not complaining, I'm asking.
Okay, it sounds like complaining, but
Okay.
okay. Are you saying that you're upset about the auction barns not posting the astray and the lost and found list?
I
Because
wasn't.
I'm confused about what you're
We
upset
used to
about.
get it. I don't know how we got it. It used to come in something. I don't know what it was. And you could see it. And you could see what was found. And I don't care if we do it one way or another, as long as we're communicating to people have a way of knowing what somebody's looking for, or lost, whatever you want to call it, and what's been found. And
Okay,
we
let me try to sort it out. Go ahead.
So are the auction barns posting this lost list and a stray list? I mean, not the auction barns, but the brand inspection office?
I think some of them probably post them on the walls, but I don't know that a lot of them print them out to post on the walls, just because they're on the
That's
website.
something we should be doing.
I don't know, that's
Yeah,
why I
let's
asked.
plot through, let me plot through it, because I think I got confused in your description, okay? So if I lose an animal, then I report it to the department, right?
Correct.
And that goes on a list, okay? And then so you have that on your website,
Yes.
and it's not published anywhere,
Correct.
and it never has been published anywhere.
Not that I'm aware of, unless it was printed and posted on walls in offices, but
Okay.
beyond that, no.
So as a matter of process by the department, we don't publish lost notifications that come in,
Correct.
okay? When you have found animals, those are published prior to sale,
Correct.
and they're on the website.
Correct.
And then when sold, the proceeds are maintained for those who would request.
Correct.
And those have been posted. Are they required to be posted?
Yes.
Okay, they're required to be posted in the local newspaper. Are they required to be posted at your markets?
I believe they are. It's all described in statute, and we follow that for notification processes and publishing and everything, including the advertisements that we do once a year, and there's a bigger advertisement for all proceeds that we have on file.
Okay, but that's it. We haven't gotten to proceeds. You haven't sold them yet. We're still just doing for the first two steps. I lost them and I don't have a list. I found them and I got a list. I found them and I'm going to sell them. And that's a posted list, right? And then you got a fourth one. I got money for you. And that's posted as well, correct? Published?
Yes.
Okay. So, is there benefit to having the lost list published?
I was just curious because, and
Okay.
it published in the brand office to me does no good unless somebody walks in the brand office. It should be, you walk into a sale yard and there's a bulletin board or there's something there. People can see. I just want to make sure that we are publishing or posting or showing what's missing somewhere in case somebody,
Okay. So
Yeah.
Lila's question then would it be worth considering posting the lost list in markets and or publishing, right? That's
yeah, I
your
don't want to
question.
publish. It used to be
Okay.
printed. I don't know why. I can't remember how we got it, but it used to come to it came in our mail. Whatever that was, I don't know.
Could
and
it
maybe
be that it came to a local brand
Right, could
inspector?
have. That's what I mean. It could have come.
Did the lost was there notification in the department for lost to brand inspectors?
Potentially, probably not on a real regular basis, but maybe once a year or so they might have. I don't know if that's true or not.
Okay, so
Yeah.
so would you like consideration for next meeting, talking about the idea of sending out to brand inspectors and markets the lost list? in
Yeah,
the
I don't know how
geographic
hard
area?
that is
Well, I
to
think you
do,
can come
but,
back and tell
you
us.
know, but before your
I
time,
can tell us.
I know somebody published it. I don't know how it came. Maybe somebody out there that's listening does know exactly how it came, but I can't remember. But I used to get, it was a colored sheet of paper, and it had lost, and then it would have found somewhere on it, maybe on the back side. It was only an 8x10 piece of paper.
Okay, so can we
Next time.
bring it
Yeah.
back to the next board
Sure.
meeting? In the meantime, you can check it out.
Yep, I can do
And
that.
the statute is one thing, but we can communicate. That's not a big deal. Okay. Got it?
Thanks, Leslie.
All right, thanks, Leslie. Okay, old business. The laundry and the list. Mike?
Yeah, first off, you'll see, we'll note today, you probably noticed a lot of repeat agenda items from the May meeting, and Brian's back there laughing because he told me I should probably repeat them. He didn't know if he had confidence he'd gotten through them well enough. So I do want to thank everybody for understanding last month and me not being able to be here. And I apologize that there'll be some repeat items that maybe we couldn't do because of my absence last time. On the first thing there is closing out discussion on the 2019 legislative session. So the first thing I want to call attention to is the fiscal bill. So HB2, from our standpoint, everything's in the computer, everything's ready for us to start here in another week. July 1st, we'll begin expending those funds and working under the new budget. So everything's been loaded. Hopefully we have no issues like we had last time. Brian has checked, double checked, triple checked. But I'm still not going to say that there might be a thing or out there that got miscoded or something, but he has tried to make sure everything has been put in that system correctly and makes sense to us. On House Bill 3, as you know, we received our funds and began expending those. Since the last meeting, we executed upon, and thanks to the board for helping us take some air out of the balloon on non-exempt comp time. We feel like that was a direct result of all those positions we were leaving open to save money. So people were having to work extra time, which meant we had some extra liability out there. So we got that executed. Some of the purchases, as you know, you talked about last time, and there's still, I think, some conversations that will be happening on that today. House Bill 5 will go into length when we talk about the lab. Those dollars are sitting there, and Brian will have a report later, and I'm sure all of us will have some discussion points about the $100,000 for a lab design. So that'll come up on the later agenda item, as will House Bill 10, the IT conversation. That'll be a more lengthy conversation later, but that's the work that's been ongoing with fiscal bills from the session. I did want to just give you a list of kind of what we were looking at as policy legislation that had some sort of implementation requirement by the department. And some of those, it wasn't all department bills. In fact, most of it's not department bills. It's things that other people have done. But House Bill 98, the peace officer requirements, that does change some things we have to do with hiring and onboarding of law enforcement officers, particularly around psychological evaluations. We had been doing that in the department, but there's some more explicit instructions on how we're supposed to do that for law enforcement staff. So we'll be implementing that into our hiring process. The House Bill 101, the per capita fund refund deadline, Evans worked on that and that information, so people know moving forward from here that deadline is now pushed to later in the spring. House Bill 112, when animal health comes up later in the day, you can ask them if you have specific questions, but they're working on making sure all of the changes they made on particularly semen and biologic imports, that all of their processes are lined up properly on that. The wolf mitigation account, which came out of House Bill 291, the OBPP put $5,000 of budget authority because we don't know what it's going to be yet, and but I'm sure we can get more if it turns out there are more donations for that from hunters and others. But there's been $5,000 of authority placed in, provided we get cash through FWP through the donation process, and if they do, we'll add that to our work plan with USDA Wildlife Services because they'll need that money for wolf work. So our plan on how to implement that is, and it'll be what USDA prefers. We can either put it into the work plan that we already do for the $350, and now will be $425,000 for the work plan we do for them on that comes through the statutory appropriation. My preference would be to do a separate, smaller work agreement that deals with just this work. But either way, we'll have a work plan with them once there's actually some money there to talk about. Brian, did you have a comment on that?
Mike, sorry, board. The only thing I was going to add to that is that we did create a separate fund account for that so that we could track it independently and not get it mixed in with the 425.
Exactly. Yeah. So it would be we wouldn't just be lopping the money together because one is general and one is targeted specifically to wolf work, and so their work plan would have to show how they're going to use it for that purpose. House Bill 327 was the cell cultured meat bill. There's not a lot for us to do there except, and Gary's in the back of the room, is just to be aware that if cell cultured meat is not properly labeled according to that law, it is considered misbranding under our meat and poultry statutes. It added that to that area. So that would be the violation, would be misbranding. We don't have it in our marketplace. I think it'd be a long time before we have it in the Montana marketplace. Maybe I'm not recognizing how quick they're going to bring that to bear, but we do have that in place, and that's something that if we start seeing it in our marketplace, our compliance staff primarily are going to have a watch out for in the supermarkets. Yes, ma'am.
You're talking supermarkets, but what about fast food restaurants, some of which are already carrying it in other places in this country?
Yeah, we would not have regulatory oversight over the restaurant environment. It would, and I don't know if Gary would have anything or can shake me off if I'm saying something wrong, but as far as McDonald's or any other chain offering, a cell cultured a meat product, that would not fall under us because we don't currently have any oversight over their labeling. It would be in the supermarkets with the wholesalers, the meat depots, where they're getting the meat from. those companies that are getting the meat from, how it's labeled within the borders of Montana, because we don't extend beyond the borders of Montana. But that would be what we would be on the lookout for, because that would be considered misbranding now under state law.
What's the penalty and how's it enforced?
Gary?
I'm not sure of the penalty, Mr. Chairman.
We'll get back on that and see. But that's what it is within the law, or what it's called within the law is misbranding.
Well, Mr. Chairman, for the misbranding portion, if we were to go in as compliance investigators and find misbranded product, that product would be tagged, retained, or detained and taken out of commerce. There'd be no monetary penalty or anything of that nature, but that would be the repercussions for having misbranded product in the commerce environment.
Like another recall?
Well,
Something similar?
it's
I mean?
similar.
Well, why don't you check on the process
Yeah.
Yes.
and bring it back so we understand what the communication is, to whom, by whom, when, and how it works, because it'll happen sooner or later.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is an issue that is sticky, as you know. As it was going through the legislature, there was quite a lot of debate over it from various sources, and it is, these laws that have passed in other states have been challenged legally, and I'm assuming Montana will get added to that litigation at some point down the road. The state will, but we'll see. Right now, I'd say we've got some time to figure it out, because I'm not aware of it in our marketplace currently. The cell cultured meat, there is, the other alternative meat products that are, but not cell cultured meat. House Bill 520 was the Livestock Loss Board funding, so starting January 1st, they'll have some additional budget to pay claims and potentially have rollover monies to help them in other ways. So George is prepared. George Edwards, working with that program, is prepared for that. House Bill 586, the state labs bill, we'll talk a lot about that probably later. I have received, and one of the things that was didn't put on the agenda, but because it come in late, but I just have received a letter from John Lewis, Director of Department of Administration, asking me for my appointment to the committee. My initial thoughts was to appoint Dr. Judah to that committee, because they want someone that is closely tied to the lab, and him being there every day is about as closely tied as you can be. But if the board has other thoughts, let me know. The specifics of the statute was that we would appoint someone knowledgeable of the veterinary diagnostic lab to that position, which means he'd have to come up here to Helena. I'm assuming these will be public meetings, so I'm assuming we'll be able to watch them, view them, sit in the peanut gallery, even if you don't have a seat at the table. But from the letter, once they get all of the members from the various groups that were identified, they will set up an organizational meeting and begin from there, with the goal of having a report for the legislature by September 1st of 2020. So roughly a little over a year and 3 months from today.
And I'm going to bring up the issue I mentioned to Mike separately after he gets through.
Yeah. So
For that one, and also for the IT.
So the thing I need the board to sort of mull over is if you for some reason see a flaw in the thought of who to put at the table, but my thought of having Dr. Judah at the table is if they need information about the lab, he doesn't have to go through multiple sources to get it. He's there. And if they need access to the lab or measurements or anything, he's right there to get it immediately. And obviously, as our new lab director, I also think I'd want to support him having some role in determining the future of what that looks like, since it would be a facility that he would have to be the one managing if we ever get to that point.
Could we just
Yeah.
postpone
wait.
and we'll come back to
Yeah.
all this stuff
I have to be there.
in detail, because there's some major issues I
Yeah,
think.
I think so.
So, House Resolution 29, the meat and poultry inspection study, we have been scheduled to give a presentation on meat and poultry to Economic Affairs on September 11th. That study was assigned to them. Working with their staff, it seems the way they want to handle that is to have different groups make presentations and then see where to go from there. So we'll make a presentation about what we're doing in meat and poultry and any concerns, issues, problems we may see that we have. I'm assuming they'll have a presentation from processors themselves. I would imagine they will ask the federal government to send a representative again like they did last interim to also talk about it. And once they've heard those presentations, they'll figure out how and where to focus their study and on what issues they want to dive deeper on or where they think they can be helpful. So that's pretty much my understanding of how they're going to kick that off. And September 11th is going to be our date to give a presentation to Economic Affairs. In addition to, that'll also be the date we give a general agency overview as well. We'll have both of those things on tap for that date. And I think I'll talk about the whole calendar for Economic Affairs here later.
Before you move off,
Yeah.
that sponsor of that bill was?
Representative Manzella, Teresa Manzella
Oh, yeah.
from Bitterroot, Hamilton area.
How did it get a Senate bill number?
No, that's HJ 29,
House
House Joint Resolution.
Oh,
29.
I was looking below you.
No, no.
Okay.
And I've got a double there. I forgot that I'd
Oh.
combined 56 and 57 and then put 57 out by itself again. Senate Bill 56 and 57 were Senator Ellis's bills she carried for department. So we do have those passed and we do have that wrapped up now. So we are no longer in the double world of having one appeal process and statute and another appeal process and rule. We now have our appeal process and rule, and that's the law of the land, so that gives us a little more comfort knowing that that's been cleared up, and we got some of that updated language done. It really doesn't affect operations, but it's now a little bit cleaner in how the statutes are worded. Senate Bill 67, the aerial hunting fee deposit. I'll look back there to Brian, but we now, I think the plan is those aerial hunting fees before went in and they went into the pot with what would be that $425,000 now for wildlife services, and then kind of got sucked out the door with it, as opposed to staying here with the group that's doing the administration of the program. So now, because of that change, we're able to direct that fund into our account for central services, which is where the work's being done. The employees that are doing that program are in central services and offsetting that. And there's a cap on that, and it's
$2,500?
$2,500, I believe, which is fine. That was something we negotiated with Wool Growers was opposed to the bill because they wanted those dollars to go to wildlife services as opposed to staying with our central services. But through conversations, one of the things they were worried about is that one day we'd be making money hand over fist from the aerial hunting program, and that would just be a cash cow for the department. And so I was willing to submit to their suggested amendment of capping it at $2,500 because I never see us getting more than $2,500 in fees from this. And I was like, that's fine with me. And if we did ever get more than $2,500, I do believe that would probably begin to exceed what our administrative costs are, and so I'm fine with that. So that was how we got it through. So just know that if we do collect more than $2,500, we can only, after we get the $2,500, the rest of that money has to go to the account for wildlife services at that point.
Hey, Mike, that bill failed, didn't it, for the out-of-state aerial hunting?
The out-of-state one failed.
Failed,
yes.
didn't it?
Yes, that failed.
Thank you.
Yeah, it got tabled in committee in House Natural Resources, which is the same effect, but it actually didn't get voted down. It just got tabled. Senate Bill 133, the Livestock Loss Board now will begin checking for per capita fee once that becomes codified in October. I think George reported last month some things he was doing in communications to make people aware of that. And so I'm sure there'll be some more conversation about that today. And of course, I think that bill opens up the door for a lot of conversation over the next 2 years about how per capita fee relates to various services that people might or might not require. I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, yeah, there's probably going to be some new per capita or new reporters come from that, but it's still confined to the group of people who are making claims. Senate Bill 320, animal seizure. So just aware that bill did pass, and it did pass with language in it that requires one of our district investigators to be present on the veterinary examination. So if the county seizes animals in an animal cruelty case, for example, and they have a veterinarian come in to do a veterinary inspection, the law requires one of our district investigators be present for that inspection. And that was supported by Stock Growers Farm Bureau. I know we had I think this board and myself had some hesitation about it. However, the feedback they gave is that they wanted to make sure that a veterinarian, would be taking into consideration normal ranch type things that they might be seeing, and not all veterinarians are trained well enough across the state in large animals, or who they might contract with to understand that what they're seeing may not be cruelty, but might be just a tough winter or some other issue that's going on. So I think they just want someone to sort of be able to represent that in that examination. So we are involved in it from that standpoint. Senator Solomon is the one who brought that bill after this board had their conversation. I had a conversation with him expressing, I think what I was asked to go back to is clarify why we were there, and that was the answer I got, was that it was a deal breaker if we weren't in it, and that was requested by Stock Growers and Farm Bureau. And so it passed with that language in it.
Okay, so does everybody understand what that means? I see a lot of blank faces, because this one could be awfully difficult on one of our employees.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to happen, because the counties are going to turn right here now, and there's going to be investigations, liability. We don't have the liability protection that I'm aware of, and I think we should look into that. So, is everybody on the page of what this does?
Do we make the final call?
Let's explain what this bill does.
Yeah. You want me to do it, or you want me?
Well, either way is fine with me. Or Doc can do it, because maybe he'll have to hire himself.
I can give a general overview, but I don't know if mine will be any more exact than Mike's. And
Just good to hear somebody else's voice.
Well, I'll give the bottom line that worries me.
I think that's probably more appropriate.
That when you get into an animal seizure situation at a county level, based upon animals that have been injured, not fed, illness, complaints, for whatever reason, at a county level, historically, the department was not the professional relied upon. They turned to veterinarians within their community to testify in court and to go out and inspect the premises. Now, these counties can simply turn to this department. And so someone's going to have to be designated within the department, within Doc's department, as the veterinarian. And, well, I'm just going to give you what I've, as an ex-prosecutor, what they're going to do. You're going to get to go out there and you're going to get to be the final witness to declare the status of that animal.
And I'd clarify that they actually, because I asked if that's what they wanted, that they needed to specify that a department veterinarian be the person, and they didn't want that. So the veterinarian will still come from the local community. They want one of our law enforcement officers present when that veterinarian makes their examination. But that veterinarian will have no attachment to the Department of Livestock. Now, I'm sure prosecutors will try to ask and say, can you be the veterinarian? But there's no requirement under law that says...
Right. I'm just saying,
yeah,
if you go through the process of prosecution, we're going to be right in the middle of these cases where before we were not.
So we're going to get sued.
At the brand level and at the veterinarian's level.
Potentially.
Well, Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, ma'am.
What was the thought process behind, you know, you have a vet there who's making a call. Why did they want an inspector there as well? I don't follow their thought
Because here's
process.
the kicker. The other part we haven't talked about yet, and I'm sorry for assuming everybody understood that, is this is now giving the county prosecutor power to sell the animals in question that are under investigation, unless the owner is willing to put up a bond to keep those animals from being sold. So when these animal welfare cases come up, and let's say you seize 400 head of cattle, it costs a lot of money to feed 400 head of cattle, and these investigations and trials are lengthy. And one of the reasons these types of crimes often don't get pursued is because if you're facing a $80,000 to $100,000 a day feed bill, you know, or whatever. Where actually, I'll say in South Dakota, there's a case right now that's involving 5,000 head of cattle that have been seized in the investigation, and it's an $84,000 a day feed bill. And so they want to liquidate and put that money in a trust until the case is over. And if the person is exonerated, they get the money. They don't get their cattle, but maybe they get their money, right? And then this is different than a fraud case. This is, we're talking about animal welfare, so they would get their money back. Or that person can put up a bond that will help feed and care for those animals. So in that process, before they can get rid of them, obviously when they are the living evidence, there has to be an inspection of those animals before they're liquidated. That's where the veterinarian comes in and makes gets all their documentation together. And that's where they're saying they want one of our employees there on site with that veterinarian while they are doing that assessment. And so what John's saying is if someone's animals have now been seized and then sold, and something goes wrong, they get exonerated or get exonerated on one part or whatever, we were present when that process was taking place. And of course the natural inclination is, as we've seen, is they're going to sue every entity, every agency that had a boot on the ground, you know, that is going to be tied up in it in some way, shape, or form.
Well, but at the time, remember the process that a county attorney has to go through. You know, they wind up confiscating, and then you got to go to court to prove the welfare issue and rely upon people's testimony. So whether that's photographic evidence or whether it's testimony of a veterinarian or both, we're going to be standing right there.
So is our
They're going to call us as an investigator
witness.
to show up, and when they go to the premises, they're going to call the Department of Livestock to show up to go to the presence with them.
So is our presence there to document welfare, or is our presence there to document ownership?
Well, let me put it to you this way.
Not ownership.
If you are there, the bill I don't think says,
Yeah, it's
okay? But if you're standing next to the mud puddle, you're going to get mud on you. And when I say if you're the first one called, you've got 300 head of livestock that haven't been fed for 3 weeks, standing in the corral, and I call you as one of our detectives and law enforcement to come along with the veterinarian, the next thing that's going to happen to you is, what did you see? And what did you do? And you're not going to be able to say, I sat in the bleachers and watched it for 300 feet and sitting on the hill, and I didn't see anything. You're going to be right square in the middle of it. And then you're going to be rendering an opinion. So what did you see? And about that time, somebody's going to say, so what was the condition? And you're going to have to say something as to what you saw and what the condition was. And all of a sudden, you know, they're going to be clanging up a bell in Dr. Z's office and saying, you know, what did I see here? And before, it wasn't our problem, it was the county's problem.
yeah.
Now it's going to become an issue for us.
If not Doc Z's office, perhaps the Brand office?
Well, both. It'll be both before it's over.
Well, because most likely the people who are going to be involved in this are those employees who ride that fence between animal health and brands.
Yeah.
I mean, the regional supervisors, I mean, I think those
Remember,
are the
they're
people you're
both.
gonna ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're going to ask to do this.
Remember, they're in both departments now.
Right. Does the bill state that local veterinarian is still the one that makes the call?
Yeah, the local veterinarian is the one who
So,
makes the call. We're just present.
so the stock growers and whoever else testified were worried that that local veterinarian wouldn't have large animal expertise to be able to make that call?
Right, from normal range conditions. It wasn't an animal health, but it was saying the effect of, I guess they're laying their bets that our investigators are going to have better knowledge of cattle production to be able to say, yes, there's health issues here, but the cause is not neglect. The cause is they just come in from winter and it's been rough, and everybody's animals look like this.
And I would just suggest that within the department you put together a procedure.
Yeah.
That when you receive these calls, this is what you do, and these are the bounds of what you do, so that our employees know what their process is.
And I agree with John that it's not clear from the law what our role is. And I think we could establish, going to Nina's point, we could establish our role, which is typically what we have been. We've been involved in inventory inspections, because they've got to before they seize these animals. Like, these are, all the animals here belong to John Scully if he's the person who is being investigated. So we've done that, and I guess but I would say, and I don't know if John would agree or disagree with me. I think we could write a procedure that says, all right, here's what we're going to do. We'll do ownership verification, but I don't know that follows the spirit or intent of what was intended. But and maybe if later today or at some other point we have stock growers and Farm Bureau in the room, it might be a good question to ask them what their intent was. That might help guide us a little better.
I would ask that a draft procedure be brought to the next meeting.
Yeah, and maybe a good thing to do would be for each of you to get a copy of it, so you can read the bill,
Right.
so you can understand that before the next meeting. Maybe we can have Don and mail out a copy, and then have the department look at it. Because I'm just relating to some that have taken place in Madison and Galvin County and in Billings that I'm aware of, and it puts you right in it. Anyway.
So we then wouldn't have any, I don't know, financial liability. Are the counties trying to bail from the cost of these? By doing this bill, is that what they're trying? If the people had enough money to put up a pond when they feed their cows.
Good question.
I mean, I guess I'm worried about the whole process of this thing.
I have an
Yeah.
example that says no.
Yeah, oh, no.
Yeah, and I am too, and I'm worried about being the expert on the ground who's relied upon by Deputy so-and-so
Right.
In the Sheriff's Department who knows nothing about livestock and says, okay, now what do we do?
Right.
Oh, you better do this, you better do
Could-
that, where are we going to do it? Well,
Can this,
they
Mr.
got to
Chairman,
do something.
can a local veterinarian pass the ball to the state vet?
If they put their hands out to catch it, but I think right now we wouldn't put our hands out to
Well,
catch
I'm
it.
just asking if we have to catch it.
Well, yeah,
I would be interested in that question
Well,
because,
let me give you the scenario that I would see is that the deputy brand inspector will show up and sort of control over the premise when they show up.
Yeah.
Because the counties will call them and say, you come in now under this Senate bill and you're there, and some assessment's going to be made by that person standing on the ground as to the well-being of the cattle and as to what to do next and how to control the circumstances, because you are a law enforcement officer. So we're just going to have to put a process in place, and that judgment's going to come from somewhere. I don't think it's confined to just identify the owner, because was it confined to that, it would have said it, but it wasn't. It was more than that. So, and those circumstances are difficult, because in one case I know we got a call, how come the state brand inspector isn't there? Well, because it's not our job, it's the county's job. Can't say that anymore.
Along with that, we also, when animals are sold, have to come up with whether the brand's mortgaged or not, or the animals are mortgaged.
Well, yeah, identify all the people who are supposed to.
So
be paid.
is that part of us being pulled in, or is that the
That's
prosecutors?
inevitable.
prosecutor's problem if he's gonna sell them?
That's inevitable in the process. They'll have to, if there is a security interest.
I don't know. Gary, what were you trying to say?
Mr. Chairman, I do have the information on the penalties.
Oh,
Okay.
misbranding penalties. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I couldn't understand what you
Oh,
were
that's
Okay,
about.
so that's inevitable, that inspection would have to be made to determine whether a security interest was underlying the ownership. What I don't know is whether or not this bill and the processes change that relationship. But I think the feed and boarding and care issues will take precedent over the security interest, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't
Was
know.
this brought by the counties?
Well, it's been a combination of the counties and organizations.
Yeah.
Mako is involved in it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
In my view, it came that way.
I think part of this started with people who grabbed guard dogs and hauled them into the Humane Society, and I think part of it started there. Because a guard dog that's working is going to look like a greyhound. And it's not that you are mistreating him, he's just working so darn hard. And
Well-
I know that
Well,
there was some stuff
There's been some
started
very
back there.
public cases
Yes.
in Gallatin County, in
Yeah.
Yellowstone County, and Madison County, and I don't know who else. But I know very high-profile public cases that were wont to have brand inspectors there, and it was,
I would say a very frequent, in my 3.5 years here, a very frequent call, probably 5, 6 to 10 times a year, is actually from people who have reported issues, and some of them are ranchers. Some of them they're not. They're
Neighbors.
ranchers, neighbors, and in some cases family members to family members, which is one thing. Who have made reports to counties, and counties have not pursued it, and the conditions continue to exist. And I think part of the concern was that the counties had no mechanism to deal with the cost. So Broadwater County, you may or may not be aware, did a big horse case. Here's one that was closed and was convicted. But Broadwater County spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in feeding and caring for those horses until the case was over. And when the case was over, they had the ability to sell them, but they didn't recoup all of their cost for caring for those horses in that time. And so I think there's also a concern that there's a lot of bad actors, that it's not just the cases that have happened, but it's the investigations that didn't happen in counties
Right.
because counties feared the cost. And so county officials and our ag organizations who want bad actors dealt with, have said there's got to be a way to deal with this so that if there is a condition out there, and of course, unfortunately, whenever there is one of these situations that's legitimate, it happens next to the interstate or a major state highway, so everybody who drives by can see it, and there it is persisting and not getting dealt with, and that reflects poorly on the industry, and so I think that's why the industry groups were involved in that as well. So I think it's about things that have happened, but it's also about the investigations that haven't happened. And I know, as John said, the go-to of all of our staff, and Dr. Zalewski can say that too, is we are very quick on every one of those calls to refer people to Title VII of State Code, which says the county sheriff is the humane officer of the county, which means it is under the sheriff's department's jurisdiction to investigate. And of course, as all crimes of that nature, it's under the county prosecutor's discretion to decide whether there's enough there to charge someone and go to trial. And previously that involved us in no way, and we would make, when people would come to us, we would make no comment on it, right? Because that's not our job, and our staff's been instructed to do that as well. So as John said, now we will have boots on the ground, at least one pair of boots on the ground when these things happen, and that is a change in role for the Department of Livestock.
and it's not coincidental.
When does this kick in? July 1st?
I need to look at when that one's codified. I can't remember if it's July 1 or it may be October 1st.
And you might want to have legal assistance tell
Yes.
you what your process is. Okay.
And
Mike?
so
Good.
Gary, he
The
got
penalty?
follow-up information on penalties for misbranding.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for not understanding that the penalty phase was for misbranding. I thought that may have been for public health and human services, the local county sanitarians for that. But our penalty falls under 819234 for misbranding. And the process would be that we would discover that misbranding, and if an inspector discovered the misbranding, that product would be retained with a red tag, and that retention would be indefinite. If the compliance investigator were out doing a routine investigation and discovered that in commerce, they would detain that product with a red tag, and we'd have up to 30 days for that disposition of that product. The owner and the proprietor would then be notified in person that we had misbranded product in commerce. We would follow that up in writing with a letter of warning, indicating that that product would ultimately be taken out of commerce. But we'd follow that up with a letter of warning. That would typically resolve the process. But 819234 calls for penalties if there's no other crime involved. The person would be guilty of a misdemeanor, imprisoned for not more than 1 year and not more than $1,000. And if it involves the intent to defraud, would be a felony of imprisonment not more than 3 years and a fine of not more than $10,000. So those are the penalties for misbranding product, meat product.
And under this, just to make sure, what the misbranding would be is someone presenting in commerce or having in their possession, getting ready for commerce, cell-cultured or tissue-cultured meat product that is not properly labeled according to law. So it would have to have a label on it saying it's cell-cultured. So what it would have to be is we would have to have ground beef that we knew, or whatever it was, that was from that had derived from cell culture that didn't have a label on it declaring that. That's what it would have to be. One, it's not really in our marketplace. I don't think it's anywhere in our marketplace in Montana now. And I would imagine this would be like a needle in a haystack thing to even find unless we were out looking for it on a daily basis.
Let me give you
Yeah, help us out.
just following from some of our immediate past experiences. I'm assuming that when you look at this, there's going to be some kind of written document on the meat, in front of the meat, around it, advertised for, or something that declares the product or fails to declare the product. So you either have it misrepresented by words, or you have a failure to identify with words properly, which makes it an unbranded item, not a properly branded item. Okay? So that could be the vendor or the manufacturer.
Yes.
Okay? So I didn't hear you say anything about the issue of dealing with the vendor. What I heard you say, it made it sound to me like when you confiscate, that it's where the product is, but that entity may not have been the one who mislabeled, I'll use that term, and screw it up some more, the product. They may have just brought it in from Homer and Jethro's new cultured meat shop and put it on there in a Jimmy Dean sausage container type deal. So I just would encourage us to take a look at that and make sure we have the processes in place, because I didn't hear anything about, in one area there was notification, both areas it was red tag, but for the person actually who failed to properly identify, I don't know how the statute applies. See what I'm saying?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the proprietor of the local establishment would be notified in person. We would also trace that back to the supplier of that product and notify them. They would also receive that letter of warning.
Okay, well, I didn't hear you say that, so, anyway, I just would make sure that we have a process in place, because it's gonna be it's gonna happen.
And the challenge for us is that we're used to dealing with our local establishments inside Montana. I think one of the things that has to be thought about is that when and if we ever see this, it's going to be national retailers shipping in. I doubt we're going to have a lot of production of this product
That's why I asked the
happening
question.
inside the borders. It's going to be a company from outside the state that's got a deal with Costco or Walmart, and we catch it there. And then the question is, how does our authority extend beyond the borders to a company that's in Denver or Memphis or wherever?
I agree. Couldn't agree more. Okay. All right, let me go back. Any other questions from the board about the legislative activity? Okay, I talked to Mike about two things, and I'd like to separate them because we've got an actual agenda item on IT under the Fiscal Bureau, and I'll save it for then. But with regards to the lab, we have a committee, okay, that you asked me to chair concerning the lab. And we went through this process, we went through the report to the legislature, did all those kinds of things. We did not have members identified yet from the industry, except for the veterinarians who were identified. Stuart Doggett and Dr. Raines are the two from veterinarians, and we added the committee. And it stopped during this session because there was a request to do that to see whether we get the money or whether we don't get the money. So we have House Bill, we have the state labs bill that puts the lab process of acquiring one alongside of others in the Department of Administration. In addition to that, we received specific funding of $100,000 for us to proceed forward for enhancing the design so that whatever process comes out, we're in a position to say, this is the size of mugwump we need, these are the functionalities we have to have, and this is what it's going to be, whether it's 39,000 square feet or not, which was asked recently, how many square feet is it, by a legislator at the stock growers meeting. And I had just luckily looked at the plan the night before, so I knew it was 39,000 square feet, or give or take. But we've got that 100,000 to enhance. To do that enhancement, we have a different process than going through the committee enhancement. So A&E will be the gatekeeper, and Mike and I have discussed this before the meeting and during the winter. A&E will be a gatekeeper for us spending the architects and engineering, right? The 100,000. So if we want to go back to the old architect and say, please enhance this to do this and change it or whatever our staff wants us to do, that's a process we have to go through. The Department of Administration process is trying to solve the problem, assuming that we have enough data that they can use it to acquire other labs to go with us, or acquire lease space, or some other functional way of solving our problem. So they're not going to, that process isn't going to say, how big is the mugwump you want, and what's the functionality you expect to have. They're not going to tell you that. Although the interim committee last time used some of the lab's money, per capita money, to fund the previous study that we have that was very, 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 very well done. So we're going to have parallel. There's one thing to get the job done on one side of the fence, another to get the job on the other side of the fence. Now we've got a new lab director that Mike wants to appoint to the committee. In the meantime, we've got somebody at the head of our finance organization. This is all going to be news to him. But he did work with the Board of Regents. He did work with the university structure. He did work with the process of building or remodeling, or both. I can't remember your interview. I thought both. Within that structural system that we're going to have to play in. And so, and in the end, we'll have some role to play. So I think the board has to decide what it wants to do concerning going forward along those two paths. If we sit on our hands and don't do anything with the $100,000, which was asked for to enhance the plan to take to any art builder lease process. And so maybe I look at it wrong, but I look at the Department of Administration as a process to help us quit kicking the can down the road. But we have to have the size of the can, we have to have all that put together. So I don't have any problem with the lab director. I think that's what it says. And it would be either the lab director or Dr. Z in there relative to the operational aspect of it. But in the meantime, we still have to do our job putting together the size of the structure, because they are going to be asking us, what are we happy with and what does it look like, in order to get the functionality they're required to in their report. And they're going to have to report semi-annually or quarterly.
Well, I think the 586 group is, the letter I got said they would produce a report September of 2020.
Yeah, but in the bill itself, I think it said required reporting
To
the
EQC
economic affairs and EQC on a quarterly or semi-annual basis.
You're correct about that.
So there's going to have to be some movement going through that process, whatever way it works. I don't know how they're going to approach it, but I do know if we sit on our hands and don't do anything through A and E, and my understanding is Brian has already had some conversations with them. Is that right?
Mr. Chair,
With regards to process.
right, both Greg has had a couple conversations or correspondence back and forth with A&E, and then I met with Russ, the head of A&E, last week after he had met with General Services Division head, who's going to be leading up the committee meetings, going forward. So General Services is in charge of leasing property for the state, so they're going to be pretty much kicking off or starting the interim committee meetings and be in charge. A&E will serve as a advisory capacity for, when they need questions answered about costs and design and that kind of thing. Engineering.
A statement I'd make, and I don't know if this will help, because it helped me, and so maybe it'll help others. As Brian and I were talking about this other day, is the two processes that Mr. Scully has outlined here. So the House Bill 586 process and then the House Bill 5 process. The House Bill 586, imagine that that's a bus and we're a passenger on that bus. We're not driving it. DOA and the legislature are driving that bus, and they have the obligation to get to a conclusion. And we're along for the ride, providing whatever information, whatever we need, along with FWP, along with the university, all the people they put on the bus. House Bill 5 is a van traveling in a lane next to that bus, but we drive that bus. And so that's why I've kind of asked Brian and Greg to be the point people for the department in keeping that conversation going and finding out what we need to do to use our House Bill 5 money, how we can use it, to make sure that we're working with the partners we need to. But the obligation for delivery on House Bill $5 is us. It's Department of Livestock. It's this board. So that's the way I separated them in my, two parallel tracks. One we're just a passenger, and one we're the driver.
Mr. Chair, to add to that then, what Russ said last week is now that he's met with GSD and they've got the committee pretty much ready to go, and he has a clearer picture of what his interactions are going to be, he's ready to coordinate for us with LPW out of Great Falls, who is the old contractor.
Whoa. Use words, please.
I don't know what LPW, the architect.
I'm sorry.
It's the architectural firm.
Okay, that's all I care about.
Yeah, out of Great Falls.
Sorry.
That's the architect that did the original plans.
Yeah,
LPW.
thank you.
You bet. I don't know what it is.
That's fine.
Okay.
Cheat him in the house.
He and Marina can coordinate for us soonest, he said, right? Since now that we're going since the bus is about to take off, the van can now start to go. And they'll coordinate that, and we have to determine who we want at the table and what we're going to go there asking for. But, that's on our end.
Okay, so a couple of things then, right? So you got two parallel tracks that are going to take place. The one track, the big bus, is going to turn to the van and say, "What is it you want?" besides who's on the bus, they're gonna say, what is it you want to deliver here? How big is the house you want us to build? And we're gonna say, well, it looks sort of like the one we had before. No, wait a minute, we're gonna go lease the space for you.
That's what I was thinking.
You better, so one could argue, as we remember we talked about this before, about getting the money in House Bill 3 or some other place. And House Bill 3 would have allowed us to spend the money now, like yesterday,
Yeah.
April Fool's Day, January, whatever it was, whenever we felt like we were brave enough to make it. But this process now with 100,000 allows us to spend the money in the next biennium. So we're not quite there yet. Okay? So it would probably be appropriate, I'm assuming, based upon our discussion, that we have our lab director sits on the committee, because there was language in there, or Dr. Z, and whatever way they want to do it. And then we're going to have somebody get in charge of that van, soup it up, and get a new paint job, and so it doesn't look so bad, and figure out how big that van's got to be as soon as we can, because it won't be long before that leasing company says to us, well, how big a space do you want us to lease? And what's the functionality that you want? And what we have now is what we had in the interim, which is great, but it may not be the final touch. So I'm assuming that the 100,000 would be used to enhance, subtract, add to, deal with, lay out the capital issues that are there and out there that aren't clear, but there's money allocated for it. And so we can hand this package to the big bus driver and say, okay, this is what we need. Now, is anybody else coming on for a ride? Or are we in this bus all by ourselves? Because they're going to have to decide who else is coming along and whatever. But they're going to need data from us. And we're going to have to go get it, the final data. And the only thing we've done is so far is say, does the data we already have meet the needs of the department staff? And the answer to that, without our new director, was yes. The answer to that was it may not include enough capital expenditures. We don't know what that means. And that's the way we left it. So what's the thought? Doc, you want to chime in here and all? Or
Yeah, I'm a little bit, so, Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, I thought the board took a position on the option,
We did.
Three.
and if that's the case, then doesn't that drive what the schematics on House
Yes.
Bill 5 are going to look like, and then also what we're looking to pursue through 586?
Yes and no. Yes, it drives it, but no, it's not detailed enough.
It's okay.
Because what the schematics we got wouldn't allow you to build the house or lease the facility. It's 60,000 feet, and we need to get it down where you could make a deal with the lessee or whatever. It's like, we want 2 bedrooms in the house, we want about 39,000 square feet, we're going to do thus and such in there, and, we haven't talked about, it doesn't have detail concerning, here's the big issue that I see. Because a member of the real estate industry in Bozeman was contacted to build a building for some labs in Bozeman, and they stopped, and the reason why was ventilation and heating issues. And the ventilation and heating issues were way more expensive than dealing with normal space. Okay? And so the details of ventilation and heating and those kinds of processes aren't detailed enough for somebody to build the building on. That's what the 100,000 is for. So you're absolutely right. So we just take off from there and use that with the same architects. We agreed to do that too, but you have to run it through A&E in order to be able to do that, and they're willing to do it. Are we on the same page?
Yeah.
So the bus needs us to finalize ourselves, finalize what we want. And we take that to the bus and say, this is what we want. Do you want to address actually buying land and building it? Or do you want to lease a building someplace or whatever? But this is what we want, and this is the footprint we want. So we need to finalize that footprint.
There you go.
Yeah.
We got the person on the bus, and we need to approve Mike's appointment to that, or not. I don't think we need to, because he's the one by the, it'd probably be helpful for him if we support him,
Yeah.
but according to the legislation, he's the one who makes the appointment.
Yeah.
We don't.
Okay.
He does. The executive officer does, as I read it. So he wants, but we have to drive the 100,000 through Brian.
Mr. Chair, the only clarification I was going to maybe add there to Nina was the bus is kind of only really headed in one direction,
Right.
which is towards a lease, right? That's the charter for
That's what I
general
was gonna
services, is to come up with a way to fund this, through a leasing mechanism. And then our van might not go with the bus. It might head over and start down the path of an E&E solution, which is a state, funded building. So there's a little bit of distinction here between, it'll still, our needs won't change, right? But how things look like in a lease for a developer might look different than if A&E was in charge of building a state building.
Well, and let's take it one more step, and I thought maybe you were going to take it, and you can agree with me or not. But the other issue here is a lease could be anywhere. There's no parameters in the statute for a lease. But relative to the university structure, there are 2 members from the university on this committee. So it's straddling a fence. The lease could be on university property, which would mean going through the Board of Regents to get that lease process. But in any event, they need to know how big and what's our final look at it. It may cost us $10,000 to do that. It may cost us $50,000.
Mr. Chair, the only thing I would add to that, and I got this from Russ, and it wasn't a definitive, but there isn't very many instances in Montana history where we've allowed a lease on state property. So that probably is not the solution that would materialize. It would be in a private property somewhere outside of state property, and that would include the university.
Well, and this was a conversation, I'll just share so you can understand the back channel conversations, conversation Brian and I had the other day, which I respect. And so my counter to what Brian said was that I respect that, but there's also a little bit of there's got to be a recognition of some legislative will here that didn't exist before. And I'll give you my clearest example of it, which is, initially, I think one of the options for this building ran between 40 and 45,000 square feet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's an accident that the legislature passed a change to their own policy, allowing a 45,000 square foot building to get done without having to come back for their approval and go through the state building process. The fact that they bumped that limit by 5,000 square feet, I think, was specifically targeted at this facility, particularly based on the sponsors of that bill. So what I'm saying is there's a lot of things that have never happened before, but I also think this is a project that has some legislative will and some people who want to see something happen and want to see something happen soon that might force something to happen that's never happened before. So I don't want to rule anything out as a possibility. I do know that's unusual, and I guess my comment to the conversation going on now is, yes, 586, the work of that committee is mostly about method. Our work is about what, and so the 586
There you go. That's a good
yeah,
way.
586 will determine what is the method to get it done, and eventually will probably determine who are the partners involved. But as far as the what, that's on us. What is it we need? When they finally get done and they say, here's the method, and it's going to be these 3 agencies, as John said, they're going to turn into each of those agencies and say, what do you got? And I think we want to be in a position to say, we're ready. Here's our plan. We don't care what the other agencies are doing, but our plan's right there, and we're ready to go with that as soon as we can get something started. So I don't know if that helps.
It helps a
Actually,
lot.
that really helps.
It helps a lot.
Yeah.
And remember, too, that you have various players on this committee now, right? USDA, right?
Yes.
Do they lease or own?
They
Bull
lease.
growers, do they lease or own?
Lease.
Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, they declared themselves as willing to and available for a lease, but couldn't put their money because of their source into owning a building. Department of Livestock, do we lease or own?
Release.
Release.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, and so when you look at the whole gamut relative to the facilities, so if I take a lease, do I have to build something? Maybe I have to alter it. Maybe it's already built. So that's, but we still have the what to answer to, as Mike said. So there's a new process here allowing us to lease to bypass other types of processes with most of the players involved, but we still have the what to deal with. Okay? Is everybody on board with that now?
So the input from the university system comes in the D of A's.
They have 2 members on the committee,
Oh, they have 2 now.
right?
Yeah, and let's remember that, and I'll just
We have
specify
one.
what the university, you also have to remember that the purpose for the university's involvement is that other potential partners in the lab are MSU extension facilities. So the Wool Lab's an MSU facility. That's Montana State University. It's not private, and it's not an agency. It is MSU extension. The same as their Pulse lab, some other labs that, you know, so they have an opportunity if they need new facilities to jump in here too, if they so choose, right? That's going to be up to the university. So I know that people think the university's there just because of VDL, but they're also there because some of their labs, some of their extension labs have been thrown into the mix with us, FWP, Department of Agriculture, because their analytical lab and some other things that are in Bozeman have been thrown into the potential mix as well of being a part of this lab. So they have 2 members, but it's you know, because I remember when the bill came up, there was some comments about it. It was kind of funny because they were asking Department of Ag to represent the Wool Lab and some other things that were MSU extension. So that's how MSU eventually got to the plate there, because their facilities are potentially going to be thrown in if they want them to be.
And then there's the regular USDA, I can't remember what the name of the lab is, on campus.
There's a USDA lab, that's on campus.
Anyway, they're thrown into the...
Yeah.
Okay,
APHIS
we all on sort of the same
plant side.
page?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it would be beneficial for us to support Mike's recommendation concerning the passenger on the bus.
Yes.
And then Brian's already the interface to A&E, so it would be appropriate for us to fill his backpack full of rocks dealing with that portion of it. Or not.
Do you need a motion?
I think it would be appropriate to do that. We don't need a motion on the first, but it would be helpful, I think, to support Mike's nomination.
And I guess what I would say, and make sure I say it publicly, is that I respect that the statute gave the authority to me, but I don't really want to make that appointment without consulting the board. So that's what I'm considering myself doing, is consulting the board to make sure they're in line with my thinking.
As long as you think it's right.
Well, I think, I think that's the right thing to do. So yes, I think a motion would be in order to make those 2 appointments.
I make that motion. I make that motion to
What does your motion say?
Judah be appointed, Dr. Judah, right?
Yeah.
Be appointed to the Department of Administration Committee, right?
Yep.
And that Ryan Simonson. Am I right on that or not?
Yeah.
Have I got it back? I thought that was
No,
right.
that's right.
The only thing I would say is that I think the van isn't one person from the Department of Livestock.
Right. Oh, no,
Yeah.
It's
we know
more of
that.
a group.
But somebody's
But
got to be
I
behind
can
the
be
wheel.
the driving it. Yes.
The rest of the group can put more on rocks in the backpack or take them out, but you got the backpack.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Oh, excuse me.
Any further discussion about that? All right, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, I have one issue to bring up on the what side. I have a website that was sent to me by a pathologist, friend that I've known for years, who's also a veterinarian and an anesthesiologist. And it's a new article concerning research on chronic wasting disease. And so the site he gave me was www.new-research-chronic-wasting-disease-reiterates- its potential-jump-to-other-species.
How about emailing that?
I
to
know,
us?
I'm just getting on the record so that
Okay.
it's out there.
Okay.
Did you get
With
that
the
from-
number, I've got it written right here so she can copy it down, with a streaming and a slash. I've looked at it, and it's basically a study done at CSU relative to chronic wasting disease that believes that it's probable that chronic wasting disease will spread to other species because they believe it has. And when it does, it masks itself in its identifiable characteristics, and they believe in the future and present that that's possibly why they have not recognized it, because it's changed its pathological character in some event and is likely to be a disease because of the prions that isn't going to go away and could come into the human population. So it's not just limited to elk and whatever that we've seen in mule deer. Obviously, we know whitetail have it here. So I bring this for us. We all ought to look at it, and
Yeah.
Mike can send it out. And I assume Doc's already seen it, but if
I'm not
not,
sure I have, but we'll look it over.
yeah. But it's a very interesting study, and it sort of worries you. Okay. The next items for future planning, I'm going to leave IT to the Fiscal Bureau. Anything else on legislation at all? Okay, we're done for that one.
Can we get a copy of, sorry, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
of 586?
Sure. Yeah.
Please, I don't, it's just easy
Yeah,
for
it's
you to
not-
give it
yeah.
to us.
I might even, well, you just make a copy of it. It's easier that way. I got a copy of it. Okay, the following agenda item then was items for future plan. Oh, I left off one thing. So what do you want relative to this committee? Because what we have not done is we don't have a mechanism to get to the industry. And we're going to have the industry people riding along here because it's their money, because it's per capita money. And I don't know,
I thought we
I
asked.
thought they were supposed to be part of the committee.
they are, but the question is, do you still want to have a committee or not? Or do you want to set up a separate process that requires communication from the two leaders of those two groups with the industry? Is it worth having the committee? I don't know. That's what I'm bringing up. It could be redundant based upon where we're at right now.
So under House Bill 586, they have the ability to bring in other stakeholders if they want to. But once again, back to our analogy, we're not driving that bus. If they want to give industry a seat on that bus, that's their prerogative. But on our what conversation, and then probably how, in terms of, so they may come up with a method, but we have to figure out how to fund that method, right? So that's probably where we have to engage the industry in our conversation, is to make sure they're
Makes sense.
behind us. Because if they come up and say, if they come up with a lease option and it all looks great and it's $900,000 per capita a year for the next 30 years, I'm just making something up, we have to make sure our industry's okay with that that's what we're going to do.
I think the industry is going to get consulted through the process. I don't see the reason for the committee.
Sometimes it helps to talk to people in the industry. We found out at the stock growers how things are, well, we'll get to it today, but how industry didn't know some of what was going on with traceability and some of those things, and sometimes a conversation, brings things a little more to the forefront. I don't know, I'm just saying that, and I don't know how you pick who's on it or whatever, but I'm just saying sometimes you have to make a point of not thinking everybody knows, to making sure that there's somebody. I don't know how you're going to do it, but and maybe they will be brought in.
Let
I
me
don't know.
suggest a hybrid maybe. We've got we've got the case of we're going to have industry people who know what we've done 2 years from now, whatever the board's doing. They're going to have to be up to date in both IT and this lab, if you're going to save the lab, if you're going to have a lab. So one way of doing it is to maintain the committee. And under that way of doing it, you've got 2 people for the whole industry. Another way to do it is set up a communication pattern with the industry, with identified players within the industry, the various associations in the industry, and put that as a required process for one of the rocks in Brian's backpack and Dr. Judith's backpack, that this is where we're at. These are the functions we're going to do in the what side, and this is what the joint looks like.
More of an informative.
Yeah, but a required communication and have designated people, because not everybody in stock grower is going to have any idea what the IT issues are, and not all of them are going to be concerned about the lab. So if you got somebody from the stock growers or the Farm Bureau or the Cattlemen's Association or whoever that wants to play and they don't even use the lab, then that's probably not a good thing. But that's a hybrid, so you wind up not having the committee. We receive our communications here, and or you bring those communications here, depending on what Brian and Dr. Judah want to do, and request the presence of the industry by name so that they're at these meetings and they hear it once. I don't know. That's a hybrid to having a committee. We got to communicate somehow.
That's,
But I like
So
the
what's
idea
the
of
issue?
making sure that it's communicated
It's
to them. I
communication.
just don't see the point of the committee. But so I got you.
Okay, so let me.
Because otherwise, you're going to get accused of not
Right.
communicating, even if you have communicated.
Well, and if you're communicating not only with perhaps the head of whatever the organization is, but with the person that puts the publications out for that for that organization. For instance, whoever does the publication for the stock growers, if they also get a copy, then they're sure to get it in the publication, so it goes out to all the stock growers. Here's what's going on.
All right. What
Does
if
that
we
make
do
sense?
this? What if we, in the between now and the next meeting, if the staff kicks it around, because one way of doing it would be for us to put together a standard communication process with identified individuals who need to know what is going to go in this building, what's going to happen in the change of what they've already seen, so they're knowledgeable 2 years from now for their organization. The same's true with IT. I mean, it's still per capita dollars, and they're going to have support for the outcome so we don't have a kerfuffle like we did the last time. And make that a part of your work process going forward. And then take Dr. Raines and Stuart Doggett as the state veterinarians group, because they've already submitted their names. Get 2 from the Farm Bureau, 2 from whatever it is, with a hybrid, as opposed to, because we're going to be repetitive as a committee, and probably to Brett's point, it's not probably very efficient. Thoughts from the staff? You want to do it that way? Try it that way?
I don't know. I think that's a good idea.
But it'd be a time frame deal, like you're a project manager. One of my customers in project management is these people, and they have to be communicated with by both, and every 2 months or every quarter, at least every quarter. And if that means going to their meeting, or if it means meeting in a picnic area, whatever it means, do it adequately with documents. So I'll leave it at that. So for the moment, we will not act as a committee, and the next meeting you can put together a work plan, or in the interim, and solicit. And if you want help soliciting those people, I'm willing to call the people in the industry who agreed to appoint and tell them that we need those people, which might be a good idea. We could have done it at the meetings, but I decided not to.
Well, the other way to get stakeholder input, like in the House Bill 586 process, which is something we can push, is that, you know, I probably shouldn't make this assumption, but I've made the assumption there'll be public meetings.
Yeah, I think they.
And I don't think
so.
there's any way they cannot do that. They have legislative representation, they've got other public
Regions,
employees
yeah.
that are taking part. So I believe those have to be public
agree.
meetings. Now, how Department Administration and others go about their process, I don't know, but a big thing is also making sure that the organizations know when those meetings are, you know, so that they can be present for those meetings, and then that way that alleviates some of that. I'll say, and I know we've got a representative of ag organizations in the room, so I hope she doesn't take what I'm going to say wrong, but you know, they also have an obligation to pay attention, and if they're not attending the meetings, and it's kind of putting more work on our staff to make them responsible for not only representing the department, but having to represent the industry and get the information back. If we can make sure they know when those meetings are, they can attend them themselves and know what's going on with that part of the process. And of course, our House Bill 5, you know, the process on that, you know, I think we continue how we've been doing of having direct stakeholder input into that.
Okay, so next meeting then we'll expect to have from Mike's team committed communication process with whom
That.
identified,
And I think that's.
and the how to do it. Is that satisfactory? Okay. The items under future conversations, we've had various discussions concerning board training and items for board training. You can't handle all of it at once. Some of this can be coded together for refresher trainings. What's the will of the board?
Can I make a comment there? Because I put it on there last time, and then I wasn't here. And so I would say on the refresher trainings, you know, some of that, this board, everyone who's currently serving has experienced before. So Code of Fair Practices and Human Rights Act are examples of that. So those are two that maybe can go to the back burner until when and if ever new board members are appointed, because when that happens, you don't want to do it twice. So, and you've been trained in that. So I don't know if you want to go through it, and then if there happens to be a year from now new board members appointed, and then we have to go through it again. So, you know,
He's optimistic.
the executive branch budgeting and finance I look at the same way. Now the sexual harassment training is what that is, to give a better explanation, is because of the environment we're in, the state is going to require all personnel to be annually updated and trained on sexual harassment. Managers, those who are managers within state government, will have to attend a face-to-face training, which has not been designed yet. So that can go to the back burner because we don't know what the training is. But once we get trained, once myself and all the managers in the department, then we can connect. I'm sure they'll do that through the Professional Development Center that's out of state government here. We can connect with those trainers to say, our board, as directors under law, you need to come to one of their board meetings and give them that training because they're state managers as well. And so on those 4 items down there, one of them is not ready yet, and when it is ready, we can spool that up. And then the other 3, I think the board has to consider. You've been trained in that. If you want a refresher, you can, but if by chance we get new board members, we'll have to do it again. And so you may get 2 doses of it within the next year or whatever, if that comes to pass.
Okay, so what if we set a target date? Last time we were trained, some of us not very well probably, was in the fall, as I remember. What if we
It
set
was
September or
fall
October?
of 15
Right.
or 17.
So what if we set a target date out into October or November? Under that theory, the one piece is probably going to be done by then. If not, if we can record it, we have a refresher course to set aside 2 hours in October or November, depending on what Mike is able to figure out, and put a date certain down there so that we either have it or we have a reason why, and there's time in between to be able to alter that. Would that work?
Sure.
Yeah, October gets kind of messy, but that's fine.
Well, how about November?
Yeah, that's fine. November.
So that's for the fair practices?
Well, that would be
Any of
all
it.
the refresher trainings,
Yeah.
loop them in together, and any other, just have a 2-hour refresher training activity with all those 4 and anything else that's necessary
Yeah.
for 2 hour
You
period.
could probably get all 4 of those done in one. You wouldn't have really much time for other business, but you
No.
could spend a board meeting knocking those 4 things out.
We could. or
Well, we
do
could just take a
half
2-hour
a-
session.
Do that or a half a day and
Two
go
or-
the next day or something.
Yeah, which we've done before.
Right, do it over.
Doing a
Right.
training session.
That's
What,
fine.
what's your preference as to a date then?
November is mine.
You have a preference?
Good one.
Good guess, right?
Some week next Tuesday?
Yeah.
Let's, how about, okay, November's been, so anybody have a problem with targeting November?
No.
So how about if we do it, November, target the November board meeting for that activity. And the dynamics of it and the detail of it can be put together later. Okay?
Yeah.
You all right with that?
I'm all
For
right with
November.
that. Yep.
Okay, strategic planning. I'm not sure what that one's about.
So,
I am.
So that's
I know
been,
you are,
and
but I'm not.
I'll say that is something that, and Nina spoke up and she's asked for multiple times. I think we're all aware that, unfortunately, I think we've asked the question before whether it was possible for a group like this to go do a retreat, right, and be able to be, so that you could talk about things maybe a little more frankly than you do in a public meeting. But I don't think there's any mechanism by which that can happen. So whatever we do is public. Number one, obviously, key staff would be involved in that, and the industry would probably want to be involved in that. Some of the things we've batted around, and this is through conversation with Nina, and she can probably add more context, is, doing a session, whether it's maybe taking a whole day to do it, and having an outside facilitator that would come in and work through a process to help deliver a product that says, for the board and for the department, here's the strategic plan over the next 2 or 3 years, and something that we can hold ourselves accountable to with metrics. Am I on track, Nina?
2 or 3 years is probably too short. I think we need to look, to me, we throw money at a project and then shortly after we're throwing money at the project again because we didn't think about this that might affect the project or that. I think we need a long-range plan. What is this department anticipating they're going to have to deal with in 5 years, 10 years? And I believe when Brian came on board, it was a question he asked. What's the long-range plan for the department? And certainly the lab fits right into this. The IT plans that we're working with fit right into this sort of thing. But I think it is responsible of us to have a long-range plan so that we spend our money once and not have to spend the same dollars a second time.
Well, and let me, in that conversation, as somebody who's done quite a bit of strategic planning and led strategic planning, the reason I say 2 to 3 years is if it gets too far out, it never gets done.
Right.
People always push it off and say that's 3 years from now, 4 years from now. I do think a conversation about what the future may look like is important, but I think it's tough to have if you do a plan that's 10 or 15 years out, people won't be committed to getting immediate results. The other thing I think we have to factor in, and the reason why I put it at that 2 to 3 year range, is because every 2 years our legislature changes. Every 2 years our board changes. Every 4 to 8 years our governor changes. And those shifting winds may dictate more what's in the long-term future. But what we do have control over is what we want to do in the time period that this board and this makeup is together. And so what I've usually found is 5 years even is about as long as you want to go with a strategic plan. If you try to go much longer, it never gets done, because either people wait to the last year to start making progress anyway, or within 5 years personnel and other factors have changed so much that they throw that out and do a new strategic plan. And I know John's done a lot of it in his career too, and he may have different thoughts than me.
No, I don't. I'm on the same page.
Well,
Because I think it becomes irrelevant 5 years. And I don't know, there's a lot of people who love strategic plans. I just don't happen to be one of them. That relative to that far out, because they become irrelevant because of circumstances. But I would say, though, to you, I think if you look at what's on our plate right now, my comment would be that we have to figure out some way to engage the industry, because if ID tags are going out the door, if our IT system is going to spend $1 million a year, if you wind up with a lab costing more than it has, that's all going to be funded by per capita. And if you got a per capita that comes up and down, you're riding a roller coaster. One could argue that what we should be doing next September is reducing per capita, because we got per capita increase to solve a budget problem, and we've now solved it. And now we have extra cash. But like others, we have spent $100,000, $600, $1 million a year. That's a round number. That was unintended 2 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. And it's our constituents' dollars. So I don't have any problem with strategic planning if it's focused on what we need to do. But I'm a 3-year person too.
well, and you know, I guess a lot of where I was coming from was looking at the lab, and the lab is not a 5-year project. The lab's going to be a lot longer than that, and the IT project is going to affect the department for a long time, although within 3 years, a lot of stuff they do today may be obsolete.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
so you know, I kind of look at it from both terms. That lab's going to be there for a while, and what is our plan for down the road for the lab? And that's part of what we discussed this morning.
Well, so far, the lab has been a 5-year plan that I'm aware of. I remember having discussions with Brett at least 5 years ago about the lab.
Yeah, and
we're still chugging. So I guess it probably, we need a proposition.
And that's what I was going to say, is what I put out there is saying that, you know, if the board wanted to pursue that, you know, kind of what I'd be looking for is a time frame in which you want it to happen. And I would actually say into early next year. I know that's probably too long for Nina, who's been asking for this for as long as I've been here. But because we don't have a session coming up this winter, right? And so that gives us a little bit of breathing room. And also time to get a facilitator picked and scheduled, and to get you know, and to be able to provide them some parameters of how the guide at what it is we want to have happen at the end of the day. What do we want to walk away from the process with? Because the facilitator can't magically get you there if they don't know where you want to get. And I don't know that the board has stormed and formed enough to be in agreement on what it is you want as the outcome of the product that you expect. I think there might be general agreement that we need a plan, but what is it? What does it need to focus on? Time frame, those types of things. The facilitator will need some guidance. If they start from an open end, you won't be anywhere different at the end of the day than you were when you started.
Except that you spend money for the facility.
Exactly.
What do you think? What's your druthers?
I mean, as far as time or what?
Well, I guess you start by saying, would you like to set aside time for strategic planning discussion with the industry, or by ourselves first and then the industry, and then pick a time and then put parameters around that time as to how you would want to go about doing it. Or we could have, between now and the next meeting, have a couple of members of the board get with Mike and put together an outline and bring it back to the board for consideration, so that you have some definitive, you have participation, you have a timeline, you have topics, as opposed to an airball. Having facilitated strategic planning is not easy. especially when everybody isn't on the same footing. We're not. And it's not anybody's fault, it's just we're not. And we're part-time, not full-time as a board. The department's full-time, not part-time. And the industry only has so much time to spend going to meetings.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah, the thing I'm missing here is we were talked about, 2 or 3 year strategic time frame, 10, 15 year strategic time frame. We're not on the same page there yet, I don't think. So, I don't have an issue with coming and meeting with Mike and talking about trying to develop a strategic plan. But if I was going to be part of that, I'd want to know what the parameters were for the time frame first. Because I don't disagree with what Nina's saying as far as you want to have some idea, some directions you're trying to head. But I think you get too far out in front of yourself, and that's no use. But I got no problem. I'd be happy to come talk with Mike about it, sit down, try to do something like that. But I want to get a little more direction from where everybody's sitting first.
Sue?
I agree with the 2 to 3 year because many changes happen in 2 to 3 years, especially technology. Something that might connect everyone now will be obsolete. And the problems the state is facing and the ag industry will be changing. Things are changing right now pretty rapidly. So I would like to know whether all of the different departments feel like it would be useful. Because we already do have mission statements and those kinds of things.
Well, I'll throw another rock out, and people get mad at me over this too, but part of it has to do, some people would want the vision statements and go through that. I'm more on the side of what do we need to accomplish to operate based upon the parameters we already have, because we're not free to just have our own visions. But how about this, if I heard you right, how about if we ask Brett and Nina to meet with Mike to put together an outline, just an outline of a time frame, subject matters, and target dates for a strategic planning session. Is that fair?
Sure.
Would you be willing to do that, Brett?
Sure.
Nina? Mike? Is that a fair way to do it? Okay.
I think on these, I don't call them strategic planning, but there's a lot of stuff that, we've been kind of in survival mode to get where we are. So to me, some things were done to us, for us, I guess you'd call it, like the way we're divided in our departments that we never talk about. Was it right? Was it wrong? Does it work? Doesn't it work? To me, that's the kind of stuff that these kind of sessions I would like to talk about. There's some issues there that are kind of beneath, they're done deals, but are they correct deals? And that's what I would like, because I think there is some time we can sit and whether, I don't care if the public watches or not. If they're anybody in business, they've had the same problems in their own business, so they would understand them. But I think it's important to do it. Maybe not with a vision out there somewhere, but I think
And maybe
just
vision
looking
is
at where we are now, and is it, we're above board. I always like that word. You're above. We're above
Right.
water. I guess we're not drowning. So now, are we doing it right?
Well, and I think the other thing is there's some, and I hate to say this, but because of that, I think that creates some conversations about a year and a half from now, which is one of the reasons why this might be good, because we're in a position where we're going to have to figure out what we've got resources.
Right.
Well, how are we gonna drive those resources, right? And if we want to use what's available to us, well, what are the areas of the department that need additional support infrastructurally or personnel or whatever? And I would hope a conversation like this would drive that when we got into the conversation about the 2021 budget proposal and anything new we were going to ask for, that it would actually be better for us to go and say, hey, we had a strategic planning. We talked with our industry. This is where we want to go the next 2 or 3 years, and that is the impetus of this request. It makes it a little easier to have that conversation with the legislature, because we've not had that ability in the last 2 sessions.
Yeah.
I think 2021, we're going to be able to have that conversation about, and I know people hate to hear this, but potentially growing department. That doesn't mean growing people, but growing our operations and growing our infrastructure is the same thing, and how and being able to be better operationally at how we achieve our job. So those are conversations we hadn't been able to have in the last few years. But I think your point is exactly what my openness to that is that those conversations are going to be different moving forward from here than they've been in the past.
Well, and just human resource management and recruitment is a
There
huge
you go.
issue.
That's
Well, we had that today.
It's a huge problem right this minute.
Yeah.
Well, you take what you just brought us on CWD. What effect is that going to have on the department 2 years, 5 years down the road? Are we going to be able to at least stay up with it? I don't think we can get ahead of it, but we certainly don't want to be playing catch up if we can help it. So what planning can we do to be prepared?
Okay, so
Go forth and conquer.
without objection, then I'll ask Nina and Brett to get with Mike and whoever other staff members want to be present, based upon his view of the world. If he needs to bring somebody in, do it. And then at the next board meeting, give us some outline as to what subject matter activity and what time frames would be appropriate. Thanks to both of you for doing that, because that won't be an easy task.
None of it's ever easy.
Well, it's not fall.
Okay,
It's harvest.
the next item on the agenda is is everybody okay? You want to take a 5-minute health break?
Excuse me.
I'm going to.
Good.
Okay, well, let's come back in at 5 after 10.
And what I was thinking is with Trish here, once we get through this old business, we wanted to.
I'll do
Oh.
it.
Marge is just driving.
Yes, okay.
We need to shut that off.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, I will.
That way we're not making noise for time
Right.
sitting there.
I don't know
Before we get into Trish's here, and I'm going to ask that we go into an executive session to discuss litigation strategies while she's here to meet with us. And so I would ask that the video and be turned off, please.
Good job, Dan. Thank you.
Okay, we've been in executive session discussing
Well, we gotta have
legal. Pardon me?
Gotta have Don.
Duck your head.
I know, you can't come this way. We made it where you could come this way, and you still go under that TV.
Oh, I thought you were going to put her over in that corner.
Well, I know,
She
but
didn't want to go.
But she could walk this way.
So we've been in call the meeting back to order. We've been in executive discussions concerning legal strategy. And one of those issues deals with a settlement with S&T Meats. And council has identified for us a settlement value of $35,000 to settle all issues surrounding S&T Meats. Is there a motion to accept or reject that settlement proposal?
I move that we approve this settlement with S&T Meats, Mr. Chairman,
At 35?
at $35,000.
Okay.
Second.
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 Is there further discussion? Is there anything you'd like to add, counsel?
No, thank you.
Would you just sort of describe for us the process that will take place, assuming that it's approved? What happens next?
Of course. So I will notify council for the other side that the settlement has been approved. Ask them to confirm that the recall can be closed out. I will send them a release of claims, which I have already drafted for their signatures. When I get that back, we will also file a motion in the district court to have the lawsuit dismissed, and of course the other important step in there is we'll get them signed a check. I'll also continue to work with Mr. Honeycutt on drafting a letter to them indicating that the recall has been closed and that their
Current status.
Current status,
Okay.
exactly.
Any questions, comments from the board? Mike, anything? No. Not those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Okay, we've been requested to change performance evaluation deadlines in our policies and procedures from the fiscal year to the calendar year by state HR. You want to describe why and what the deal is there?
So we're using the online talent system that was developed by State HR. They're rolling that out. If you remember, we were the pilot agency a couple years ago. They pretty much got all agencies on it now. The challenge is most all other agencies work on a calendar year. And so we're off cycle from that. So sometimes getting the service we need is a challenge because they're working on other things and not thinking about this system because everybody else is not active in it, but we're active in it right now. And so their request is that we would get better service from them if we were on the same cycle as the other agencies. Of course, I shared with them that the date is actually determined by our board policies and procedures, so it would require a change of our board policies and procedures to affect that. And if the board didn't want to do it, we would stay on the same cycle. And of course, with it being a change to your policies and procedures, as I think was noted last month in May, it had to be presented as it was and then voted on the next month. So we're at the vote portion should the board decide to do that. So the change is to try and make life easier and work easier with state HR, but the board certainly has a right to stick with their policies and procedures as they are if they wish. That's all I'd have to say on it.
Questions, comments?
Mr. Chairman, do we not do it twice a year now?
Well, we have in the policies and procedures, it's to be done, I think, by June 15th.
Right.
And the reason for that historically was that it followed the legislative process, so it was after the legislature. And we had cycles where evaluations weren't performed for years.
Yeah.
And so that's why it was put in at that. And now we have the more electronic system that we were the guinea pig for. So the 6-month question is open-ended. That's one Mike looked at, so he has communications, but it's not required under the policies and procedures. We have an annual evaluation of all personnel due by, I think, June 15th.
Right. And I should clarify and say if we looked at that, staff had asked that date, if we were on the calendar year cycle as opposed to being in December, be in January, which is tough on legislative years, but the thought process there is with the fall run. If fall run gets extended late, making sure those staff that they're not trying to do evaluations if they're in a late fall run and trying to meet that obligation. So it's whether, we can always negotiate. I think most people understand that you have deadlines, but sometimes you have to negotiate them based on what's happening in the world, and so we could do that. But that's why they said maybe putting that in January as opposed to December to give the markets a little more time to get it done.
Dinah?
We've been having difficulty getting evaluations done by the 15th of June since we tentatively set that date. And I look at the fall and the Christmas, Thanksgiving, Christmas era time frame. You've got fall run, you've got holidays, and certainly I don't think it's a very good idea of trying to do evaluations when legislature's on. And so I question whether moving to that time of year for this department would be a good thing. Not all departments have fall run, certainly everybody has the holidays, but I think in order to get the evaluations done in a timely manner, I think people are freer in this department in June than they are at the end of the year.
certainly in for the markets, which is the major concern, right? The summer is the slower time period for them.
Well, and that's our biggest employee pool too.
Are all the rest, I'm sorry,
Right.
are all the rest of the departments in the state on the time frame we're talking about?
Yeah, I think that's what we're
Everybody
being told.
else
Is
is.
everybody's on a calendar year time frame, January
Okay.
to December.
So, I mean, I tend to agree with Nina in this. I think it'll make some things a little more difficult, but, you know, it's a request of us from HR, right? And they've been so helpful with us, and we're going to need their help again one day in the future. I feel like we need to work with them.
Other comments?
How about they change it?
Seems sort of counterintuitive that you can get better service when everybody else is doing it as opposed to when
Yeah.
nobody
Right,
else
right.
is doing it. And you sort of go, oh.
Yeah.
But I think to some degree, I mean, Brett's recognition of what it is they want us to do. But they're on a computer program now, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I guess what they're saying to add to it, I think that's a very valid point. I kind of have the same question, but I think it's because they're not getting at this time of year. We're in there, and so all of a sudden we're having questions because somebody gets a password lockout. Something, you know, we don't have control of it from here. We have to go through them to get those, to make those requests, and they're not coming at a normal time of year, and they've got other business going on. And what I guess they're saying is even though everybody's doing it at the end of the year, they're getting those same questions from everyone, so they get to them or they're able to get to the programming faster, right?
Yeah. Brett?
See, to me, I'll take the opposite side of that, what you just said. When it's calving season, we calve. And if we have a heifer calving in the middle of the summer when she's not supposed to be, it's a pain in the butt.
You just let them go on.
So.
Okay, so is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll move that we make this change.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Further discussion?
Would it be possible for us to have our evaluations by the 15th of September so that we are ahead of the fall run and all the rest of that stuff? Or is that the same argument?
It would be the same argument. We would still be off cycle because most people will, you know, because you start in November or December, and that's when their mindset's really on it. I mean, I don't think that would change anything. But once again, I'll say, for sake of discussion, that question, I hope it's obvious that this is the board's decision. I don't really have an opinion either way. We've been asked, and I said I would take the issue forward. The board has a prerogative to say they want employees evaluated in whatever manner they want them evaluated.
So, Mr. Chairman, one more question for you, Mike. And I'm looking more at brands because they're the ones who are going to be affected the most. How are they doing getting their evaluations done on time?
Yeah, they are sort of the group that brings up the rear, and there's reasons for that. Is because one, they don't, unlike a lot of staff here in this office, they don't have an individual computer, so they have to find when there's time available on the computer at their market to do it. And then of course it's difficult for the inspector to schedule if it's one of those markets like VLS or Page where you have a lot of employees, trying to schedule time to where they can talk to them without someone around. So they are the group that seems to take the longest. Obviously, folks who are sitting here in the office in Helena every day get done fast, but that's the one that is the toughest to get done in a timely fashion, just because they don't all individually have access to a computer.
And so we're going to ask them to do this when
When it's even worse.
access to a computer is going to be even more difficult because of fall run and those sorts.
Well, I think that's why we were looking at being a little flexible in the December, January time frame to give them a little more time to get it done if you're going to pick a date certain to put in your policies.
Brett?
I hate to always be the opposite side here, but they're bringing up the tail right now, and we just came through May and June, which I'm not saying there's no action at the auction barns, but it's the slow time of year. When is there going to be a good time of year for them? If they can't do it now, when is it going to be good? Do your damn job.
And some of those,
Jesus.
Yeah. Well,
You know what's
Some of those-
required of you.
some
Get
of
it
those,
done.
Some of those people, I mean, I really am getting worried now because you're right. People that are supervising those people in the yards having access to a computer every darn day.
Yeah, but they don't have individual access without someone looking over their shoulder to do their
Oh,
personnel
yeah, they
evaluation.
do. Yeah, a lot of those.
Well,
people.
I'm sorry, Lala. I'm going to take issue there.
Okay.
You don't work there, so I don't think you know.
You mean, I'm not talking about the guys in the office, but there's people who are over those livestock supervisors that have the ability to go sit in their pickup and do an
Well, the livestock
evaluation.
supervisors are done. We're talking about the market inspectors.
Just the under.
Just the people who work under
Okay.
the supervisors. The supervisors are done because Ty's been around to the market
That's what
and,
I'm
and
trying-
done that. Now
yeah.
they have to go and do it with their folks. And like I said, you think about the Miles City office.
I agree. No.
There's one computer there, and you've got to find a time that you're not going to be distracted with something else to work
Yeah,
on
that-
it.
that
It
is
takes,
a problem.
It takes an hour or two to get it done.
That's a problem in the fall. Then.
You don't
A
want to
real
do it
problem.
with someone sitting in a chair right behind you and you're doing your self-evaluation or doing someone else's performance evaluation.
Yeah.
Those are the factors I'm talking about that I
Okay.
think are legitimate
I thought it was
factors.
the tie down those
Yeah.
people.
Yeah,
Because
those, yeah.
the area district, I mean, the regional guys each have ability to be on a computer, so that it is just the in the yards.
Yeah, in the yards. That's what I'm talking about. That's the group that seems to take the longest to finish out. And I would say as we sit here today, and I'll basically skip ahead and say, while everybody's not done on June 24th in checking the system, every single employee is at least in progress, meaning they are multiple steps in. Because you've got to, with the computer process, you do a self-evaluation, you release that to your manager looks at it, makes comments, releases it back to you. Then you have to sit down and have a meeting. Then through the computer, you have to confirm the meeting, both the manager and the employee, because we want that confirmed that a face-to-face meeting took place, because that's an important part of the process. And those are all the steps you have to get through before you're done in the computer process. So you have to do those multiple steps.
Yeah, not
So
gonna
we're
happen.
able to track that throughout the process.
It's not going to happen. Yeah.
What date are we
December.
talking about? January what?
15.
Yeah, we'd be middle of Jan, whatever. I don't know. It's what I don't. I'm like you, Brad.
I'm not. What I'm getting at.
Whatever
is,
date you set
Yeah,
is
what
the
I'm
date.
what I'm trying to get to is we're not asking to have it done by November 5th.
Right. We're not.
So is
There
January
are times in
15th the
December
date?
that you can do this. There are times in January you can do this.
It doesn't, Mr. Chairman, it doesn't say that you have to start them in December and get done with them in December. You can do them throughout the year and turn them all in December,
Can.
correct? So at a slow time, you can actually do the evaluation and have them all done for that year.
Okay, so,
It doesn't specify you have to do
But-
them October
So-
through December.
I got
for
one
that
more
year.
comment on it. I apologize. I had a lot to do this weekend, way more than sitting down to do Mike's evaluation. But you know what? I took the hour to do it.
Right.
Why did I do it?
you had-
Because I had to.
okay, so can I, would you like to put January 15th,
I'll put January 20th.
January 20th?
Does that help Mr. Chairman?
Does that make
So
sense?
what does that do to state IT?
Oh, it
That
should.
make it worse?
No,
Well-
because they'll be in that same time frame. They can leave it open to closure as long as we
You've
need
asked.
to. Yeah, we've had that conversation. Yeah, because when they first mentioned December, we raised these concerns about what our challenges that were, and they answered them.
So 20th is all right with you?
Yeah.
So I'll just take that as a friendly amendment. You okay with that as a second?
Second.
Further discussion?
Jesus priest.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Now, I would assume that applies to the chief executive officer too.
And we'll have to
That's
do a
the whole
half-year
department.
cycle here is what we'll have to do.
So we'll have to do a catch-up.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
And chance
We
that
also
will be
need a
dates.
motion then to change or to amend our procedures and guidelines.
yeah, I thought that was what his motion was
Is that
doing.
what
It was
his
to
motion
amend
was?
it, amend it
Okay.
to accept that
Yeah. So
activity.
they have to do it for a while.
Okay, Employee Recognition Governor's Award 2019.
Yeah, so the Governor's Award process is starting up again. Just to make the board aware, we have to have our nomination in by August 1st, so we're going through a process where we ask, we're on the employee recognition under new business. Just letting you know that the Governor's Award process is starting, so we're soliciting nomination forms from all areas of the department. Last year we did something pretty successful. We got all those nominees and we did a little recognition for them, which we'll invite the board. That'll probably be in August as well. If any board members want to come, we'll do a recognition out here on the lawn and have some food and snacks. But one of those people will go forward and be our Governor's Award nominee and get to take their picture with the governor and have a nice lunch at that event. So you know, we just sort of caught up on some of that, but that'll be the process moving forward. We're trying to make sure that we get lots of nominations for it and that we do recognition for all who are nominated, not just those who end up being the actual Governor's Award recipient. So,
any questions or comments? Okay, feedback during per capita collection period.
Yeah, and this is one that last month I wanted to put this on the agenda to get the board thinking, because as with the change in per capita this year and the way it was notified and so forth, I think that just prompted some people to raise questions. So I wanted to bring back to the board's attention that we got lots of questions again about specific species and their rates and where those numbers come from. We've gotten those in the past, whether you're talking about llamas or bison or whatever. And so I just wanted to make sure this board, if you had not had individual contact, that, you know, again, we had some folks challenging us on certain species and whether or not, you know, there was any science in where we had derived those fees from. I'm sure as Mr. Edwards goes about notifying some people, that question's going to come up from some of those people through the process Livestock Law Board's doing. The other thing that was interesting, piece of feedback that come from multiple sources, was about actually not on per capita, but it actually ended up being on brand inspection fees and whether there should be any sort of maximum. And of course I posited back when someone would ask me if there should be a maximum brand inspection fee. I mentioned, well, should there be a minimum brand inspection fee? And that conversation usually didn't go very far. You know, for when you're out doing one head, it takes an hour out of your day and 50 miles of driving, should there be a minimum? But on the maximum, we have, evidently, I guess we have more than a few producers who are moving animals back and forth across the state under inspection, you know, from Shelby all the way down to Bighorn County and back, and they're paying inspections twice. And so the question they're saying is, hey, it's a few hours work, and I paid $3,500, $4,000 of inspection fees, and I don't. You know, of course, I made the counter argument that, well, our brand inspectors, sometimes they've got a job like that, and sometimes they've got a job that's the lame cow that needs to get to the processor, and they spend 2 hours of their day getting there to get an inspection on it, and our inspectors aren't making money on that proposition. They're losing money on that proposition. So, but it's just out there. The feedback has been passed on to the board as requested of me. If we ever want to have more specific conversations, there are people whose names I have recorded. I won't out them in a public meeting, that we can always try to see if they'll come talk to us at a future meeting if they want to express that concern. But because that feedback came to me, I just wanted to publicly say I shared it with the board.
Any questions for Mike?
Would they prefer we got rid of the brand inspection?
No one has suggested that yet, but I'm sure there's people out there who would be willing to make that suggestion.
Well, you have an interim committee of the stock growers that are going to look at the brand laws, rules, regulations, so that'll be a place for them to take a look at. Okay, we got the Economic Affairs Interim Committee schedule of September 11th previously.
Correct.
Is our time to be there. Update on 2019 year-end evaluations status.
Yeah, we're, as I said, everybody is in progress. We're not 100% complete. I know all mine are 100% complete, all my direct reports. But we finally got everybody into an in-progress state a couple of weeks ago, and looks like we've got a few people that need to close out confirming meetings, but we're further ahead of schedule than we were last year this time when we were working through the system for the first time. A lot less glitches with it, and people were more familiar working with it second time around. Unfortunately, it still is a system you don't work with every day, so you know how that works. You kind of have to relearn some things every time you get into it. But we're, and of course, by July 1, by end of fiscal year, we should be 100% complete with folks confirming, having met with they've done their self-evaluation, they've gotten their manager's evaluation, and the manager and the employee have sat down and had a conversation on that. And that's what we consider the complete process. It's not complete until both manager and employee have said, yes, we met face-to-face on this date, and discussed the evaluation. Because the big thing I like to protect in the system is the employee's right to ask questions, rebut their manager, and actually there's a process after the meeting that the employee actually has the ability to go in the system and put any final comments they want. So the employee has the final say in the process. If there's still, the manager has a right to their assessment, but the employee has a right to make a final say on that if there's still disagreement.
Comments or questions for Mike? Okay, this is where I was going to insert Mike's evaluation, but I think I'll postpone that with your indulgence to get to other business for the moment. And then likewise dealing with any compensation issues that are done. But let me ask this. You have the option, obviously, of doing it publicly or privately. Do you have a preference as to how you want to handle it?
We might as well do it publicly. We've done it that way in the past.
So we'll do it. We've done it both ways in the past, just so you know. We did yours last time publicly, but we've done others. And I have no reason from anybody else that would close the evaluation, so we will do that way. Okay, Centralized Service Livestock Loss Board. George?
As usual, updated handout, and it also has some stuff as part of my discussion today. There's one of those for Donna to help her with the minutes as well.
Here, Mike, here's one for you.
I got one.
Okay, roll it.
Okay, we'll get to rolling. Chairman, board members, so far this calendar year, we're way ahead of a year ago for comparison as far as what we're paying out in the claims, which also means that Wildlife Services has also been quite a bit busier, but that's up for Craig's discussion. As you can see on the sheet, for the calendar year through today, we paid for 83 head of livestock. A year ago, same time frame, we paid for 38 head. So there's a pretty dramatic increase in the predation. Of these claims, 18 of the producers have paid their per capita, 16 have not. I believe 5 of those are tribal, so you could really say 11 have not, because tribal members do not have to pay. The primary ones on the non-payment has been 15 goats, 13 sheep, 6 cattle, and 2 llamas. Just so you have an idea of where the non-payments are really coming from. Primarily it's from goats and sheep. Okay, the next page gets into the discussion that I wanted to have with the board related to per capita. It's highlighted in yellow. That's the law change that will go into effect October 1st, where if a person is not paid per capita, they will not be paid a claim if they have a loss. When Senator Gillespie was running this bill, he was calling it pay for play. if you don't pay your livestock fees, you shouldn't be able to receive a claim. Because we're not funded by per capita, it's not really going to impact our board a whole lot, because it says livestock producer has paid per capita fees as required. I was hoping that maybe the board, because you guys are the beneficiaries of per capita, may be willing to put out like a little ad type of deal in the major newspapers in the state saying, are you aware of per capita? And kind of an explanation of it. And then with a caveat at the end of it, if you have a claim due to losses from grizzlies, wolves, or mountain lions, you would not be eligible for a payment. Where I'm headed with this is that as I've been contacting these people that haven't been paying per capita, the number one thing is to go, what is per capita? So there's a lack of knowledge out there because people aren't even aware that they owe it. And number two, they want to know, what's the per capita used for? Which is all outside of my board's purview, but it does come under this board's purview. So there's a lack of public knowledge out there about per capita. And I was hoping that you guys may put, like I said, ads in papers saying, are you aware of what per capita is? And well, rather than a news release where it says per capita, where people are just going to rush by it because they'll go, I don't know what that is. If you had it in a block ad, it may actually help you guys in your per capita collections, and then in turn would help me, because then I wouldn't be refusing people to pay claims.
It's one quick way for them to learn that they got to pay per capita is get a claim
But you're only talking about maybe 30 people in a year, so you're missing a huge amount that Nina's been talking about for years.
Yeah, we've all been talking.
My only issue operationally with that suggestion is that I don't think a newspaper ad's an effective marketing tool in 2019. And I actually think, and if that doesn't work, I mean, we've got access, tons of access to free media through the Western Ag Reporter, Tri-State News, Montana Ag Network, Northern Ag Network. You know, people we could work through that I think, and other newsletters, Farm Bureau's newsletter, they're sitting back there, that would easily, for free, publish you know, anything we pretty much want them to. And I think that would be seen by a lot more producers than a block ad in the newspaper.
Well,
that's just my thought.
I'll basically add to that, though. Most of these people I talk to don't subscribe to those newspapers. They're not people that look at the Western Ag Reporter. They may hear a blip on Northern Ag Network. I think that'd be the most effective one of all of them. I'll put so because I see.
That's all right. I didn't mean to interrupt.
But,
how did they learn about your program?
Yeah, right.
I have no idea.
See, they
I
want to
met,
know.
well, you know, I actually get calls in the weekends and nights because people apparently will look me up on the website and they'll go, what do I do? And then I have the sheet at home with Wildlife Services number.
I personally think a better route, and I'm not trying to say more information, I'm all about information and knowledge, right?
Right.
I think a better route to get these people informed of it, from your standpoint, would be to put it right on the front of your website. If you have not paid your per capita, you will not qualify for livestock loss payments.
The problem, I think, is the lack of knowledge about per capita in general.
And then there can be a link to Department of Livestock's per capita page. I assume we have something.
Mr. Chairman, I think a lot of people who have, you know, 3 horses and, you know, or a couple goats or a few sheep don't even know what the Department of Livestock is.
I believe that.
And so I agree with George a little bit that there needs to be some kind of public awareness. Nobody, I mean, you know, my neighbors who have a couple animals, and mostly it's horses, don't even know what per capita is or that it's something that's required. or, you know, anything about it. So I agree with Mike, you put it in those kinds of things, but there has to be some way to get to the general population as well.
And please note, my thing is, and maybe this is me making a generational concept here, just say, I probably haven't looked at a newspaper one ad in 15 years. And so I just don't think people look at it. I don't think that's what people go to. People get their media online. They read their news online.
Right.
Unless you're paying for a pop-up ad on that site, which is probably more money than we want to spend, that we could exercise our free media options and try to push it outside of that. I mean, that's the great thing here is that sometimes the things we're intending for an ag audience gets picked up by the regular news, and I think there's people who will help us do that. To make sure if the idea is awareness of per capita, I just think there's I don't know. Well, per capita is in the paper every year when it comes up. Our press release gets picked up by every newspaper in the state. I don't know that an ad is in the paper is going to move that needle. That's my only assessment. I'm not the actual strategy of promoting it. I'm fine with it, but we just have to make sure it's effective before we put money into it.
Right.
When you look at your list,
Free media ads. I was just saying, I'm sure you could get free media ads like radio
and if we were going to do paid media, we could do a radio PSA or something like that. It would probably be a lot more effective than newspaper.
out of your list of people that you pay, how many of them are repeat?
All the non-payers?
No.
Oh.
In terms of people that request payment from your program from year to year, how many of them are, what percentage are repetitive?
Well, just off the top of my head, I'd say that about half of them are repeats from year to year to year.
Okay.
And,
so the other question I had, from your board's perspective, is your board going to go to free news media with any kind of release?
we haven't even discussed it yet. So,
Okay, well,
but because this was, we don't receive any per capita money, I don't know how involved you'd even want our board to be.
well, I'm just reading the statute. The statute says before the board may issue a reimbursement for losses to livestock, producer eligible, so it's a change on the burden of your board.
Right.
Okay? So that's how I think you get involved in it.
Right.
Okay? Because it's required that your board take that out.
And that's
so
why I brought
I'm
it up.
saying, from your board's perspective, what are they doing to get the word out that they don't have a choice and there's been a legislative change?
And I was going to do what Mike said and put it out on our board's Facebook page. And Northern Ag Network always has told me anytime I have something,
Okay, so
I can give them a call.
I think, that's the first step. It seems to me your board ought to go out and say, the last legislature changed the burden here, and let's make a report. And both industry legislative activity that I remember, I don't remember seeing that as a highlighted issue, but you ought to highlight it, ask them to highlight it. And so then the next question I've got is that what disseminated document does your board think will reach the most people out there to give them this information?
The only thing I really have, and that's, if you flip your thing over, I put it as a highlight on the top of the form, so when they get to actually click the claim form, very first thing they're going to see is that they have to pay their per capita.
Right, but I'm talking about you've made a request to this board for this department to act.
Yep.
What it is I'm trying to find out is what are you requesting the board here to approve for the department to act? What fashion? Free media?
I brought it up as a discussion to find out what you guys would be willing to do.
Well, I guess the issue is you don't know what you're willing to do until you can figure out what it is the options are.
Right.
What options do you think, from your board's perspective, would be the best?
Well, from our board's perspective, because of our budget, it would be free media.
Okay, so So then if you guys go out from the Livestock Loss Board with free media, and we do the same thing, and the industry helps us, then that's what you're looking for?
Well, I was trying to figure out a way to reach the people who aren't part of Farm Bureau or aren't part of stock growers. The ones that Sue was talking about, people who never would learn of this, don't even learn of per capita.
Yeah, but I got that, but I'm
Public
asking you, what
service
is it that,
announcements.
what is
I
it you
still-
want us to do?
I still
Do that.
think buying a square, put in the newspaper. I mean, goes to the generational thing. I still read newspapers every day.
Okay, so you're asking us to do a paid advertisement in
Yeah.
newspapers.
Like all the lead.
How many?
How many, what are we talking about?
Well, you're talking Great Falls, Missoula, Great Falls, Billings, Bozeman, the major towns that have papers.
And how many square inches per ad?
That's expensive.
What
Jesus.
kind of?
Well, that would depend on what you'd be willing to do and how much of a description you'd want to put in. Because right now, people just flat don't know. The
Yeah,
ones
well-
I talk to just don't know that per capita even exists.
George,
Yes, sir.
we got that.
Yes.
But what I'm trying to push against is how to solve the problem you're raising and what solutions your board would like. So if we put an ad,
Yeah.
paid for an ad that's the size of that,
Yeah.
what would you put in it?
Well,
I think
I-
that's something that we would have to write up.
Well, actually, it's their board's responsibility to deny it, so they're gonna have to tell us by statute, what it is they
I
want.
have a more important question. Has your board met since this was passed?
no.
That would probably be a necessity.
It'll become an agenda topic.
Okay,
Well, it
so-
already is going to be an agenda topic because we have to figure out exactly how we're going to handle it. Because you have 4-H animals, you have all kinds of things.
That's what I'm trying to get to. So we don't just go out willy-nilly. So
But-
your board will meet when?
We just got a chairman appointed last Thursday.
Okay, so,
So we'll have to, after July 1st, Seth Wilson's our new board chair. He was appointed.
Is he in country?
He's back in the States, but he won't be even back to Montana until the middle of July. So we can't even have a meeting until probably in August, which I'm going to recommend to the board because I have to have a knee replacement in October.
okay, so if you have a meeting in August, you figure out how you're gonna handle it and what you're gonna say in what way, and you provide that information to our group,
Okay.
then and to the free media list that you deal with, we can double hit the free media. And then relative to paid ads, you should have them identify for us what you want in what size ad where.
And that's actually a joint thing between, it would depend on what you guys also want in there as far as.
But John is asking you to come to us
Yes.
after your board
Yeah.
with your request. Don't rely on us to tell you what you want. You tell us what you want, and we'll do what we can.
Fine.
Right?
Yeah,
I mean, it's not disrespectful. It's just he's asking you to come to us with it. You want that big? You want that big? What do you want put in it, so that we can figure out if it's cost effective or not,
And
if it says the things that need to be said or not.
all right. I still think it somewhat depends on what you guys would want in as a description. To
After
catch
you
those
come to
people.
us with that,
Yes.
we'll let you know if we'd like to see changes,
All right.
and if
Done.
we're able to do it.
let's put it another way, that we'd be unwilling to publish something we didn't think was accurate.
Right.
So when you get it, but the burden here in this statute is the Livestock Loss Board. So we
Right.
want to make sure that whatever we say
Right.
to whoever we say it is accurate.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
And if I may, what I'm a little confused about is, the best description I can have is a bit of the tail wagging the dog.
Right.
In that, are we promoting this because of the change to Livestock Loss Board, or are we promoting this because we want to promote per capita payment because we know we've got areas where we need to improve particularly with certain species.
It's
Right.
And if we're doing that, that's a different message than messaging that the Livestock Loss Board now has a new requirement, and if you're going to make a claim, which I'm sorry, with those folks that are, not in production, who haven't been paying per capita, I still think the only way you're going to make them know about per capita is when someone tells them they can make a claim, and they make a claim, right? I don't think they're out there looking for information of how to pay fees on their few animals or menagerie or whatever they have at their home.
More to be honest.
But I think we can promote in specific areas and specific species that we know are a problem, and try to do a targeted approach, which would help this. If we just increase overall per capita payment, then less people make a claim and have it denied because they haven't paid their per capita. So, I mean, the reason we would want to do this is not because of this statutory change, it's because it's the right thing for us to do. And also, the conversation, I want to be careful about the conversation, because if we do it, I mean, with you being an employee of the department, it is all the same thing, right?
Right.
It is the Department of Livestock.
Exactly.
If the Livestock Loss Board wants to make a statement, then that needs to come out of those individuals.
Right.
They need to get together, have a meeting, and do that. But all the mechanisms are in place. I mean, for the free media, we cooperate with Department of Ag. They have a very extensive media list of every newspaper in the state. So just like last week when we wanted to get the word out on our African swine fever training sessions, we get the press release, we go to them, they send it out, and I believe we've had a pretty good track record of getting our information published across the state, and I think we'll continue. And I think people will, and then we have an article maybe in the front couple of pages of the paper versus a block ad. But I just want to be careful that the tail is not wagging the dog. That if Livestock Loss Board has something they specifically want to communicate, they should do that. But our reasonings for doing it are a little higher order. That's part of it, but it's a different outcome that we're looking for.
I fully agree with what Mike just said. He just nailed it.
Well, let me just
That's fair.
contradict both of you.
Okay.
Is that statute doesn't say that.
Well, I'm getting
Okay.
beyond it. I'm just saying.
And
do
so
it
the
for
higher
right
order
reasons.
here is the law of the state of Montana, which is that the burden is on your board to deny and to establish a process and administer a program. Okay?
Right.
It doesn't say the Board of Livestock. And so
Right.
we've gone through this winter being blamed for stuff, and I'm not going to keep doing that.
Right.
Personally. The rest of the board may want to submit to that, but I don't want to. So I want personally, and I'm just one vote, to have your board tell us what information they want disseminated in what format, and then we can be as helpful as possible
I agree.
to get that whole thing done. Or not, depending on their viewpoint.
Right, but it doesn't mean the answer is yes.
Right.
Right.
I said or not, depending on the viewpoint.
I fully agree.
Okay. All right, any more questions?
I'll add one other thing on how I'm handling the tribal part because they're exempt. In your handout, there's also the form. The way it's going to be handled is down at the bottom, or your name of tribe and tribal enrollment number. Department of Revenue has a form that asks that same information. I just used that same information and added it. That will be our new claim form as of October 1st.
Okay, so what does the statute mean when it says a tribal entity participating in an authorized agreement pursuant to the other section?
We have tribal agreements that allow me to pay claims on tribal lands. It's our 2 tribal members. And we can enter into an agreement with the tribe if we had potentially a grant, which we have never had. We have to have a tribal agreement in place before I can do any actions on tribal lands. If it's fee lands within a reservation, I can pay a claim according to the attorneys with the governor's office when this first came out.
So my point is, the questions that you're asking relative to tribal members and exemptions don't seem to add up to what that statute says to me. But that's not my problem. I'm just making an observation. Said you said tribal members per capita exemption, name of tribe, tribal enrollment number, but it doesn't say anything about an agreement
How many tribes do you have?
under that
I
section.
only have agreements with Blackfeet and CSKT,
That's what I thought.
and I've attempted to get agreements with other tribes and have never gotten responses back in my attempts.
I thought it was.
And I've even went through the governor's tribal office to try to get those things done.
Do those agreements include per capita payment?
No,
Okay.
tribes are exempt from per capita.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just thought maybe an agreement. I don't know what that section says, so it beats me.
Yeah,
It's
get-
another section of the law that just says we enter into tribal agreements, which allows us to provide payments on reservation lands,
So you only have 2 tribes,
2 tribes,
on the Blackfeet or the Salish.
right?
So do wildlife services get called on those two then?
They
As
do.
a year process?
That's actually will be part of Craig's presentation because they just hired a new person to work on Blackfeet.
Okay, other question, Dinah?
So just the way the law's written, so if somebody from the Cheyenne or the Crow gave you a
A claim,
claim, you could not
I
pay
cannot pay it.
because you don't have a
A tribal agreement.
tribal agreement. Okay.
That's all I have. There's quite a bit,
Anything else?
apparently.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I've got a question for Brian, I guess, and George, and I guess Milk isn't here. But have we solved the issues of process relative to reimbursement and payment?
Relative
what?
to reimbursement
Well,
and payment.
A
I'm sorry.
request for travel, request for expenditures as an attached board for budgetary purposes. Do we have the processes now in place relative to approvals and payment that we've experienced in the last 6 months or more?
I would say no, but to mitigate that, I would say that on both of the goals for the next 6 months of those bureau chiefs is to construct board policies and guidelines similar to what the Board of Livestock has, or maybe, I mean, they don't exist. So we don't really have a way to codify or put these things down. And so constructing that should facilitate that conversation and make sure we get that clear.
And I think it'll help if I walk through the parameters, which is that have to be dealt with in that process and where there were gaps, and going back to state policies, statutes, and other things around employee travel. So the first thing to be understood is out-of-state travel has to be approved by a director. Okay, that's the first thing to understand. The director of this agency is the board. The board, through their policies and procedures, has not delegated that authority to me. I'm not asking you to. I'm just saying you haven't. So therefore, George, as an employee of the Department of Livestock, Chad Lee, as an employee of the Department of Livestock, has to have approval from this board for out-of-state travel. That's unquestionable. The thing that we have to deal with, though, is that travel is expending money that is under the direction of one of those 2 other boards. So as I have put it, and I've had this conversation with George and Chad, I feel like they're under, unfortunately, an obligation of double approval. They need approval from their board of the expenditure. They need approval from this board to be in compliance with state policy. And if those boards want to cede all their authority to the Department of Livestock, they need to, through their policies and procedures, make that decision to say, we're going to relinquish that to the board, all of it to the Board of Livestock. Otherwise, he's got to go to his board, they've got to approve the money, and he's got to come here for the director approval because he's an employee of the Department of Livestock and under this director.
But as I remember previous discussions, the other process would be, even if they wanted to cede it to this board, we could be in a position where a part of our procedure for the attached is a requirement that they approve the travel. So that this board isn't approving travel that their board would disapprove of.
Right.
Oh.
And so So I think we need to be careful how that's communicated, because even if they were to say, okay, we're going to cede everything to our board, this board would have to put together parameters. And I, for one, would say their board has to approve the travel before I want to vote on it.
Yeah. And I think
Right?
that's,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
and I would say that I support that. I think that's right. I think the issue this board has to be concerned with is that if in any audit world there was a problem with that trip, it would be this board that would be held accountable, not livestock loss, not Board of Milk Control, because they don't have the same legal obligation you have, and through me, meaning that director. So in another agency, it goes up to the director. Director approves it.
Right.
The director stands accountable to the audit, not that individual board. So that's where the board has to exercise a bit of oversight. Unfortunately, I use that term of some of those types of decisions. And George and I were having this conversation the other day where, there's got to be a separation. There's a separation between the policy decisions. So whether they want to, the example I gave George when we were talking the other day was, if they wanted to pursue legislation to pay for losses to golden eagles, I think it would be inappropriate for this board to overrule that, to let them move that forward if the governor's office was willing to let them do that, so on and so forth, because that's a policy decision of that board. However, on things like out-of-state travel, I think that's where this board has an obligation, because if that out-of-state travel did not meet the standards in the Montana Operations Manual, then we would get the audit finding for not having exercised the proper oversight and control, because our employee traveled outside of policy. If that, I'm maybe even confusing you more than that.
Oh, no, I get it.
The eagle that lost me.
Well, I'm just saying, I was trying to give a policy example that,
I
Yeah.
know. The only issue I want to make sure of is that we've got our ducks in order relative to requests that are made for expenditures of funds, as to who has the authority and doesn't. And I don't want to approve travel here unless travel is approved by the board. I'm assuming that other expenditures aren't approved here, that their expenditures are approved by the board, because the statute tells me that they're the ones responsible for the process.
I agree.
yeah.
Okay? And so they got to go through those payment processes. So I just want to make sure that
But
we're
if there's
not,
an audit, we get dinged.
we're attached, but we're not.
Mr. Chair, I think we're clear
We're on the
from
same
the attached
page.
agency
Okay.
and from myself and Mike on what the intent of the Board of Livestock is. We just need to have those conversations
Okay.
through their boards also.
Yeah, and that's where our role, like I said, our role with that is to make sure that those expenditures are within state policy, not
Right.
necessarily guiding what they're on, but guiding as to whether they've happened within the policy, within the procedures, proper controls, because under law, the parent agency has that obligation, and it's that way for not just these two, but all other attached agencies across state government.
And I just want to make sure we communicate with their boards, so their
Yeah.
boards know that that's the process. It's not Georgia's problem. We need to communicate. Anyway, okay.
Yeah.
If they don't meet, though, how do you communicate?
Well, we're going to have
If
to
they
do it
never
with a
have
letter.
a board meeting.
You're going to have to do it with a letter. Notify them what the process is, and then if they don't
Right.
want to follow it, deny travel.
Okay.
Simple. If they don't want to follow it, deny expenditures.
Okay.
Because, I mean, that's the only thing we can do.
That usually brings it around, right?
Yeah, it's the only thing we can do. And I'm sure they'll be fine. Okay. Craig. Thanks, George.
Thanks.
Oh, before he leaves, I saw somewhere in communications issues dealing with your building. And I thought what I saw, and I could be totally all wet here.
Go ahead.
No, yeah, just should take a second. Was that in the passage of the expansion of the new museum, your building gets wiped out?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Potentially.
Well, I haven't been part of. I haven't
Yeah,
been
I've got a
part of
paper
those
right here
things.
that Nana brought me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's this going to be? You and milk control, right?
It would be, yes.
Your building goes away.
Right.
My
Right.
board at one point was willing, because of our budget, to have me work from home. And that as a remote. That's not a discussion that we really have here, because the
Right,
building
yeah.
still exists.
And once again, there's one of those conversations where I think we have to be careful. Your board doesn't determine where you work.
Right.
The Department of Livestock determines where you work.
Okay, so.
Right, because I'm an employee of the
But
department.
yeah, we haven't had those conversations.
So number one, your building is affected by the expansion of the museum.
Yes, there's also talks of them buying the former mall property, so.
Okay, but I understand, but right now it is, right? And your boards, those boards know that?
We're just getting used to or understanding what's going to happen with that. Because I've not, until Nina shared this with me today, I've never seen that design.
Well, what's the
I haven't
impact?
seen any of this either.
Yeah, it
Would
shows
it-
a parking lot where his building currently sits.
Okay, but does that mean tomorrow or 5
did
years
get
from
your
now,
email.
10 days from now? What's the timing?
I have not been part of any of these conversations. I have no clue.
Yeah,
The
Mr. Chair, I
timing-
think the timing is yet to be determined, but it would be contingent on when they get together and start planning, their construction timeline, it would be in there.
Is it in this calendar
They
year?
don't know yet. No, I
Oh, yeah.
can't
All
imagine.
right.
It
Yeah.
was
And
told
Have fun in
me,
your building.
very good chance construction would start within a year. And that was told me a month ago.
Yeah, and however
Okay.
I'd say is
So-
Department of Administration has the obligation
Right.
to help us find a
Right.
location for that, whether it's back over here in one of these houses or whether we find a home inside this building. I'll say today we're a long ways from it, and I don't know where we would put it. My preference would be to bring everybody back home to this building. That's my preference from a management perspective. But I don't know if it's possible because I don't know where any free space exists unless Ag's willing to trade us something.
But it's not something we have to deal with right this second.
No.
Right.
Okay, because the email made it sound like October was going to be construction time.
Yeah, I was going to say, all of this is new to me right now, this minute. So.
Yeah, check and make sure you got a key. Okay.
We'll find out when there's a notice on the door when we show up.
Okay.
Pack your bags.
Craig.
Chairman, members of the board, how we doing?
Good,
Good.
good.
Good. John had prior commitments, so he wasn't able to come, so you get second fiddle again. Update, 2 new employees, one in Ms. Taylor's area. Hopefully he's doing well, he hit the ground running. Pretty excited about him. Hired a new specialist for Glacier County. That was some new funding from USDA kind of filtered down. That's been an exercise of interest because a big part of that is on the Blackfeet reservation. So trying to work with the tribe, MOUs, that kind of stuff. But anyhow, excited. New engine in November 752, which is a USDA owned plane. We had the engine already. That should be about out. That's mostly for the Eastern District. So that's that. Had a big training here in Helena with what we call the Western District, which is the kind of my team. We have to do recurrent aeroguided training, which we have yeah, bless you. We have a facility in Cedar City, Utah, and there's a new crew member trainer that came up. I'm also a crew member trainer. He kind of wanted to see how my training went. And so that was good to get everybody together. We did some cold weather survival stuff for helicopter crashes and all. It was really geared towards safety. A lot of that stuff, it was really, really good. Did some shotgun exercises, some rifle exercises, and actually it's not part of the crew member stuff, but we had an individual, it's actually a producer that trains with the Navy SEALs, come and do some pistol work with us in the event that we are charged by a grizzly bear, that kind of stuff. So some holster stuff, some manipulation. It was pretty neat. Basically threw us on our backs and had to shoot from laying down on our back and that kind of stuff. It was the specialist really, I knew that would get
Are
your
you
attention.
shooting at eagles?
That golden eagle there.
Yeah.
Earlier.
No. So that was a really, really well accepted training for the specialist, because a lot of the pistol stuff we really haven't focused too much on that type of training, just simply getting the pistol out of your holster and not having an effect by your clothing and the quickest weight and all that good stuff. And then with that, also did some bear spray training too, where actually sprayed almost a dozen cans and got stuff in people's lungs and eyes and all that fun stuff. And so it was really good to see what you're actually going to have to use when faced with those situations. How long it lasts, how much comes out, how far it was. And it was actually, I want to give a special thanks to Ms. Bacchus because it was on your place, the training, the field training.
Well, and the last time I got hit.
Yeah, and so.
With bear spray?
Oh, yeah.
So, and it was really windy.
Your own?
No,
See, it's great training.
he was doing the demonstrating.
I thought you were supposed to spray it at the bears.
Well, so, and that day, actually, as it went on, the wind picked up. So wind's always an issue, right? Really interesting to see what bear spray will do with a 15-mile-an-hour wind, which it won't even get to you hardly.
Yeah, don't give me ideas, Craig. I could be useful. I could have a can for board control.
Crowd control.
The
Yeah.
one thing that I learned from that is the bear spray is in an oil base,
Very much.
so it falls down on the dirt around you. Every time you walk through that dirt, you kick it right back up again.
Oh.
And so if it happens to explode in your car, you have to use soap and water to wash it out because it's an oil base.
So,
I'll be done.
My brother learned that too.
Yeah.
Then he went to the spring to try to wash himself
Oh, no,
off.
no.
Didn't work.
No.
No, it spreads.
Okay, there we go.
So yeah, so that was really good. The trainer was very happy with the training we put on, all that good stuff. And then with that being said, over the weekend, it sounds like some riders down in the Gravelies had to shoot a grizzly bear that were just checking cattle. It would come off an elk calf. Don't know where that's at. Don't know if they hit it or died or whatever. So
We had 2 of those down there last year.
yeah, so that happened just this weekend, so that's interesting. Wolves are really busy. Matter of fact, in the hangar, I've put with each specialist the number of packs that we're dealing with currently or that are coming on board that we will probably have problems with this year. So wolf-wise, it's going to be busy. Confirmed a couple more kills. 2 different producers down the Big Hole this weekend trying to do that. Actually solve some problems. We are currently, this leads into budget stuff. We just got our federal budget here last week. It looks like it's maintaining. We were out of Fish, Walk, and Parks money for wolf flying, so producers were writing checks for that. The Western stock growers just had to pay $3,000 for one control action, which actually was really pretty cost effective because we were able to remove 7 wolves with just that one flight, and so anyhow, so that was good, but it comes from somewhere. Lots of lion stuff, bear stuff is busy too. Any questions? Cows seem to be calming down a little bit for some people. That's it.
No, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Very much.
Thanks.
Okay, how about this proposition? We adjourn for lunch. It's now 12. We come back again at 12:30 and do Mike's evaluation.
Oh.
And then move into the Fiscal Bureau. Would that work for everybody, or do you need longer? Do you like 45 minutes instead of 30? What's your
Just tell us. Don't ask us, just tell
Well,
us.
if you need more time, I want to make sure we accommodate it. Okay, so we'll adjourn now, and we'll come back in at 12:30 for an open session on evaluation. So have your evaluation piece. Welcome.
Good to see you.
So, you all received the form from Brett. Process-wise, from Brett. Yeah, from Brett. Attached to his email. So process-wise, the normal process would be that Mr. Honeycutt would provide for us his previous review, but he hasn't done that. And so we have all filled out our forms. And so,
Kind of.
sort of, but, and so I think what we'll do, and I have the information concerning salary, but we'll deal with that after the review part. So, what we will do is follow what we've done in the past, which we will take one section at a time and plow through it. If you have comments you'd like to make them. Under the ratings and comments section, you can skip them if you'd like. You can read them if you want. You can ignore them. But we do need to have what your rating is, even if there are no comments. And then at the end of that page, there are competencies on the back. You can do the same thing relative to how you rated them. And the only thing that wasn't, what I did is I looked back to the rating process we used before, which was excellent, exceeds, meets, needs improvement, doesn't need. And that's what we used last year.
1 through 5, 5 being the high.
Yeah,
right?
but you can do numbers too if you want. Because the
I
way that,
I didn't rate anything because I didn't know what scale we were.
that's right, you can do it on the fly.
That might not be good.
Well, that's our obligation. though.
Okay, yep.
So whether you do it numerically or whether you do it with meets and exceeds, if you look back to 2000 and last year's review, there's a statement made somewhere in that cover letter. The rating at the bottom of each description.
Label that if it talks later on.
1, 2, 5.
You know, 1 being terrible, 5 being the greatest. or-
Yeah.
At the bottom of each of the goals under 2017 and 18 for Mike's review was ratings, friends, exceeds, meets, needs improvement, does not meet. That was from the previous one. Okay? So and you can pass on any one, but I'll just, whatever it takes. And then at the end, we'll turn these in. And then Mike, he can do it orderly if he'd like to. Or not, has an opportunity to look at comments, to look at the ratings, and the next meeting he can come back and comment about any issues that he agrees or disagrees with. He can do it in writing if he would like, and that's preferably if there's a disagreement, what should be done, and make any comments or clarifications he'd like to make at the next meeting, and he can do it now if he'd like, so we won't bar that from happening. If he gets up and totally walks out of the room, then we'll know we got more of a problem than we thought originally. And it's his choice to have this open or closed at this point, and he's chosen to have it open and on record. So, with that, under the form reviews that we have, Brett, do you want to comment about any?
I think you've done a good job.
Okay, so under objectives, goals section. Oh, one other thing that I would say. I forgot to say this. In each of these sections, I'm sure some of you have a remembrance of how each one of these got plugged in there. But don't expect me to tell you how each one. So like under 3,
Yeah, thank you.
Right.
A, B, and C. As I remember, what happened is the Personnel Committee came up with some goals after the review for the following year, and these were the ones, objectives that they were placed in them before, with Mike's concurrence.
Is that how they got there? Because I don't
Yeah.
remember.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if
We
you look
need
at the
to
year, but if you look at the year
that
before,
process again.
they're even more extensive under his goals. These were not quite as extensive, which I figured was because the board was involved in it.
Oh, we got a good rating there, didn't we?
Okay, so number 1, manage department budget within spending authority limits and report monthly to the Board of Livestock real-time assessments on expenses, year-end projections, and statements of revenue. Brett. Oh, did you have a question?
No.
You want to start?
No, sure.
Okay.
There you go.
You have your hand up, so I was just going to go around the room, then I'll
That's
reverse
fine.
it next time.
That's fine.
I'll start with Brett.
I just kept mine pretty simple. I had a rating of 1 to 10, 1 being the poorest, 10 being the best. I rated number 1 as a 9. My comment would be Mike and his team are doing a good job keeping the DOL budget in line and the reports to DOL. Pretty simple.
Okay, Lila?
Well, I did a 1 to 5, so, you know, we're going to be a little different
All right.
here. Did a 4, and I...
Multiplied by 2.
Huh? Well,
You
I
just
know. Okay,
multiply it by
8.
2. 8.
Plus, It's got a plus on it, so might not be a 9, I don't know. But I think in my thing, it's important that he works well with Brian, so there's some continuity, get to be some continuity. To me, that's really important. That's
Sue?
it.
I gave him I did 1 to 5, so I gave him a 10, and I said the monthly updates are very helpful.
Wait a minute. You said you used 1 to 5 and you gave him a 10?
Well, you said
Multiply by 2.
you said double it.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Somebody else probably
Okay.
used gold stars and smiley faces.
8.
8, okay. I said exceeds, committed to understanding, discussing, informing, and managing budget issues as they arise. Worked well with managers to understand and made realistic observations. Number 2, Nina.
First off, what is professional development opportunities for all staff?
Trainings for their job-related tasks, additional trainings, learning. So going to, whether it's them or through the state, various things that they need to do to get better at their job.
Which is something, for the most part, I don't think we're aware of people, all kinds of training that people have. Is that correct?
You may or may not be.
But you got to remember,
Yes.
these are this document was created by the board.
Right.
Okay, so if you want to pass on that one, no problem.
And you're
Okay.
welcome to ask too, so
Yeah.
please don't feel like
I'll
there's
pass.
something you want
Okay.
to ask.
Sue.
Ask.
I gave him another 5 or 10. I think he's done a great job, and I think it's a very cohesive group.
I give him a 9. I think Mike's always had the staff on his radar, probably maybe before the rest of us, but the staff for sure. And he always gives them opportunities for progress, I think.
9, no comment.
Okay, I had a meets, and my comment was the new HR policy and review was implemented during this last calendar year, from what I can tell, very, very well. Some of the things I'm like 9, I don't know exactly what professional development opportunities were provided for all staff. Number 3, Sue, you want to start number 3?
Improve the efficiency of the Meat and Poultry Bureau through collaboration with managers in the labor organization. I gave him a 4 or 8. I think it seems to be much better. The plan is working, and because it's in progress, I think give him perfect.
Nina.
I gave him an 8. This is one I was a little bit concerned why with Marty in charge where Mike was sort of still, I mean, I know you're in it.
We were in limbo when we did this. a
Right,
year ago,
that's-
though. We were
yeah.
in between the change.
But anyway, 8.
Yeah.
Brett?
9, my comment is I appreciate the effort being put into this bureau and believe positive strides are being made.
I rated it meets, comment, appropriate communication with customers, needs monitoring and continual improvement. Large gains have been made in the last 2 years, still need to clarify, communicate, and educate with regards to business process. Dinah?
I gave him an 8, and I think there needs to be work done on explaining to inspectors that they do need to document, whether they're using their cell phone or not. It's not a question of whether they want to, it's they will do. We need the documentation.
Lila? Number 4.
5. I have heard nothing but positive comments from people about the legislature and Mike's performance there and how he can address issues without being confrontational. So 10, I guess you call it.
Bamboozle wasn't in there or anything.
No, but that's all right, however it works.
Brett?
9, interacts well with committee members, legislators in these regards.
I rated him exceeds. He worked well with the budget office and fiscal analyst. He provided timely, consistent, and appropriate information to the governor, to the legislature in a professional manner, maintaining his own personal integrity. I know.
9, I think he worked well with, I think although we're still working with the lab complex. So that, and you did very well with the legislature. The process for developing the 2021 is in limbo, so I can't comment on that because we haven't done it yet.
Okay, number 5. I just put meets with no comment. Brett?
I put a 9 again. As far as I can tell, this area is being well addressed.
8. I did an 8. No comment.
10.
Sue?
10. And I put just yes, he does.
Okay.
Nina,
Nina.
okay. You want me to do
Okay.
6?
No, I
Sure.
want you to
I
report.
said 9.
Oh, okay. No comments?
No.
Okay, number 6, Brett.
Number 6, I put an 8 down. I put distributes regular email to the board. I said this on a personal basis. I said, however, I feel that I could be brought into the discussion somewhat better.
And I put almost getting better. Always willing to discuss 101, but sometimes we don't get the information before we get the questions from producers. But you're getting much better.
I put 5 much better too.
Anna?
I said 6. And again, getting information from producers, getting blindsided is not a good thing. And I think that does happen. I think a lot of times it happens because those of you within this building are so familiar with the subject that you forget that those of us outside the building haven't heard what's going on yet.
Okay, I did a meets plus. My comment was you need to maintain a follow-up list for issues and manage them so they don't become repetitive and behind timelines. We picked up some of those. Okay, 7, Nina.
Late. I find, going back through minutes, that there are things that have been requested, information that's been requested, and other things have come up and it's been forgotten, and things have a tendency to pile up, and that's, we're trying to deal with some of that now. So I think I would give you a 6 on this, and hope that there can be improvement in whatever's dealt with at the meeting. If there's things that are information asked for the next meeting, that it's there. And I think sometimes it's not looked at until the minutes come out, and then it's kind of late for department heads to get the information, and perhaps it needs to be looked at sooner than that.
If you could write down some specific examples for me, I'd appreciate it.
Sue?
I put 5. From the time that I've started on the board, I think things are being streamlined pretty efficiently.
4.5. The agendas just could get to us a little sooner. That's the only thing for me who drives, who doesn't have somebody to read with me, or can't speak to me while I'm driving. It's nicer to get it a few days in.
9 appears to do a very good job in this area.
I put down meets. I just, you've heard me say this before. And I'm squeezing it into this one. I think the toughest part of your job is trying to deal with the industry and the governor's office and straddle the barbed wire in between. So I wrote down in comments, make sure industry communication is at appropriate levels, remembering that the industry is the backbone of the budget, support, and the future, while maintaining appropriate engagement with the governor's office and your staff. Okay, anything anybody wants to add to the goals section? Now we'll move into the next one. Sue.
Trust. Displays high integrity and honesty and is trusted by members of his or her work group. Stakeholders trust the leader's ideas and opinions regarding agency manners. his employees and others work very well with him. They think he's a great person, and I do too.
Dinah,
A 10, a 5, whatever it's called. I don't
5 or 10?
Because this is one of my biggest things. If you can't trust him, I don't want him. So,
Brett?
9, I said Mike appears to have the trust and backing of most all he works with.
Mine was exceeds or excellent plus, because I think that's one of the things that was obvious during this legislative session, especially, was the integrity that you displayed to the legislature and their response back to you when they're engaging in difficult issues.
Next one? Oh,
Yep.
no, I said good.
Okay, strategic focus. Lila?
I put yes. I don't know. 9 maybe. This one's hard for me to know for, mainly because we've come from where we've come, and we're getting through a lot of things, but, and I think a lot of the planning maybe will help that.
Brett?
9, nice work being done in this area.
I put meets with no comments.
Good.
Sue?
Good.
Okay,
10.
results oriented. See, is that me, I guess, huh? Takes initiative and analyzes issues and solves problems, identifies trends, potential problems, and opportunities early, seeks opportunities to accomplish challenging goals, evaluates options and implements effective solutions, follows through to meet or exceed commitments. I said that he meets those expectations.
I put an 8, initiative, analyzing, solving problems seem to be done very well. Identifying trends and potential problems may need some more focus.
It's probably a 9. Mike has a nice way of addressing issues without being, most of the time, until confrontational. And a lot of times, we don't know what he does. I mean, I've learned, because I call and talk to him every now and then, but the way things are taken care of without us know everything.
When you know about it, it's usually a failure.
Well, I don't
Sue.
know.
I put a 10. Said he does that every day.
Dinah?
Meets?
Okay, Brett, innovative.
Innovative, supports innovation, champions change, creates an atmosphere of continuous improvement. I put a 9. I feel he's very willing, where prudent, to accept and analyze new avenues to better productivity.
Lila?
I didn't do it.
Okay.
I
Sue?
put a 10.
I mean, I gave him an 8, but I didn't make any comments.
Dinah?
Yes.
Okay, and I,
You're laughing.
having had a,
This is the different answer.
had a whole bunch of continuous improvement indoctrination, and I wrote down that I don't really know whether you follow, because I have that definition of continuous improvement that's
Oh, yeah.
out in the world that you run into. So I don't. Okay, optimistic, Nina.
I question energizes people to achieve exceptional results. And I don't know about that. And so the rest of it, it remains calm. There are times when your voice does not necessarily indicate what's going on inside, but those of us who know you know that calmness is probably not there at that moment. But otherwise, yes.
It's just us.
Because he gets red in the face.
It's when you take the little bottle out of your pocket.
Take care.
And so I would say you do pretty darn
That's
good.
when he lifts up that coffee cup.
No, he doesn't even need that.
Cheers.
Sue?
I put a 10. Calm, great, positive, helpful.
Lila?
Are we on to the next one? Right?
Have you done
No.
optimistic already?
Optimistic.
We have not done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
9.
Okay.
Very.
Brett?
9, Mike has a good demeanor.
And I rated him that he exceeds. let's see, is it Sue's turn to start?
Do I read it?
Sure, that way the public knows.
Effectively listens and communicates, effectively represents the organization in key forums, promotes cooperation between work groups, effectively resolves conflicts, communicates effectively with key stakeholders, actively listens to individuals' input, and is accessible to others. And I said he listens to the ranchers or his people on all issues, very empathetic to everyone.
Lila?
Yeah, I gave him a 10.
Brett?
I gave him an 8. Represents the organization very well. Advances cooperation where and when able. Communicates very well. The spot I think that could use a little help at times is perhaps some improvement in listening could be helpful for his personal advancement.
Okay, I wrote down the exceeds and said usually well done, but sometimes delivers too much info responding to a particular question, and that you maintain great flexibility.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You put yes.
There's a joke
Yes,
about that.
yes,
I'll
yes.
tell you it later. Okay. Lila.
Encourages development, effectively communicates performance expectations and issues with staff, provides guidance and opportunities to staff members for the development and advancement, and I put I guess 4 pluses and 9. Yes.
Right.
9. Mike appears to interact well with staff and seems to have a positive rapport with them.
I just simply wrote down I don't know.
I don't know.
Nina. Okay. Sue.
I said 10, always improving procedures, because I seem to hear that from people.
Okay, so
What about the overall summary
Gentlemen?
and comments?
anybody have overall summary and comments?
Good God, how much
No.
more
I do.
Fire away.
Just because you wrote it, we have to know. Just kidding.
Yeah.
You have to listen to it.
That's right. That's right.
Mike is a very good manager that appears to have the trust and respect of those who work with and for him.
Any other overall comment?
Excellent job in all areas.
There we go. Anybody else? Okay, so let's turn those in so that he can peruse them in his
Name on there,
own
yeah.
work.
Yeah, I did.
Want the date on it?
Would you like to make any comments now, or would you like to
Put the date
just
on
sort of wait
mine.
till next
Might
meeting?
wanna
Or what
date
would
'em.
you like to do?
Oh, no, generally overall, I mean, there's not anything I can't be pleased with that. So appreciate the feedback. Appreciate all the positive comments. So thankful for that.
How about the negative ones?
Well, there wasn't much negative there.
No.
It was, it was feedback, but not, what I would call harsh feedback. That affects your gut. No, I appreciate and just continue to ask for the board's understanding and that, one of the things I think that's difficult about the board executive officer relationship that I think is where some of the challenges that we talk about arise is, as you said, this is a very active place, day in, day out. We're not sitting around waiting for someone to call us to tell us what to do. The action here is initiated by what's going on out in the field, and a lot of activity, and of course there's problems. And so, and it kind of goes to the comments I made this morning. I just always ask for the board's understanding that what you see in your 20 or 25 days of exposure with department staff may not be reflective of what's happening over 250 days in a year of activity and action. And also to have understanding that personal issues sometimes can be really important to an individual, but it may not be at the high order of what has to happen in the department that day because of something else that's going on that happens. So I just always ask the board to keep that in mind when you're thinking about how things happen here, that this is a busy, active place with a lot of activity and transactions every day, and to remember that If there's one thing on your mind, there's probably 30 things that have been going on here that particular day. For all of us, just not for me, but for all the staff. And I want to point out what Lila said. I think that's great. That's why I said when she hears about it's a failure. So for every complaint you get, there's probably 25 we solved that the board never knew about because we solved them before they ever got there.
Right. Mm-hmm. That's good.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, so here's the information concerning salary and compensation. There's two different things that we need to deal with here. I gave Brett a copy, and if anybody else wants a copy for your records, we can make a copy. But here's the simple issue. The legislature this year approved a 50-cent increase for directors that are at the same level per year, 50 cents per year, same level as Mike. That equates in his case, to about a 1% increase. So 50 cents equals about 1%, give or take. Previous sessions, the legislature has put the percentage in and said 1% or whatever the percentage is. But in this case, this year, they said 50 cents, not 1%. So the first issue is the 50-cent increase for the biennium that other directors would be entitled to. Mike, as you all know, is a contracted employee, available for contract under state statute. And in that contract, any raises we provide are basically addendums to his contract on a going forward basis. So were he not a contract employee, he would get a 50-cent increase commencing in January of 2020, which is the same time frame that all other employees received their increase. Okay? So that's issue number one. And I'll come back to that. Issue number two is a little more complicated. Issue number two deals with Mike's original salary and the level to which he was paid when he first came into the office. And so it's not worth getting into how it happened and why it happened, but there is and still is, a gap between Mike's salary currently and like directors. That gap is about $4, or if you use the percentage previously, 8%, right? So we have authority under the snapshot, which included the increase as an employee of the 50 cent. So those funds are there, and we have funds available to us under the House Bill 3 activity for authorization that we could close the gap. The gap, like I said, is about $4, or if you round it up based upon his salary, etc., it would be about $4,000, or be more than $4,000 at the end of the year. It'd be about 8, so it's about 8% on $100,000. So, second consideration is, should there be consideration by the board to give Mike a portion of that to try to close the gap again this calendar year commencing 2020, which does not preclude the board from doing it again, because what we did previously is we split his increases, if you recall. We have had specific authorization from the legislature at that time for his specific salary, and we split it in half. Gave part of his increase to close the gap one year and part to close the gap the next year. Clear as mud so far?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
So I would, in talking with Brett about it, we looked at it would be appropriate for us to entertain a motion to provide the 50-cent increase, like all other directors and employees, commencing January 1st, 2020. And I'll get to the second one later. Brett, is there any comments you'd like to make?
I think you've nailed it, other than, you know, I guess the only comment would be, I think that the 50-cent raise is, or 50-cent increase is something that we need to do today. And then we can have some more discussion on the rest of it, but go
Okay.
on.
Okay, so let's take them one at a time then. So because he's a contract employee, let's approve the 50 or not. I would look for a motion for the 50-cent increase
Oh, they got it. Yeah, they got it.
commencing January 2020. Brian?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt, and I apologize if I didn't make this clear before. I just wanted to make a note here. Mike's last pay raise was April 2018.
Right.
So he missed the 50-cent pay raise in February of 2019. And then when you go to give him another 50-cent pay raise, or when you go to vote on a pay raise for 2020, that will be the pay raise due then. So he's 50 cents behind right now.
Right.
And he'll be $1 behind in 2020.
Right, we're gonna
Thank
get
you.
to, we're gonna get
Okay.
to that.
Just-
Thank you.
Yeah. And because at one point we said we needed to make it retroactive, and there was at least one person in this room who didn't want to do that, seated to my left. So I think some things didn't quite get accomplished the way it was discussed in the process. So we'll deal with that. So let's take the 2020 increase now, and then I'll come
The
back. 2020
increase or the?
Yes,
50
January
cents.
2020 is the 50-cent increase
Okay.
that
so-
all state employees, all
Okay.
directors at his level receive based upon this year's legislative approval.
I'd make that motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Is there any,
Me, Lila.
Lila, is there any further discussion on that piece? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so now we still have the gap to deal with, and the fact that the last 50 cent was missed because it was not put in time. And so that provides a current gap of about $4, right? With that 50 cents included in it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
so we have a gap, in the current affairs. So we have to consider this. If you were to close the gap totally, it would require an 8% increase. And Brett and I discussed that and thought that as a recommendation that would put Mike in a very uncomfortable position when you recognize school boards, school district, county commissioners are dealing with 2 to 3%. Okay, so a lesser increase would be helpful to start to close the gap, and we talked about $1, give or take, with reconsideration next year after the 2020 goes into effect. Is that fair as to
That's
what we
exactly
discussed?
what we discussed.
So you're talking
now we're
about
closing the gap.
a consideration today and another consideration after July 1st.
So we're talking about the salary increase of 50 cents that every state employee gets as a result of the legislature
Right.
on a going forward basis, which gets implemented January of 2020. We just approved that for Mike.
Right,
Now, we still have a gap
right.
relative to his salary and like directives. So this is to increase his salary, and we can deal with the effective date of that, whether that's January 2020 or whether it's right now. If you keep it in the cycle, it would be 2020, and that would make it $1.50 he would get if it was $1. Or if you increase $1.50, it would be $2 he'd get in January 2020.
How long is it gonna take us to get him caught up?
Well, you may never want to catch him up, because everybody has, well, that's an
Yeah,
option,
that's
right?
true, because-
Because everybody has different issues, or you may want to put him ahead of the group. But we can do more now. It's just, I think, when you consider what's going on in the rest of the state, a 50-cent increase for everybody would put him in an awfully embarrassing position to get 8%.
Right.
And based upon previous thoughts, he didn't want it. And we haven't asked him. But I bet you $1 to a hole in a donut, he wouldn't want it. But that's not his problem until he gets it.
I'm not so sure that's the.
You'd like it, you'd like it.
Is it gonna kick you into a higher tax bracket? So we're safe there.
Take your
So
chances.
the question is, how much of the gap would you like to close effective January 2020?
And to reiterate, a $1 increase per hour would be a 2% pay raise,
That's what
Right.
which is consistent with a lot of other areas. $2 would be 4%, etc.
Right.
So does that $1 include the 50 cents?
No.
Or so?
It's
So he
incremental.
actually would be
Separate
kicking
from.
up, okay, he'd actually get $1.50 more.
The 50 cents is behind us because that just gets us equal to what everybody gets. Now we're discussing how
Making it
much, if
together.
any, we want to close the gap from what a typical director gets versus what he is currently getting.
And the only question that hasn't been asked and isn't on the table is, can it be retroactive to February based upon the fact that he missed the 50-cent then?
Well, that was my next question. When do
Well,
we?
I don't know, that's the guy who can answer that.
Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah, okay.
So the 50 cents,
50 cents goes in January 2020, which is consistent with every other state employee. You've already voted that.
Just
The
throw
one-
that out now.
Forget about that.
Just throw that out.
The $1 is the incremental trying to close the gap between his salary and like-minded, like-paid directors, which can be retroactive to this last February 1, if we would like. Or you can make it effective in January.
Well,
So
I
if you're
were
wanting to
getting
close
raised,
the
I'd want
gap,
retroactive, so
you
when I
can
get
do
my
it,
50
you
cents
can do it
instead.
effective
Whenever.
February 1st.
Mr. Chairman, but
2019.
it sounds like he's behind again, so I like the $1.50 idea.
Okay? Brett, comment?
My thoughts personally were $1, but retroactive to February 1.
Okay, is that a motion?
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Is there a second to that?
Second,
Okay?
that's 2%.
Now,
right?
discussion.
2%.
Okay? So, if that motion were to pass, he would get $1 increase to try to make up for the gap he lost of 50 cents and make up the gap effective February 19.
February
And then
15th of that.
in, pardon?
Sorry, go ahead.
And then in January 2020, he picks up another 50 cents unless something, like everybody else in state government.
So we're closing the gap some,
Right,
and he's keeping up with the rest
Right.
of government.
right.
Yes.
Two different issues.
Brian, anything
Nope.
for today? All
But he
those in
didn't-
favor, signal. Go ahead, Sue.
But he didn't get the pay raise from this last year.
yes, he did,
The,
He did.
because he's good doing $1.
the pay raise and this.
So it's
Well, let's,
That is
it's,
automatic.
it's easier to think about it.
They don't get those.
It's easier to think about it, just to keep it simple, the proposition, that currently, as of this minute, that's his $4 gap. So you're gonna make that reduced down to $3 now.
I see what Sue said. I didn't understand it at first.
What?
What she's saying is she didn't get his
It's
2019 50
Raise.
cent pay raise that all of government got, but he's going to get his 2020 pay raise. Because they're,
So we should give him $1.50. If we
There-
want to catch up and give him 2%, then it should be
Isn't that what you said? He
It
missed
is,
out
but
last year.
I complicated the issue. I was just splitting the pie out differently than Mr. Scully was. Mr.
Mhm.
Scully's idea is much more simple and understandable, so I apologize. It's a $4 gap right now.
Anything else? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay. Mike, congratulations on a great year on behalf of the board.
Thank you.
And we'll get more work done. Okay, so this can go on the agenda again after the next, in the January Senate. And we can close the gap again, as long as we have the money.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
So everybody.
Okay.
The rest of it is well, right?
Fiscal Bureau. Brian.
Hang on here.
Chair Scully, Board, I just took the liberty of printing out 4 more copies of that House Bill 586. It's only a page back. And you said you had one?
Pardon?
I only printed 4. You
That's
said
fine.
You said you
no,
had
no,
one.
I do. I've got one.
So I just thought we'd close the loop on that.
Anything you want to comment about it?
No.
So the 586 for the public is which bill?
It's the lease, where the
State administration?
yes, where we're state lab bill.
Okay. Okay. Expenditures, projections, and those things that make Mr. Waters and you go crazy at night.
We're going to be in tab 3, and if you go past Mr. Edwards' stuff and onto the Department of Livestock May 2019 budget numbers, find the blue pages, and it'll be page number 1. We could just land there.
Everybody there? Okay. You're on.
Are you, which
Tab-
color?
Tab.
3. Mine's blue. You got
Yeah,
tab
there's
3.
Tab 3.
You got to go about 4 pages
3 or
in.
4 pages.
Blue headings on the paper.
All right.
Keep going. You haven't gone
One
past.
more
So
page.
fourth
No.
page.
Keep going.
You haven't gone past the
Other
cover
way.
page yet.
Keep going.
There you go.
There you go,
Right
right
there.
there.
Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Got it, got it.
Right there, page 1.
Page
You got
1.
it. Says 1 at the bottom.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, so I'll draw your attention, as I usually do, to the bottom right corner of that page. You'll see there a positive $412,321. That represents, to the best of our knowledge, our projection for the June 30 end of the year in the Department of Livestock.
Without gymnastics.
Yes.
So put a mark on the wall.
Well, the gymnastics usually happen within that number, not making that
There you go.
number
I
go
was
up or
gonna say.
down. But
So
yes,
future.
there will be still gymnastics. As of last month, that is a $140,000 increase or better off fiscal position than we were for the April end of month report. That is primarily almost wholly due to in the Meat Poultry Inspection Bureau, the federal funds were authorized last month for an increase of $142,000. So that represents all but $2,000 of an increase in the budget from one month to the other. You'll see those numbers in the brown sheets when you go to look at Meat Poultry Inspection Bureau, but they're just FYI. In the last month, we had got authorization through all the process to input that into our budget, this $142,000 increase.
And April 30th, the number was 272,548. If you're curious.
Okay. Now, if we could just go back up to the middle of the page where it says budgeted funds, I just want to kind of highlight some of those ending numbers on the right. So the general fund account shows a positive $15,555. That is a $60,000 turnaround from last month and is directly related to, getting this $142,000 in meat so that it offset $60,000 of general fund that we were going to have to go in the hole expending in that account. So last month that number was considerably in the red, and this month, which should hopefully hold true for the end of the year, we'll spend down all of our general fund and be whole in that area. In fact, meat we'll spend the rest of that. We just haven't allocated it out. Okay. The next number there, shielded egg grading, as has been the case in the last few years, that number has been a big source of state special revenue authority for us, and is again this year. So it is what it is there. It's not actual cash; it's only authority. So let's not get that confused. The next number is a negative $18,384. That's per capita fee. That's probably the first time we've seen a negative number in per capita, for per capita fee. I would assure you that, again, that's the limited authority that we had for that year. So you can see that the budget was only $3,868, where we just in straight per capita fee collected 4.9 for that year. So as far as cash or revenue is concerned, it's okay. And then from the standpoint of state special authority, we'll make that work to make us whole. So there won't be a problem. It looks like there might be a problem with per capita fee, but there really isn't. We got the money, and we've got authority in state special. Okay. Then federal umbrella. I want to jump down to $950 for the federal umbrella. I just want to point that out, that we're spending all that money down, and that process is moving along nicely. And then lastly, the lab fee. The lab fee shows us approximately $68,000 to the good. What I need to caution on that is that actual revenue, again, this is how much we budgeted. We thought when we budgeted this that we'd take in 1.182 million, right? That's what the budget says. At this point in time, we're only projecting to bring in 1,004,000 in revenue. That leaves us short in this category 178,673. There'll be a combination of things that have to work to make us whole in that area, but I just need to, because it shows budget authority, and really this is an area where we're operating off of what we actually brought in, that we're going to be short there. So per capita fee, and will, in the end, when we're talking about gymnastics, will help make up that deficit. Okay. From there, I would just highlight.
Before you go off
ahead.
that, are you going off that page?
Yeah, I was just going to give some highlights for the rest of the 12 pages.
Any comments or questions on that page?
No.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Brett.
Go ahead, Brett.
You just skimmed over the lower lab income of 178,000. Can you explain that?
We could, well, they've had less business, for sure. It's cyclical, it's unpredictable. They've had less expenses, variable expenses relative to that also, and so they're healthier. But when we're going to budget, or when we're going to predict what we think we're going to bring in, and we don't, it's going to skew the numbers here a bit. So actually, if we were to flip to the multicolored page, we're really not that far off from what we did last year. So it could be that we're over budgeting. It is what would be my first assumption, is that we over budgeted for what we thought we could bring in revenue, and so we need to do a better job of that. It also probably highlights, a need. I mean, if we're going to make an argument for some fee increases, there's a need there, because that's what we're budgeting for that. So there's several points. It might just be, the short answer is it looks normal to them. They don't. I mean, it looks within tolerances. So.
Members of the board, I can add to that.
Would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Gregory Judah, lab director. We did lose a major client in the middle of January that represented about 4% of our revenue. I believe they were acquired by a different company, and as a result, they started sending some of their test samples to a European entity that was a subsidiary of the company that acquired them. So that's another chunk of change that we lost.
How much real dollars did that add up to? You say 4%.
40,000.
So if we're doing, say, making $1 million in test fees, you're looking at what?
40,000. So that's 35% of the.
Other questions? Let me comment about I say still because we looked at it as a possibility in September and October, if you recall, relative to pricing. but we didn't have this cost structure work done yet. And so based upon the legislative audit from 2 years ago or whatever, we've got an obligation to do that analysis that's cost driven. And now that we are in an enterprise fund, the question from the legislature will be, as it comes around, or the auditor, depending on operational questions, will be what portion of the fee structure, what portion of our cost does the fee structure cover? And recognizing that everybody is subsidized in one way or another, other competitors in the state business, we have that work yet to do. So that does not necessarily include general fund. So you will have to take some of that general fund public health dollar that is used to subsidize, like in brucellosis, for example, a fee, and make a decision relative to price. And what we know is price so far doesn't cover cost, but in this case, it would appear that this is exactly the kind of problem some of those folks are shooting at relative to our price covering costs. So that's work that we'll have to do.
With that, do we know why that company you spoke of that left, why they left? They give any reasons?
I think it was just due to the affiliation with the test lab that they owned in Europe. And so they shipped the business there rather than to us.
So it wasn't a cost savings or?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
And how about brucellosis tests this spring? Did we have as many as we had last year? Doesn't seem like it. Maybe we did.
I'll have those numbers for you in an hour.
Well, that's all right.
They
have a
haven't
feel
fallen
for
off.
it?
They haven't significantly fallen off, no.
They haven't. So you think it's pretty consistent with last year?
Yep. And I would say that they've been building year after year, aside from that one peak that we had with that large epidemiological investigation was Marty Slutsky.
Okay. Okay, Brian, fire away.
And I don't want you to flip to it, but just for a data point, so we close out that conversation just a little bit more. We are $13,000 short of where we were last year at the same time. And we do have a month of revenue still to bring in because it lags behind, the end of the year. So this number isn't done yet, but that's what we're projecting.
Brett?
So another question I had, maybe we're going to get to it. So if we are, we'll answer it there. But what about per capita and how that money's coming in?
Yeah.
If you're going to get to that, forget I asked.
Okay. Yeah. We have some comments. Go ahead.
I can ask a question.
We can do it.
And I hate to ask the question that I don't know the answer to. You may not have thought about, but did we adjust those revenue numbers on this 2021 proposal?
I mean, we did for personnel increases. So what the snapshot captured that, if we're 50% out of, yes.
Our fee income.
Our budget
Did
number.
we adjust it down or did we keep it the same?
Our revenue income, we kept the same.
Okay. Because because this is looking backwards a little bit at this point, that we're
Yes.
at the end of June. But so that tells me it will be an ongoing issue.
So if you're over budgeted now, you carried it forward.
You carried the over budgeting forward, but it sounds like we're not far off, and actually with a $40,000 loss from the company that sold out, if we're only $13,000 off, we're actually ahead of last year minus that issue by about $27,000. So the issue is the revenue point we picked. We were probably aggressive.
Okay.
Okay.
Brian, roll.
I don't need you to necessarily flip through pages, but I just wanted to kind of highlight the next 12 pages, some things there. So centralized services, which is that page number 2. I'll give you the page numbers as I go. You do see a big negative 80,000 in personnel, and then that runs down to the total expenditures of a negative 57,000. That'll all be fixed with Snapshot in 2020, but it will require, Evan doing some gymnastics to cover per capita fee in that area from most likely animal health. But just anticipate that. We've got the money to cover it, and we've got the authority.
The authority to cover it and the money.
Yes, both. But it's a big number, so I'm highlighting it.
Why do we have a problem?
Well, we don't have our problem is just that those numbers.
Why do we have a negative?
Because there's $80,000 of salaries that wasn't in the biennial fiscal plan.
I thought we finally caught up with that.
With the House Bill $3.
Yeah.
We used all that, nearly all that money. I think there's $12,000 in CSD, but we used nearly all that money that we got to cover the brands. We tried to keep it in one program, so brands.
Remember,
with a go ahead.
Remember that the number we got was not the number we asked for.
Right. We asked for 500,000.
Right.
Originally.
480 or whatever the number was. We didn't get what we asked for. Had we gotten what we asked for, we would have covered all of that.
Thank you for that. Okay. On just quickly on page 3, I just want to. You can see that Livestock Loss Board is going to have is projecting to have a negative 13.5 at the end of the year. I've said it before. Their board's plan and George's plan and Evan's plan is to cover that with their license plate fund revenue that they have sufficient this year to cover that. So the rest of the Department of Livestock's not covering their general fund shortfall. Milk Control is doing well. They're 15,000 in the black. They do have quite a bit of a unspent authority in their, board per diem is mostly the category there. You'll see a $10,000 excess in their other per diem up in the personnel side. So they're very healthy and they're going to carry forward some balance into next year. In the animal health area, I really just want to say animal health, DSA, and the federal umbrella, the next 3 ones, they're all closing out well. I've already pointed out that the federal umbrella is, going to spend all of their money. So no real issues in those 3 pages. Milk or diagnostic lab. Everything's operating as expected there, and with the exception of what I've already talked about as far as being short on money, their budget's solid. So I'd move on to milk, which is on page 10. So milk and egg is on page 10 and 11. Just from a milk inspection fee revenue, you're going to see discussions. We're having discussions in the department now about understanding how we're losing fee revenue in milk, and that we're probably, they do have some surplus in their bank, but they're going to be approximately 100,000 short of the revenue that they need for this end of year, and so you're going to see some proposals come from us in the next board meeting or the one after, but we haven't worked that out yet as to what are we going to do to try and mitigate this loss.
Excuse me, does this have to do with somewhat with loss of dairies?
Absolutely, right. And the fact that the other dairies that are bringing on quantity are capped out, and so we're seeing no revenue increase, even though we've got workload increase to go with that.
The workload stays roughly the same.
So the personnel aren't, is not going down.
So are they just moving cows to a bigger dairy? Is that what they're doing?
All right.
So do we need to be adjusting our fees for that? If adjusting our, look for that.
Well, I don't want to steal thunder. I don't know what Brian's.
Yeah, we use milk fees in both the milk lab and in that area. So some give or take there is going to have to occur along with maybe raising ceilings on fees. So I don't know what we haven't penciled out the numbers yet. We just know that
Sue heard that.
we're not there yet.
I mean, because there's lots of things you can look at. As dairies get larger, you can look at the caps, right, and whether those need to be raised. As opposed to changing the fee structure. Maybe the caps are too low. If dairies continue to grow, of course we don't have any quote unquote large dairies in Montana, period,
right.
But not by the national scheme of things.
Just remember that we've still got that in both places, right? the lab and here.
Yeah.
And that in the lab, consideration was given for an increase, and they supported the general fund increase. And as a result of the interim work that was done, the gross dollars at the lab did not increase. Because we had this problem, what, 3 years ago?
Yep.
And we met with the industry numerous times.
Okay.
Or at least more than once.
Well, I just wanted to highlight that there is an issue here, and let us put our thinking caps on here with Dan and the department and get back to you. On the egg inspection fees, they are doing fine. They're more than solvent, and then what you should know is that the feds are upping what we have to charge for egg inspection fee effective 1 October. It's a phased-in process. They're almost making us double the price that we're charging an hourly rate to the processor. But I just talked to Dan and Marty earlier today, and I understand that they're going to phase that in over time. So, but our producers are well aware of it. They're already in or the one processor, I should say, is in multiple states, and it's a national effort. It's not targeted at Montana. So,
we've talked about this before. The issue is that states were free to charge their own fees, and so you had variance in, even though there's a federal rate, right, that's charged, states could charge lower than that if they could do it more cheaply or figure out how to do it more cheaply. And particularly between Arizona and California, it became a competitive aspect. So Arizona could use their cheap egg inspection fees to try and poach processors and producers from California to Arizona. And the response to that at the USDA level was, okay, all people, regardless of what your costs are, must charge. If you're going to participate in this program, you must charge the USDA rate. But the USDA rate was basically twice what we were charging in Montana. We weren't doing it to get other business, but I think that's what Brian mentioned. So the one company that we work with that works out of Montana, Egg Products here in Montana, the one retailer, they have plants in multiple states, and we were actually the cheapest of the states they did business in. So it shouldn't affect them. In fact, they've actually questioned us at times why we didn't charge what other states did. So, but that's the backstory of why they enforced that.
Okay.
So if we're going to double the rate on USDA's enforcement, where's that money go?
we haven't solved that problem yet. It's a problem.
It is, because if you keep it with this program, our cost, we have to admit our costs are not what we'll be bringing in.
Right. And they're planning on, I shouldn't say planning, but there's an expectation that they may go to another shift and we may hire more people, but that relatively just keeps growing our excess funds.
Well, the other thought with that, perhaps that plant's up there and all the things it does are there because our fees were cheaper. And if the fees are going to be the same where other states they work in, maybe they won't do everything they've been doing here. Maybe they'll ship it someplace else. In which case, then how much we inspect might go down.
That's true.
Could they ship it out of the state before it was inspected?
Well, what she's saying is that if there was a cost comparative to buying and grading and packaging the eggs in Montana because they had lower fees, then potentially they would just do that out of one of the plants in another state. They'd serve the Montana market. But
that's what I'm asking. Can they ship them out of state to be inspected?
No,
without being
they would
inspected
still
in
have
state?
to buy the eggs, right? They'd have to buy I think they'd have to buy the eggs in those states.
I think until they get to
Marty
the
might-
retail
That is a
side,
risk.
they can move them.
Yeah, they can, because that's what it said in the one thing. Wasn't it his report that some of the eggs will move out? How many will be inspected here and how many will not be inspected?
I'll say before panic mode sets in that the company we work with has not indicated that they have in fact, like I said, they have often questioned how we were so cheap compared to Washington, Idaho, other places where I think their preference is to buy and process the eggs locally to the markets they're serving, even though they're a company based out of Washington State.
Okay.
Okay.
So if we can just get cows and chickens to get together, we could make, or dairy cows and chickens to get together, we could balance our issue here.
That's why we had milk and egg as a separate division.
That's why we put Dan in charge of both of them.
Yeah.
There you go.
Okay. Meat and poultry inspection. I've already talked about the money coming in. Is there anything else I wanted to say here? The general fund is showing there, is still showing a $66,000 short. It will have to, play gymnastics again to get that number right, but overall, general fund will be fine. Lastly, page 13, brands, everything there is holding steady, and that just we had about 36,000, that 39,000 in personnel pretty much equates to about that same number in that comp payout that we just did. So
That was completed.
yeah.
So an issue dealing with meats, if I can.
Yep.
We got authorization for 2 new positions, right? And funding.
Right.
Where in this budget that we're looking at, we had authorization for positions with no money.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't fill those positions, right?
Right.
So are we still in a position now where those positions need to be filled?
As
I
far
don't
as
really
yes,
know the answer to that question.
They do need to be filled. I think it's our intent to fill them once we get into the next fiscal year.
And I think we have money. I think we didn't have authority. We had the FTEs authorized, but not the authority
Right.
to go with
Right.
it. Okay,
Right.
just
Right.
Yeah.
cut in.
But now we got, because it would beg the question, right, that if you handled it this year with what you got, why do you need to fill the other 2 positions?
Yeah, I think right at the moment, and I might be speaking out of turn, but they're doing some strategic succession planning with meat to and a little reorganization going on. So I'm not sure if they're going to fill one or both positions.
Yeah, I think the intent is going to be to bring, and we'll bring that forward to the board with the justifications for it when its time comes.
Yeah.
But we hadn't done that as yet because we're not there yet.
Well, but that brings the question up. If we add 2 more positions here, do we have the funding for 2 more positions?
We do, we got it.
They were snapshotted in this last time.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were snapshotted into our personal services. See, yeah, that's what made the difference. Even though we hadn't filled them, those salaries went into our personal services.
So our intent certainly is to fill them.
So they just took the money away, not the positions when they did it last session.
Right.
That's-
Well, they didn't give us the money,
Right,
but
they
they
didn't give
gave
us
us
the
the
money.
position.
Yeah,
They gave us the FTEs, but not the money,
Yeah,
2 sessions ago.
that's right.
Okay, I'm moving on to page 14, which is the Brown budget comparison reports. I'm just going to stay on that page and not really say anything. These reports for me are back, and they should be for you, should be backup documents to the blue one, the blue projections. So if you want to look and see what we were prior year, you've got that resource available to you. As I said last month, and you'll see it again this month, there's a second column in there that represents adjustments that went through the legislature. So the House Bill 3 adjustments are there, and then if you were over in meat poultry inspection, you'd see the federal fund increases in there also. So if you're looking to know where the House Bill 3 money went, just look at those pages. Okay. From the bottom note that Evan puts on there that I really appreciate, we're tracking that 83% of the year has elapsed budgetarily. We have expended 81%. So for the first time this year we've closed that gap, and we're heading into the home stretch, with a 2% cushion, which probably that 400,000 represents for the most part. Okay. I'm going to move on unless there's questions on the brown sheets.
Now, Brett, you got your
Is this the time?
Can I ask a
revenue
question?
right.
Can I ask a question about brands, which was page 13? Oops.
Oh, yeah.
We're running.
Moving backwards.
We're running nip and tuck there, and I know that they're going to be asking for some temps, and then we also have re-report coming up.
Okay.
So we're going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, when in August or September, when we really see the 2020 numbers, budget numbers,
Right.
you're going to see all those, that $300 and some thousand in snapshot that isn't
And it'll
isn't
be
here.
okay.
Yeah, and then we had one-time only authorization
Yep.
coming in for the temp workers also. So,
Okay.
yeah, there's a lot. It'll look different. It'll still look like we're going to go nip and tuck though, because we're going to spend everything
Right.
we asked for.
Special revenue,
Okay. Moving on to state special revenue report. Page 27 is the multicolored one. So you got to go about 13, 14 pages. There you go. Okay. All right. Brands. Brands is holding relatively steady from last month's comparison. You're seeing still that 121, off from 2018. That represents about a $30,000 drop off from last month, which is almost wholly. We had about $25,000 each drop off from last month in security interest filing fees and livestock dealer licenses. So I think that's a monthly timing issue more so than a predictor of something in the market or.
Because I have Y in there that it would have dropped that much.
Yeah. So I think we'll see that balance out here going forward. It's just that's just what happened this month.
Excuse me.
Yep.
Which one were we just talking about? Make sure.
The security interest filing
Okay,
fees.
better. Can I say something about that? There?
Yeah, please do.
This has to do with the end of the 5-year period. We had $78,000 last year, and that was at the end of the year. So now we're starting the new 5-year. So our revenues are lower at the beginning of this 5 years. So that's why we're going to be much lower in the security.
And they'll go up
right
as
now.
we go
Thank you.
through because it only
Right.
happens once every 5 years.
Yeah, this is our seesaw,
weird.
our end of the cliff.
Almost like it's just like our 10-year issue.
Yes, yes, very similar. But thankfully a lot less money.
Yeah, less money and headaches too.
Okay.
Brett, you have a per capita question about revenue?
Per capita fee. So as of now, we didn't do a separate report this month, but just FYI, Evan looked it up this morning. We have 4.961 million, 4,961,000 approximately reported as of today.
You won't see that in this report.
No, right now that number is 4.248664. Now that's still better than this time last year, as you can see, by $284. So of that 4,248,000, that represents a $1.8 million increase in revenue over last month. So everything.
Over last month.
Collect.
Yeah,
Oh,
collected.
because that was when it was due.
Yeah.
So this is collecting revenue.
Yeah.
So from our budgeted number, or let's go more importantly from the reported number, 4.96, right? We still got to bring up 700,000. We're still 700,000 short there. That'll be collected throughout the rest of the year. They're just late, or it may not be collected, but the expectation and looking at history would say that money will come in.
Brett.
I regret asking the question because I'm lost right now.
Okay. So per capita fee, that top line there with the one asterisk, that's what we've collected for 2020's budget.
What's the number? So I'm looking at the same thing you are.
$4,248,664.
Gotcha.
Column
Okay.
2,
Yep.
May
I'm on the same
31.
page now.
Okay. That represents what we've brought in.
As
The
of May
reports-
31st, that's cash that has been deposited.
Right.
Okay.
What we were extra reporting the last couple of time periods was how much has been reported to the Department of Revenue. That number is 4.96 million.
That's not here.
No, but
This number should be 4.96.
In other words, what he's doing is not reporting reports, he's reporting cash.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
that's
cash
what- yep.
gain as of the 31st of May. And then if you look to the far right-hand column, he talked about the $700,000 gap between
What we expected.
48 and 49.
Gotcha.
Okay?
Okay.
And then, so you got one more month for cash to come in.
Got it. I'm on the same page now.
And is this going to be the last report we have to worry about the issue from last year where we were forced to recognize basically
Oh, when we move
twice
into
in a
2020?
year? Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
So
Well,
that'll
let's-
drop off in the future. It'll make this a little cleaner to look at.
What's that?
Well, that third
Way to go.
row there,
Oh,
we won't need that third row anymore because we won't have this extra money in our. I mean, it'll be in the bank, but it won't be on our report as collected that period.
Based upon the audit findings. We get rid of that. Don't ask which audit findings.
oh, I know.
Brett, that exhausts my per capita fee comments. Did you have any other questions on it?
I think this solves a lot of my concerns. I was wondering where we were at for collection versus last year, and it looks like we're in the exact same spot.
Almost
Yeah.
too close.
Yep, we look good.
And then what do we? Maybe it's answered here, but what about the reporting? The value of all the reporting forms, are they in the same spot? Do we know?
I mean, the trend from last month when we reported that we were ahead of the game comparative to the previous year is still holding true.
Okay.
And sorry, I wasn't here last month, so I'm going to ask this question. And you guys may not have the answer today. That's fine, but is that one of the things that was interesting is that the amount of dollars was up, the amount of head was up, but the number of reporters was down, which I thought was interesting. Probably signals something we already know about the industry.
I don't have. Yeah, we were down 870 reporters from
Yeah,
last
so we
month.
had
I
less
don't know what that
reporters,
number
but we
is.
had more stock.
Yep. More cattle.
As of May 8, 2019, there were 16,519 reporting forms that were filed with the Department of Revenue, which is 870 less than the same period last year.
But look at the
The
cattle.
total amount of revenue reported was $4,964,000. Revenue collected was $260,000 less than the same period last year. So you got revenue reported, and you still got a month to go to collect. So then the question will be, out of all that reported, how much of it didn't pay, or how much hasn't paid, or how much gap is there relative to the penalties? We still don't know the answer to that question, do we? It's on that list.
Okay, I've already talked about milk inspection and the lab revenues, so the rest of them are, doing well. I'm ready to move off that page.
Go to the one you want to go to.
Is predator control the one I want to go to?
I don't know.
No, never. I mean, it's a good report, but the next one we're going to go to on page 28 is that light green. Yep. Is this time of year we come to you asking for authorization to make our allocations out of the predator control fund, or it's per capita fee really dollars, going to wildlife services and the 3 non-participating counties. And this is the formula by which Evan calculates that out. For the record, this represents a $75,000 increase from the last year when we did this, so which this board approved. You kind of have to work your way a little backwards, but the counties will receive 8.38% of the funds based on their per capita fee contributions. So they, you know, if you're looking at the very bottom of that page, it says per capita fee billed by Carter, Powder River, and Richland. You can see they paid in $416,010 in per capita fee. That represents 8.38% of all per capita fee paid in. So that's their share that they're due. That's how we calculate their share that they're due of the predator control funds. So we subtract that out from the 4.25 million, or 425,000, excuse me. Then we also take out the 21,702 for helicopter insurance before we turn the money over, and the remainder goes to wildlife services, $367,683 for 2020. And we need a approval to do that.
Right. Is there a motion to approve it?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Dinah?
How do you figure out how much money each of those counties send in?
I mean, the Department of Revenue.
They're the ones-
It has it by
Remember
county.
last month we
That's
sent
by
you a
county.
thing that says this.
They give it to you by county?
Yeah.
Okay, then the next thing, can I ask a second?
Yeah.
This is a good.
You're on a roll.
Evan, you were gonna, audit is the wrong term, probably. You were going to look into each of the counties and see how the money was being spent.
Yes, we are still at that, so still in our plan.
It hasn't been done yet.
No.
Okay.
This year we'll start.
I see Kylie Martinell is
Okay.
Okay, we're going to go on to Mr. DeBrucker's spreadsheet. So we did do something that somebody asked for at a
you.
board meeting.
Lila just told me it was a good spreadsheet.
Oh, nice. Well,
I
Evan will
like the
take-
graphics at the far right.
Evan
Yeah.
Evan and the Department of Revenue will take credit for
Should
this
be in the
spreadsheet.
tracked egg department.
So, just by way of explanation, 2009 to 2019, Department of Revenue can only go back to 2009 in their database. Records prior to that are either a combination of they're already archived at the Department of Revenue, so they don't have access to them, or they were per capita fee was collected at the county level and not with the department. So it may not go back as far as you like, but that is the information that was readily available. I would just highlight a couple things. If you want to, horses, that graphic at the end there represents a 30% decline in horses reported from 2009.
Is that because the counties quit collecting that data and they can get away with it in the state? Seriously.
Yeah, could be.
I'm doing you serious, I hear ya.
Yeah. On the cattle, what you're seeing there is 124,764 more head of cattle from 2009 to 2019. 124,000. That represents only 7%, a 7% increase for the period. I mean, 7% is still a lot. I'm not, but the little graphic. So I guess my cautionary tale here is the little graphic tries to maximize the space between the top of the line and the bottom of the rectangle there. So a 30% decline in horses and a 7% increase in cattle look similarly.
But there are some who thought cattle had gone down.
Oh,
I had.
okay. 58% increase in bison for the period. Now their numbers are 12,000, but 58% is a bit, it's over 50. And lastly, for me anyway, 138% increase for chickens. So that's
That's going up too.
I thought we were over 1 million in the state.
Are we close?
They probably don't have to report them quite yet.
Yeah.
They probably reported them in that, you know.
My 15 chickens aren't on here. They'll be dead.
Because you don't report them.
They'll be dead by then.
1,000 extra goats yours, Sue?
Pardon me?
Those 1,000 extra
No,
goats yours?
I don't have very many goats.
Okay,
I do enjoy the
Poultry
PBS or
skyrocketed.
YPR thing, so just FYI.
Good.
Yeah. 7,698 goats is not very many goats.
depends on where they're at.
Depends on who you ask.
Yeah, I suppose if they're in one spot.
They're in your yard, there.
Okay, that concludes my
Thank you.
presentation.
Thanks for doing that.
I-
Whoever did it.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Okay.
Okay, great. Aerial hunting allocations, what do we have to do there?
Well,
Nothing?
No, is that the hanger on?
Is that,
Oh, I
the,
think
is that
that's
the counties?
that was
That's
your
the counties,
first-
right?
Oh, that was your
That's your counties?
Oh yeah,
That's
predator
what
control.
IT.
Yeah, IT. I'm going to turn this over to Dan. He's got a handout he wants to go over with you. He's reduced 30 pages into 2 with graphics, so we'll see how that goes over. I would say if that, you know, well, we just didn't get to any state procurement level since the last time we met, so I apologize for that. But there's been I think summer got the better of us, so a lot of people out of the office, including myself, back and forth. So we'll get on that ASAP.
You're gonna get on what?
Working with state procurement, you told us, you gave us the green light to go forward and engage with them, and we just haven't gotten to them yet.
On the IT,
On the IT.
yeah. Which was not to engage to, you can engage but not really.
That's right.
There you go.
No
I just
money.
thought I'd check.
No authorization. Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Oh,
I have
sorry.
an observation that was interesting. Coming up on the back road yesterday through Levina, you used to see a lot of, you talk about cattle only going up 7%, but I saw a lot of yearlings. Where you used to see cows and calves, there's a lot of yearlings in the country, and I'm assuming if they're coming from out of state, they're not paying any tax on them, are they? Do any of these cattle that come in for 6 months pay any tax at all?
If they're there on February 1st.
Well, they wouldn't be.
Aren't these numbers from, where'd these numbers come from?
They come from the reporting, from the actual per capita
So
reporting
if they're
forms.
on the reporting form, aren't they?
Yeah, but if they come in like 1st of April, like most people in our area bring loads of yearlings in from out of state, they're not taxed at all per capita.
I might be confused. Didn't you say that these numbers came from the reporting forms?
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
If they're on the reporting forms,
Yeah.
they're being taxed.
But most of the cattle that come in is
But
grazers.
these cattle are all being taxed.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I got
I'm
it.
just saying that and I don't know if they're coming from somewhere else. It was just an interesting observation that you don't see very many cows and calves anymore. But for instance, in our country where the yearlings come in, they're coming in from out of state. They're not coming in. They're not moving within the state. They're just coming in. A lot of them are coming from out of state. And we don't touch those, do we, with our per capita tax?
Yeah, if they come in and out of the state in between the 2 February 1st fence posts, then no. I mean, because somebody might report them if they wanted to ahead of time, but they legally they would be covered to not report them if they were not there on February 1st, and then if they're not there on the next February 1st, then I'll have to report.
But theoretically, they'd have brand inspection to leave.
Yeah. Oh, I think they're doing it legally. I don't mean that. I'm just saying that group of cattle pays
Yeah.
nothing in this state.
Right.
Okay. That's all I was trying to make the point.
Okay, ITT.
Okay.
All right.
I say we don't have any.
Chairman, members of the board, Dan Olson, Information Technology. I got a handout for you guys here.
Oh. Here you go, 6.
Kind of explain what we're looking at on that one.
Macro.
So in the last meeting, you guys asked kind of
Is it one handout?
It's just one handout, yeah, double-sided. Save some trees, right?
Yeah.
So last board meeting, you guys, everybody wanted to get kind of a simplified picture of where we're currently at and what the benefits are going forward and what we're looking at doing. So on this handout, on one page, you'll see at the top right, it says current status and issues of our current Department of Livestock systems that we have this is just the systems that we're looking at for the House Bill 10 money. The first one is our live apps, or that's our meat and poultry system that's on a very outdated database back end. Basically, there's no documentation that we had because all of our IT staff are, no more than 4 years in the department. So this was done many years before we were even on board. So it's usually a lot of reverse engineering before we can figure out any issues that occur with it. And we're kind of limping along with it. So that's one that we're looking at replacing. And then the addition to that would include getting our remote inspectors more ability to be able to put that down. And we'll cover that one later on the other side on that one. The next part is our milk and egg application that Dan Turcotte's group does. This includes the sanitarians in the field, and then a portion of our lab, the milk lab down in Bozeman. Currently, they're both separate systems. They have no way of communicating back and forth to each other. We do, right now, Dan Turcotte's group here in Helena, they are the ones that produce the certifications and inspection reports. And that has no way, they have to do manual enter of data from the lab and then also from the outside sources like from MDOL and things like that. So again, very siloed, just like the other one. It's again on a database backend that's extremely old, with new technology, new operating systems coming in, we've already kind of had to do workarounds, and we're just kind of limping along until we can kind of get that system into a newer database that can also, talk across the boards, which again, we'll follow up on that in a little bit. The next part is mainly focusing on the brands application that ties into Ford Supply and some others. So there's 3 components that we look at in regard to the brands area. We have the brands application, which houses all our brands data. We have Ford Supply, which is our market information, sales. And then the third part is the brand inspections from the remote, when they're doing the remote stuff. That's all done by paper right now. The brands application, we want to roll that into a different database because right now it's one from a third-party vendor that's based out of Missoula. We have the support on it is by an hourly basis. So they don't offer contracts like annual maintenance contracts. So it's by $165 an hour. So if there's something major that breaks, that price can get jacked up pretty quickly. So what we're looking at is trying to move that into possibly one of our current systems that we have. So that will be another part that we're looking at doing. Last part, the second phase, I guess, that was brought up that we're looking at is working on our LIMS system, either doing some bigger enhancements that makes things, again, talk to other systems within the department. We have a little bit of that right now, and then some of the reporting functionality, but that is the other part that we're kind of looking at doing some upgrades within that system as well. Again, most of this stuff is all silos, nothing talks to each other, which is it can be a pretty big deal. And so our vision is basically getting a system in here that you can talk to everything. So animal health could see lab reports a lot easier, or if they can tie into milk and egg, all of those things that flow a lot easier. So if you flip on the page,
before you go off that page, I have a question. I don't know whether anybody else does on this page.
Oh,
what does dot number 3 in brands mean?
The data interface?
Data, yeah.
So currently so no data interface between, so right now there is nothing that talks between our animal health program, which is USA Herds, and Ford Supply or brands.
Right.
Okay, so when you say animal health software application, you're referring to USA Herds?
That's USA Herds, yes. I try to keep it generic just in case for RFP purposes we don't want to kind of say too many vendor names because that in the future could hinder our part of that one. So I try to keep it as vague as I can, if you will. But
under this document, it's now public.
Right.
I assume what you're saying here is that the driving, if I take all these together, the driving software solution will be USA Hertz.
That remains to be seen. Yes and no. They're going to be part of it. We just don't know how much of that for the database is going to be all reliant on that single application. Because there's other vendors involved that are part of that, but that's something that, again, that I don't want to bring up too much, because if we do, that can, again, go into our RFP process. That can hurt us. And I don't know how we want to discuss that further without...
Well, I guess sooner or later, I think we need to understand what the end functionality and outcomes are.
Well, sure.
You know, with regards to your anticipated work.
Yeah, okay. And that might cover on the next one too.
All right. So 5 years ago, somebody probably said plate supply. They can make anything. That probably is not the case now.
But they're doing okay.
So do all, you've got 4 or 5 brands programs that you're using right now. Do they talk to one another?
I think it's more of, we have Fort Supply, which is Fort Supply and Central Office, they're all in one. And then we have our brands application.
Okay, and that was a question I had. What is Central Office? I've never heard of Central Office fast brands.
So, right. So you have Fort Supply, which is the piece in the field that is in the market sales portion of it, which then that information after the sales gets uploaded to Central Office, in which sits and resides here in the Helen office, in which Leslie Doley's group goes through, validates, the market, have to go through and make sure everything was correct and everything like that, and houses that information.
So where does Fast Brands come from?
Fast Brands is part of Fort Supply as
It
well.
is
It's like a
part.
module. So if you have like two,
It's part of
Fort Supply, correct.
But we pay, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Fort Supply is kind of the company name, I guess, if you will, and then their products. They have 2 of them. They have Fast Brands and they have Central Office, is what we use. So we have both of those modules, if you will, and they tie together.
So Central Office is one program. Fast Brands is a totally different program.
Yes.
And Fort
Same
Supply is
database, but it's a different interface.
And Fort Supply is a different program.
No, Fort Supply is the company name on that.
Fort Supply makes those 2 programs
Correct.
for us.
So does each one of those take a license? Or is that one license?
We have, so it depends on the seats. We do have licensing for that, but we have those mainly for one market PC in each of the markets. So we have 13 licenses there, and then we have a few other of the floating ones that people go to remote sales, and they utilize those as well,
Okay.
which are also transferable. So if someone moves on or we put it on another computer, we don't have to buy another license. That can be transferred to another one.
So does Axiom work into this?
So Axiom is the brands portion of that, and that's what ties into the Fort Supply portion of this. So any brands that gets updated or anything like that, that gets pushed into Central Office or Fast Brands. And that's a total of third, and that's why we want to try to move away from that and get into a little bit more robust system. It'll still have the same functionality, but Axiom's kind of its third party, written by a group of people in Missoula, and no annual contract in case something does break or goes down. Like for instance, we had a lien issue that I think we found, we had them fix on that one, and I think it ended up being a couple $1,000s for them for their professional services that we don't have the code or anything like that we can support. But
who's the vendor for USA Hertz?
It is now Acclaim Systems. They just switched to a new vendor, and it's Acclaim now. So they went to those guys. And
so who picks USA Hertz vendor?
So CAI was originally the vendor, and they decided they didn't want
CIA.
Not CAI. Sorry, CIA and Russian government. No. No. So when they decided that they were going to move on, there was actually a committee formed to pick the new vendor from all the other states, because there's like 30 states that use those products on there, and so it was a fairly.
Doc?
A little help.
If you want to, please.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tanya Shemansky, Animal Health Bureau. And Z might have to rescue me even. So the USA Herds suite of products, there's several of them, were initially developed by one of the states. Pennsylvania is the owner of the license for the product. There's a company called NATC that
Distributes.
they license it. They license it. Pennsylvania owns the code. NATC did a RFP, and so they went out to look for new potential vendors, and they came up with a list of possible new vendors once CAI said they wanted out of the game. And they put that information forward to the user group that consists of all of the states that have USA Herds and USA Limbs. And then that group then voted on who they wanted to proceed with for a vendor. NATC agreed with that and issued the vendor status to a claim.
So, for example, in our situation, who would have been at that meeting for the user group? I mean, is this a veterinarian user group? Is it a?
It's kind of
user
user
group.
mix. It's a mix.
It's a combination.
It's a mix. So Brooke Ruffier from our import office is kind of our power user for USA Herds, and then Tom Schultz from IT both attended that meeting.
I mean, who organizes the user group? Who's the umbrella here?
The umbrella of the user group has been, typically speaking, the state veterinarians or an animal health official from each of the user states. And then over time, that has expanded to include the IT individuals that represent IT in each of the respective states as well.
And then what role does the federal identification programs for animal health play in the USA Herds solutions and functionality?
Are you asking about money or the federal systems?
Mm-hmm.
Both.
One usually drives the other.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we receive federal cooperative agreement funding on an annual basis under the ADT Animal Disease Traceability, so we have an ADT cooperative agreement. That money can be used to, it cannot be used for software development, but it can be used to maintain existing software programs. So we are able to pay for our annual license fee for USA Herds, a portion of it with the ADT money. We pay about I think about 90% of the USA Herds cost on an annual basis with federal money. As far as all of the federal systems that exist, and there's a whole host of them, at this point in time, federal systems have not had an emphasis on communicating with state systems, but that's one of the things that they talk about moving forward, that potentially USA Herds would be able to share information with something like EMERS, that is the emergency management software, or SCS, which is what our federal office uses to contain, that's where they enter all of the TB, brucellosis, testing, vaccination information at the state level.
Okay, so at the end of this process, fast forward whatever months, USA Herds is the driving backbone, I'll call it, of our systems here that integrates all communication within the department. Is that what I'm hearing? I mean, that's what I'm seeing, I think.
Right.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And all states will be in the same network?
Not all states, because other states, we have, last I heard there was about 30 states that utilize, and it's not just USA Herds, but other products that come from that vendor.
Okay.
Privacy for producers. Is that covered and is it secure?
Yes, and that's part of some of the driving factors of going to a newer system as well, is you get better security, you get better ways to manipulate your data so no other, it's all secure. especially if you start getting into like privacy information. Like, we don't take anything really right now, like credit cards or anything like that, or we don't store that information, but they are there, and this will just make it more robust that way. Our current systems right now don't have the supports in there, but we don't really have that because we don't store that information.
I was also thinking of privacy of ownership or ranch where there are disease issues going on, and there are privacy issues that need to be covered there.
Sure. I mean, yeah, if that comes up, then it would be definitely something on our radar to put on there. Currently, I've not seen an issue or heard of an issue of that nature.
I think that needs to be on there to start with.
Right.
Let me go fast forward again back to where I was. So USA Herds is now implemented. We have integrated all our communications here into it. How do you control your future in USA Herds in that kind of environment relative to upgrades, adaptability, and is everybody going to be on the same page?
Everybody, as in, like,
well, your user group. Because you're telling me a user group controls the vendor selection in USA Herds, and user groups are compiled of those from states.
Mm-hmm.
So how does an individual state protect their future or enhance their future without the user group? So let's say the user group, let's just for argument purposes say
sure,
that the bulk of the user group has greater volume than we do for whatever, and they do things different than we do. And so all I'm trying to find out is, if I'm licensing with somebody like Ford Supply, I have a one-on-one relationship. Once I'm in a user group, I don't have a one-on-one relationship.
Right.
I license, but I don't drive upgrades. I mean, human health is full of this problem. And so I'm trying to understand how we are going to influence that, or whether we're going to be going along for the ride. And I'm okay with the ride as long as the solutions are right.
Well, one of the big things, and I can answer one thing, is so Tom Schultz on my team is one of the members on the board. He did get selected on the committee, so we do have a say from the state of Montana. Now, how that flows, of how other decisions are made. I mean, the program is. I mean, our applications are going to be there. I mean, any major application, you're going to have a lot more players. I mean, Microsoft's a good way. We don't really have control of that. However, the applications that we'll have for Department of Livestock will stay, getting patched, getting updated, and nothing major out of that will change without our say-so or anything like that.
Microsoft changes things without.
They patch things, but I mean, it doesn't kill your functionality off. You'll still keep your functionality of that application. It might look or.
Let me try and take it out of this venue. You take it in health insurance or a hospital activity. They've had the various user groups for electronic records. And that's really what we're talking about. Same difference, except for these are cows. And so a user group is going to drive the nuance of better functionality and adaptability and upgrades, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the board, as you're telling me, is how many people? Do you remember the number on that one?
I think that was a relatively it was a subset.
Yeah.
So can I explain how USA Herds does their upgrades, and maybe that will answer your question?
Yeah, that
might.
So all of the states have individual contracts with Acclaim now, previously CAI, and we're, as part of those annual contracts, we're allocated a certain number of support hours.
Right.
And so as we come up with what we are requesting for enhancements on an annual basis, we submit those to the company. The company compiles all of the requests from all of the states,
right,
puts them together in a list, and then says how many hours are needed to achieve those upgrades. And then what we've been doing so far is if Missouri has a really great idea and it takes 100 hours, all of the states might put in 6 hours to get us to the 100 hours so that we can accomplish that upgrade. If there's something that we feel very strongly about in Montana and other states don't, then we're certainly able to to commit our own hours just to our project.
So it's just like human health
Right.
records. So who is the competitor to USA Hertz?
Let's see. So
There might not be one now. I don't know.
well, there is. There's what did we look at? Core
Trace first.
Trace First, which works with the USDA. I'm trying to draw a blank. What else did we find?
There's already a lot.
There's not a lot. That's the thing. It's pretty unique in livestock industry
That's what I figured.
of what's out there for software.
The LIM software.
Yeah, LIMS is a little different.
Yeah.
LIMS there might be 3 or 4.
Yeah, but even this shows limbs going into USA Hertz, right?
Well, talking.
Yeah.
That'll be talking back and forth to each other. There'll
But
still
it's
be a
gonna
LIM
driven
system.
by- I mean, this is the central. Anyway, got it.
Was there a reason for going with USA Hertz as opposed to, what you call it, Trace First, that works with USDA?
We're still. I mean, that's still on the table of looking at different vendors out there. Because Trace First is one that's out there with USDA, but will it meet the needs of what our department needs? And we don't know that answer quite yet. We have to get more in depth. That's kind of when the RFP kind of comes in, because you have to put in what you want for, your request for proposal of what your system, what your needs are for a department. And then you send that off basically to these different vendors, and they come back saying, yes, we can, no, we can't, here's our price. Is that kind of in a nutshell?
Well, only 2 or 3 will win anyway. I mean, across the whole country.
Right. So, I mean, it's still, and that's kind of one of the, conversations that Brian and myself have not had, like we said we were going to, but to talk with the procurement portion of that as well.
So does USA Hertz communicate on an IT level with USDA? I mean, are they compatible?
Sure.
Mm-hmm. In certain parts, you have to get it set up certainly, but yeah.
Okay, then I'll shut up after this one, maybe. So who is the hardware vendor affiliated with USA Hertz? Or how do you go about selecting the hardware?
So hardware
Yeah,
is,
USA Hertz.
that's actually on our department here. Now, because we're working with Department of Administration, it has to be, the software, the server has to be housed with Department of Administration.
I know,
So-
but I mean, who is USA Hertz affiliated with?
Like for hardware wise?
Yeah.
I have no idea.
It's an internet-based platform, so there's no hardware.
Well, there is on the back, but we don't
Yeah,
know
there is.
who that
There's
is. I mean, if it's
hardware.
HP servers or whatnot.
There's hardware, there always is.
Yeah, I mean, that one is, to us, it's kind of irrelevant because we're worried about more of our side of things where we have our servers and our workstations, which are in place as well right now. So when we do the migration, we'll still have to house it with SITSD, which is a virtual server.
So
which is
you're
what-
saying the servers and hardware we have now are adaptable to USA Hertz?
Correct.
Without more capital expenditure?
Correct. We'll have to spin one server up as we migrate, but then one will go down. So you'll, basically go even. There'll be like a little increase on there.
Hardware standpoint.
Correct. And then all of our hardware, desktops, laptops, all that is compatible right now. It's all web-based off of that. So
Why is it housed in admin?
Oh.
well, that's
So you don't have 400 of them?
well, and that's so centralization is. It was brought up by actually Governor Bullock a few years ago, and what that is so each agency you don't want to have like a server with software that's in, say, Department of Natural Resources, and a server that does the same thing in Department of Environmental Quality, and then we have one. They can put them all into one, and then now you're looking at an enterprise agreement where you have, instead of, say, 300 users, you can now have 16,000 users, so that drives costs down on your prices of hardware and on your licensing.
And if it crashes, everybody crashes.
Well, that's the nice thing about going with SITSD is it's housed in the state data center. The backup is in Miles City, so we have a backup center as well. So if it does go down, we do have redundancy there. And that's kind of the same with our backups. We have backups that go to our Helena data center. Same thing gets mirrored over to Miles City. So the nice thing is they tell us that their SLA for that is, I think, 24/7 for having that uptime on that for servers.
And the magic of the data backup in Miles City is that it's on a separate electric grid than Helena.
Right.
So if our entire electric grid went out, the backup center in Miles City would still be there and operational, and we would actually be able to get back to work within a few minutes.
Yeah.
Now, if 2 electrical grids go out, something's going on that we're not really worried about our data anymore.
Well, and part of the question.
Is that fair to say?
Part of the reason I asked that question is because of the, if we have a major disease problem and you bring in a team, you need everything now. And if state government goes down, it needs to be.
Yeah, and I think we've presented to you in the past on our continuity plan. But yes, we have a business continuity plan that takes that into account, and various services, how quickly we can spool them up. Like the import office is one of the first ones we get up and running, so everything has its own priority designation of how fast. Some things may not, if they're not high priority, they may not get up and running for a week, but our priority services, within 24 hours, we're back up and running and got some staff back online in a disaster situation. And that's not just for electrical things, that's if the building burnt down, how would we get ourselves back to running tomorrow? So we do have a continuity plan for that.
So that just leaned over and made an interesting observation. Let me try one.
All right.
If I go on the back of the sheet.
Yep.
And what the plan is, without dealing with vendors and contracts and licenses, is that in the future, brand inspections through a mobile device will be able to connect into the animal health module of USA Herds.
It would go through Ford Supply and somehow.
Well, go through somebody.
Somewhere, and then end up in.
Oh, I left names out, I was telling you. I'm just.
Yeah, yep.
But that's the goal, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Because we'd like to see that where, instead of doing the manual entering and stuff like that, that's one of the future things that we want to put on there is, it poses a challenge. I mean, Montana is very unique that way, where we have, county line inspections as opposed to, other states that do not do that. So when it comes to mobile software, the big thing is licenses. How do you pay for 500 extra licenses? How do you support those users? Things like that. So that's definitely one that's on our burner of like, well, how do we resolve that type of information? I'm sure.
But the goal is to have that dot connect to that dot.
Right.
Regardless of whether it goes this way, that
Correct.
way.
You'll notice on that one that everything will have somewhat of a connection in there, tying into the main system, which we don't have right now. That's a big goal on here. Now, there's a bigger vision that Mike and I have actually spoke about that, what we'd like to see in the maybe farther future, and this would be the good groundwork for that, is to have, our main portal, like our consorts can go in there, go to main portal, hit a drop down and say, hey, I'd like to see, what ties in from, my brand's information, or what do I have at the lab fees, things like that.
Or per capita, maybe.
There you go. I just gonna say
And so that's kind of the big vision. Now we're ways away from that, but there's other states that have it on there, and got an idea, but it's not going to happen this biennium. It might be something that we start looking at for in the future as well, and something like that. But getting all these things together on here would be a huge step going towards that goal.
Other questions? Okay, when do we come into the project? Are we already in the project management of the IT organization? I've heard him speak, and he's really good.
That's CIO Tim Bottenfield.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he knows what he's doing.
He does. So we have.
For the state.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the one that kind of led the House Bill 10 initiative. Yeah, he's a really, I think he's a great CIO, state CIO. So we have not, as part of that, we have to of course report to SITSD on our status reports and all that. I think I have a meeting actually scheduled coming up in the next few weeks with those guys that they're finally kicking off meetings for all agencies that had House Bill 10 money that went in there. So
I would imagine that it probably has to do something with somewhere around September will be the first legislative legislative finance committee meeting.
Right, yeah, they'll see
I'm
a
sure
date for
that's
that,
what
so.
I'm
Would you just explain to everybody what we're talking about here? Who this person is?
Sure,
What you have to do to go through. You got the money, you got the authority, and now you have to be
Right, so we're
properly
accountable
managed as a
to.
project management.
Yeah, so we're accountable to the state CIO, which is Chief Information Officer, and his name is Tim Bottenfield. He works right up the street here. So he's been through the whole, like you said, we got awarded the money. The next steps, Tim holds meetings, and I don't know right now, I'm not sure if they're going to be monthly, bi-weekly, how often that's going to be, but we report our status of our project management. Where we're at in the process, have we spent money, are we looking at things like security, because they're really big into security over there. So all those reports go in, and then basically there'll be a dashboard that we have that I can share with the board once we get that information, that initial stuff in, that I can share the dashboard at meetings saying, hey, here's where we're at in the process right now, here's the money we've spent. So that really comes down to, reporting to those folks up there.
And
they have a team
he rates you.
Yeah. Yep.
He rates whether the project's being accomplished appropriately in accordance.
Yeah,
with
if
the
you're on
plan.
time, if you're where you're at, if you set your timeline and things like that. So.
So did he help you make your timeline
Green,
that
yellow,
you sent
red,
out to
exactly.
us? Huh?
Green, yellow,
No, he
red.
did not. That was kind of on the until we started getting into that one. There'll be a separate timeline where we really get into depth where they use actual Microsoft Project and a couple other applications that really help us out getting stuff together. So
This is really helpful as far as I'm concerned.
good.
Thanks for doing it.
Yeah.
And as I said, just to add context, that state IT plan, we've said it before, we'll say it again, but that state IT plan comes under the governance and the interim of the Legislative Finance Committee. So every quarter when they meet, they'll get an update. And as John said, that's when our status will be reported out to that committee. And if we're in red status, I think we can anticipate questions from legislators about why we're in red status.
Yep.
Which means we're behind schedule. So that's going to be another motivating factor to stay ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
Yep. Any other questions?
No.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So, one of the things we talked about this morning concerning a different issue dealing with the building was how you communicate with the industry. And so I bring it up here again. We need to have some kind of a plan from you that tells us how you're going to communicate with the industry.
Sure. I heard that earlier, so
Yeah,
I figured
you did. But
I figured we'll be having a little meeting together,
so
and figuring that
come
out.
up with some methodology on a consistent basis or process so that the industry, and I think the tough part, as we discussed, was you need to find people from the industry who are probably knowledgeable and interested, and that may or may not be easy to find.
Yeah. Okay.
Anything else? Great.
All right.
It's time for lunch again.
Time for lunch. You worked well the first time.
Second lunch. Yeah.
Okay, animal health. We need a break? Anybody need a break? Health break? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Let's go back in at 1:45. We'll go back in at 1:45.
Thank you. Good job. All right, we're on.
It just reminded me of that interview with our president when somebody coughed.
Good afternoon, Board. Tani Shmansky, Animal Health Bureau. We have a gob for you this afternoon, so we'll just kind of start chewing through it here slowly. The first one is the proposed changes to administrative rule that pertain to alternative livestock. We brought this before you last time. You guys, the board elected to pass a single section of administrative rule that is currently out for public comment. This is kind of the remainder of the bulk of that package for a second viewing consideration, hoping to proceed. The kind of the meat of these comments as far as changes are concerned pertain to USDA recently updated their program standards for their herd certification program for CWD. The two pieces of those standards talk about how we manage certified herds, so what the requirements are as far as identification, annual inventories, and such. And then the second piece of that is how we respond to a positive CWD finding. So this is changes to administrative rule that will bring our regulations to be consistent with the newly published program standards, as well as some tweaks as far as some ongoing problems that we see in our industry, just to provide some clarifying language. So in your packet, you should have a table that summarizes all of the changes. I'm happy to walk through that table, each section, if you would like, so that we can go over the changes.
Is there any change from the last time?
There is no change to any of the language from what was presented last time.
Okay.
I do not believe that reasonable necessity statements were included at the bottom of each section in your packet, but those are there now.
Okay. So,
One question on sheep and goat ID, and you have marked it C, no, I'm sorry, you changed it to C under number 4. Are we there?
We're on the first.
what page are you on?
You're on the first page.
So we're just on the alternative livestock
Oh, you just
section.
want to do those?
Yep.
Okay. I thought we were doing the whole thing all at once.
Well, alternative livestock is
Move
the
it
first
along.
one.
That'd be nice.
Alternative livestock is the first one.
No, I thought we were, her whole presentation all at once, and then we're done.
Well, that's fine. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Just refer to
No,
the page
I'll-
you're on.
I'll just wait.
No, go ahead. Refer to the page you're on. You're talking about proposed rule changes.
Yep.
The first 3 items. Go ahead.
On, well, now where's you? I'm on the second page.
So you're on proposed change to ARM sheep and goat identification.
Okay, number 4, the new C, sheep and goats moved in for grazing purposes with no change of ownership. There are a lot of goats particularly, I don't know about sheep, that move in and out of the state for weed grazing. How are they addressed?
Do they really?
Okay, so this is in 32.3.1303.
Right. Do they have to be, do they have to have identification or
According to our regulations, if they are coming in with no change of ownership, they do not have to have official ID.
in some cases, they come in by the semi-load. Is that, I mean,
So they're coming in as a single unit, they're grazing in Montana, and then they're leaving again. And so the risk, because of that, the risk that they pose to other livestock or our sheep or goat population in Montana is perceived to be low. That's the reason for that exemption.
what,
They won't be breeding. They might be breeding, but they won't be having
So-
babies or anything like that.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus. And so if there's a group of goats here that are grazing for the summer, and some of them are going to be left behind, change ownership, change purpose in the state of Montana, then that would trigger them needing to be identified.
sometimes they're left behind unintentionally.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, so if they were left behind unintentionally, I would assume that they would, I mean, they're not estrays, right? Goats aren't estrays, so, but they get picked up by brands and generally handled if they're not in possession of someone.
Oh, no, you will not pick goats up, they will go feral. It's just, having been in that situation, I just wondered how, okay, so if they end up going feral, what do you do with it?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, I don't know the answer to that.
And
Start a hunt like
and
wild
here's
pigs.
a point where I'll call out, if you remember, one of our legislative proposals that for some reason didn't make it through the governor's
Yeah.
office was to add goats to the list of species that we would take possession of if called, but we didn't get that legislative change through. So we were trying to get that oversight over goats because we have the northwest part of the state where our staff have reported issues with that, and of course people call the Department of Livestock, but there's little they can do about it. So we've tried to get that oversight, but we don't currently have it.
Do you have any questions on the proposed rules, Donna?
I move that we okay the proposed changes to the rules concerning alternative livestock. The CWD.
Is there a second?
Second.
Matter.
Nothing. I thought we switched back to the goats. What the hell are we doing?
Well, I'm going back now.
Jesus Christ, let's stay on one.
Well, I was taking the first
sorry,
three
I
all together
screwed
as
it up.
proposed rule changes because they've already been before us before.
And
So
they
the
will
motion,
go- right?
the motion made is only for one.
Will they go out for public comment then once we do?
Yes.
Thank you.
They do.
Mr. Chair, only the alternative livestock rules have been before you before. This is your first time seeing the changes to the goat, brucellosis testing, or sheep and goat identification administrative
So
rule.
we'll be moving those forward. These alternative livestock is ready to go forward for public comment if the board wishes to. The other two, this is your first reading of them, and they'll come back at the next meeting.
That's what I thought. Okay. That's why I didn't
Unless
know
you
I would
wanna
take
ship
all
them.
together.
If you can.
You could.
Unless we want to what?
Unless you want to put
Move
it to
it
public,
from
and you
next
can. It's not required that they come
No,
back
I
the
was just
second
getting
time.
confused because I knew we had the alternative livestock, but I knew we didn't have the goats. So why they were all together, I didn't know. Now I guess I do.
All right.
Okay, where are we at?
So the motion still is, the motion is to pass, to approve the posting of the administrative rules for alternative livestock was made by Sue. Has not been seconded yet.
I did
Yeah.
second it.
Brett seconded it. Further discussion on alternative livestock. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed. Okay, goats.
Goats. So the
Now
first.
that we got your goat, what do you want to do?
The first proposed change to administrative rule for your consideration in regards to import requirements for goats. We had a request from a veterinarian in Montana who is also a goat producer, asking that we no longer require brucellosis testing for meat goats that are entering the state of Montana. So this proposed change reflects that request. We felt that it was a reasonable request. The incidence of brucellosis in meat goats in the United States is low. No known cases that I'm aware of in the last probably at least 5 years, if not greater. So this change just reflects that request from a goat producer and veterinarian in Montana.
Mr. Chairman, Tani, what's the incidence in dairy breeds in the last 5 years?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mrs. Brown, that's a great question. To my understanding, and I haven't seen a presentation at a recent national meeting about brucellosis in either meat or dairy breeds, like I said recently, I think that it's extremely low in both of those species. Breeds.
So he's asking you to delete one but not the other.
Is it,
I think that's it.
What about I would guess I would ask the question or ask you to expound upon, we know the incidence is low, but with dairy, the possibility of human transference, is that what makes the difference between wanting to require it on dairy and be okay with not requiring it on meat goats?
Correct, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mike, for that clarification. So goats are susceptible to two different types of brucellosis abortus that we deal with here in Montana, as well as brucellosis melitensis, both of which are zoonotic diseases, so being capable of spread to people. Dairy goats we would perceive as having a slightly easier possibility of transmitting to humans through mouth. So if individuals had dairy goats for home consumption, there would potentially be a greater risk of transmission to people.
what about from goats to cattle?
Right.
Mr. Chair, Mr. DeBrucker, Melentensis, no. Abortus, yes. Goats would be able to transmit potentially from to cattle. But there is language in there in regards to animals that originate from a DSA. So that was existing language. If you look at, there's number 2, brucellosis test eligible dairy breeds of goat may enter the state. That says either they're from a certified free herd, they're test negative for brucellosis, or they're for exhibition. Oh, exhibition is the only one that applies for. I apologize.
So this would only allow meat goats to come in,
Correct.
whereas the dairy goats would still be tested.
That is correct.
And I am so dumb. Never mind. I
Can
won't.
meat goats be bred?
There you go. Thank you. Sure they can.
I'm good at asking dumb questions.
Okay, so
Just ask my wife.
what are you asking us to do?
I think this is
Consider, so do you want to send this rule out to, for publication? Or you want to wait till next time? What do you want to do?
I'd like to, I don't know, I need to learn more than what I know now, which is 0, to even have an idea about it, so I'd like to.
Okay, sheep and goat identification, later down. And do you have nightmares dealing with rulemaking?
Surprisingly, no.
No, they love it.
No, I do not. Sheep and goat identification, Mr. Chair, members of the board, USDA recently updated their scrapie program standards. The documentation that has been put out explaining the changes to the scrapie program standards are very confusing. I have spent a fair bit of time reading them, but one of the take-homes is that they are trying to bring the ID standards that they apply to goats up to and equal with those of sheep. And so the changes that you see here reflect the changes to the scrapie program standards, where we've added goats to the requirement that once they reach 18 months of age, that they have to be identified. And then in the exemptions for identification, it's removed that category of low-risk commercial goats. That was one of the other things that was removed. So this is just consistent with the new language in the USDA scrapie program standards.
So is it already in the new language?
It is.
Okay. Is there a motion on this one? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. USDA phase-outs.
Where's that one
I
at?
think Marty ought to take this one. He
Or
got
lack of phase-outs.
challenged on it the other day pretty well.
Members of the board, in April, USDA announced their timeline for phasing out the metal noose tags. Noose stands for National Uniform Ear Tagging System. It applies to both silver and orange metal tags that are applied to cattle for regulatory purposes. So the timeline that USDA has put forward is free tags will be continued to be available to producers until December 31st of 2019, so of this year. Starting January 1 of next year, veterinarians would be able to purchase metal tags for continued application to animals for 1 year. Starting in January 1 of 2021, producers nor veterinarians will be able to purchase silver metal tags or brucellosis tags for application to cattle, or purchase them or apply them. So they can't buy 5 million tags next year in hopes that that store is going to last them for the rest of their life. And then from 2021 until 2023, animals that have been identified with metal tags in their ears can continue to move across state lines with that official ID in place. But beginning January 1 of 2023, everything that moves across state lines that is required to be officially identified, so our feeder cattle are still not in that class, will be required to have an RFID tag in their ear.
I
think it's incredible the way the USDA has split the industry up on this issue to just keep incrementally taking it over.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Connie, what happens with the tattoo?
No point.
I think you should ask.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, in regards to for brucellosis.
Yes.
So this timeline only is talking about what form of official identification is available to veterinarians and producers to apply to livestock. This does not have, this does not pertain to the brucellosis rules. So brucellosis vaccination by USDA standards would still say official ID and a tattoo. They just won't be getting an orange metal clip in their ear at the time that they receive the tattoo and vaccine.
So if they, excuse me, if they lose their ear tag, at this time now, if they have an ear tag and they have the metal tag, you correlate the numbers of the two. So if one is lost, you can refer back to the other one and identify the animal. If you only have a tattoo, will it be a number tattoo? Will it simply be a shield tattoo? And if they lose their electronic ID and you only have a shield tattoo, how do you know what the animal is and where it came from? If it's not branded.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, I think I understand your question. So as it stands now, when an animal is brucellosis vaccinated, if a producer goes out and vaccinate, or excuse me, if a veterinarian goes out and vaccinates one animal on a farm versus 5,000 animals on a farm, all of those animals get the same tattoo in their ear. So there is no correlation between that tattoo and what tag goes in their ear. Brucellosis vaccinates, if they lose the tag, you can look in their ear to see the tattoo to say, yes, they were in fact vaccinated, but that tattoo will not get you back to what the tag was. So whether it's a metal tag that's placed into that animal's ear at the time of brucellosis vaccination or a RFID tag, an electronic tag that we're moving towards, if they lose it, the process will still be the same.
What was the reasoning for discontinuing the metal tag and not using the metal tag and an electronic ID?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, when this administration set their kind of priorities, and that came from the Secretary Perdue level. They had 10 priorities, and one of them specifically addressed traceability. So they had a vision to be aggressive, in particular under Secretary Ibaugh, felt very strongly that we needed to transition to an electronic system of identifying animals in the United States. One of the things that USDA has talked about in regards to publishing this timeline is that when they went around the country a few years ago and did listening sessions, we had one here in Montana in Billings. One of the consensus points that came out of all of those listening sessions was that before we could go to identifying feeders, before we can work out a lot of these issues, everybody agreed that it was going to have to be, to make progress with animal disease traceability, it was going to have to be done with electronic tags and not the visual system that we have been using.
Question for Dr.
Who was everyone? The people that were listening or the people that were talking?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Mr. DeBrucker, good question. I only attended the one in Montana, and that was teased out as a consensus point of everyone there, people that were pretty vocal objectors to having a national system, as well as people that were in favor of it, people that were opposed to ever including feeders. Everybody agreed that if we were going to do anything, that we needed to go to an electronic system.
So zip-on.
Kind of like real ID.
So in the process of doing, I'm sorry,
You're
finish
fine.
questions. In
Go
the
right
process
ahead.
of doing this, from a purebred standpoint, are they developing software to assist with tracking these numbers and sending that information to, correlating that information to individual herd numbers for veterinarians, for health certificates and that kind of thing? Because I don't think anybody understands, and I know it's easy to come out one day and stick a few tags in and go, God, that's so easy. But I don't think anybody understands how much of an added workload this is. I do, because I'm dealing with it right now. But I don't think anybody else in this room does. Not Marty, and not you, and not you, and not you. Nobody.
I don't, because I've been there.
Maybe you get a little bit, because you got sheep, but you're not selling them on a onesie-twosie from here to Florida that you're trying to deal with.
I have scrapie tags, and I have to
Well,
identify the scrapie tag on every single animal. And if we lose a tag, we have to note that we have lost that number.
Sure. Okay.
We have to
I'll
keep
give you
records.
that. So there's one.
Mr. Chair, Mr. DeBrucker, there is software in existence. So this does not change which animals have to be identified. So the purebred animals that meet the 18-month of age cutoff have to be officially identified at this point in time. It's just going to change what type of ID ultimately goes in their
How many
ear.
numbers are on a clip?
There are 9.
How many numbers are on EID tag?
15.
There you go. How many times can you screw a number up doing that when you're transposing, whatever the word is, from one document to another, both internally on a ranch and with a veterinarian doing your health work?
Absolutely.
I mean, it's infinitesimal.
I completely agree. I mean, I completely agree with you, and that's one of the reasons that the move from paper-based certificates, from visual ID, is going to hopefully cut down on that, so that there's not as many.
I guarantee it's not. I realize I'm beating a dead horse and I lose. I get that. Brett, you lose. But I'm telling you today, and I've been telling you guys for 12 years that I've been on this board, you're increasing workload on the producer. I mean, not the producer raising feeder calves, because they've been segregated off so they keep their mouth shut. But the rest of us that are having to deal with it, feeding cattle and purebred cattle, the workload's been exponentially increased, and the veterinarian's dealing with it too. But, go to hell with us. We don't matter in this industry.
It's huge.
I just can't believe it. Here we are. I lose.
I noticed in here there will be a premise ID number. The scrapie program already assigns premise ID numbers to those participating in the scrapie program. Will that premise ID number cross over for this program? Because the scrapie ID program has been in place a long time, and there are many people that already have a premise ID number assigned to them by USDA.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, it depends on when you obtained your scrapie premise ID number. So the scrapie program for a long time was held separate from the National Premise Identification System, because it kind of already had all of the backbone and structure that it needed. Now, when new sheep and goat producers apply for that premise identification number, they're getting the newer version. If you have the new version of a premise identification number, yes, it will cross over. If you have the old version, we can get you the new version, and it would apply to both operations if you had both cattle and sheep on your property.
I don't want a new number.
So does the old premise ID number still stand for cattle? So the premise ID number I have now?
Yes.
Does that still stand?
Yes.
From how many years back?
If it's for cattle, forever.
Okay, other questions?
Now, I'd like to ask Marty something on this
Go ahead.
idea.
Fire away.
At Stock Growers, as you well know, you made a statement about getting rid of the tattoo, the shield in the ear. And some of us about choked, because that is the one thing when you lose the clip. And so I guess maybe you better explain it to everybody, what the reasoning was for getting rid of the tattoo.
Yeah, so Marty Slutsky, I'm happy to address that. So I guess I would just not answer a question with a question, but I think I would pose to say, what is the need or the passion behind maintaining a tattoo? And the reason I'm saying that is because, to me, the tattoo represents a proof of vaccination. The reason it is put in place is that the tattoo provides proof of vaccination. So if an animal tests positive to a brucellosis test, you're able to see that maybe it's not an actual infection, but that the titer is from the vaccine. That is, we live in a different world. We left that world in maybe not 96, but when the animals that were vaccinated in 96 died off. So now, really, it's I think the tattoo is serving really just a marketing purpose, which means that if I need to export cattle to a state like North Dakota that requires a vaccination, that tattoo helps us recognize that she can still meet those requirements, and we can still vaccinate her, or we can still re-ID her or put a new ID in. And so I think for that purpose, if people need it for that reason, I think that's a rational reason. But I guess I would argue that the problem is with North Dakota's requirements for a vaccination for cattle going into that state for vaccination, not an issue with I would not support keeping a tattoo for a purpose that's no longer needed.
So when I vaccinate my calves before they're a year old, if I don't have a tattoo, and what do I have? Your RFID said they don't have to be until they're 18 months old, correct? So how do I prove that I vaccinated my calves if I have no tag and no tattoo? And somebody said, well, how can you prove it? So tell me, how do I prove it?
So if I understand the question, you would place an ID in that calf when it's being vaccinated. So you would have that that ID that would be referenced to the chart. Yeah. And you can either put a regular yellow tag, or you can use the recommended orange RFID tag for that purpose.
And when you lose them, which we put RFID tags in our cows for 4 years, and I can tell you how many we have found. We have a cement water tank. How many RFID tags do you find in the bottom of the water tank? And when you have guardrail, how many you find that get ripped out on guardrail fences? So what is my proof that my cattle, which now I'm in Bighorn County, and I have to prove they're vaccinated, right? How do I do that?
So
when there's nothing that ties it back to the original, whether it's, tattoo is the only thing that was sort of the what was left to show you. And like I said, we started with the RFID tags in earnest, and when you start losing them all over, for us it's fine because we have a hot brand number on our cows, a full number. So we know. That's not the issue. It's whether you can convince somebody because buyers have a great way of.
Well, you got to get your vet to vouch for it.
Yeah. So to me, you might think we're moving forward, but from some of us out there that have to do the work, I don't think that's moving forward.
I'll ask that same question another way. So if you're a producer that buys your replacements, and this kind of thing happens. So I'm buying steers and heifers from all over the country, other states, and they come in, some of them with EIDs, some of them without. Under this scenario, they're all going to have an EID. Well, no, they won't, because they're feeder cattle. So they slipped under the radar. So I got a whole bunch of heifers on my place, and somebody wants to come in and buy them. And, they must have been bangs vaccinated. I couldn't tell you. They got an EID, though. Or another section of that is I bangs vaccinate all mine, stick an EID in them, they get mixed with the neighbor's yearlings. You know, I'm just saying there's a whole bunch of holes in this deal. And the USDA thinks they've got it all figured out, and they're not even remotely close.
Yeah, and I would just say that we want to make sure that currently, under the current rules, vaccination or tattooing is required for vaccination. I think there's a number of regulatory obstacles to kind of moving beyond the tattoo. And one could argue that as long as we are placing enforcement actions based on the presence or on the evidence of vaccination, that there's a motive right there to maintain kind of status quo in that regard for that purpose. I'm just saying that the initial reason why tattooing has been put has in place is no longer current. If we need it for compliance purposes, then I think that conversation can continue, and we don't necessarily need whatever. I think that's probably where I'll leave it at that.
I'll take it one more step since I'm on my sawhorse. Everyone in this industry is scared that the cattle industry is going to go the way of the chicken and the hog. And what the USDA is doing with this is taking us not one more step closer, but 10 more steps closer to it. I'm of the opinion this is going to drive people out of the industry eventually, and it's going to be just the bigger operations with young people that come in and work for those operations, not have their own place. That's the future of the industry. And, you know, I think that's the future anyway. I just think it's being accelerated. And this is helping do it.
Anna?
So what about spayed heifers? How do I prove she's a spayed heifer and not somebody that should have had a brucellosis and had a bangs vaccine?
So those animals will often have a scar, and if it's done through the other technique, there are spay tags that veterinarians can put in to provide that documentation, and certainly veterinarians at the market can sleeve those animals to confirm that they have no ovaries. So, I mean, I think those are several.
What's that cost? Who's going to pay for it?
Sleeving is what, $3 to $5.
I just want to know what it's going to cost. Who's going to pay for it?
You are.
Oh, really? The producer's going to have to pay for this? You get my point, man. I just keep throwing costs off.
Mr. Chairman, I'm really getting concerned that everything that at some point we've stopped thinking on our own around here. You know, we are a state that has got to where we are because we've tried to do it right, tried to vaccinate right. Now, when the USDA tells us you're going to do this, and we all just sort of get in step and march to it. And I'm getting really, this thing at Miles City the other day really concerned me because to me, there are very few things left to protect people when it comes to whether they've done it right or wrong. And we've got in this, our veterinarians are saying that's the way it's going. Well, maybe we ought to try to, inform somebody else. Maybe it can't go that way. I'm really getting to the point I guess you'd say, sick of hearing it. So, excuse me. Didn't need to get on your soapbox.
Well, good thing there was room for both of you.
I don't know about that. I am getting it.
The good thing, Lila, is, no offense, but
I'm going to live. I'm going to die.
You're going to die. And you know what? I'm not that far behind you.
I don't know about that.
Okay.
So,
What other fun do you want to bring here?
There's more. So the Animal Health Bureau wanted the board to be aware of this USDA timeline, and in addition, we had received a request from a veterinarian, so we were just making you aware of the request that was put for us. And it was a ask that we start moving towards RFID tags immediately this fall, so that we start to turn over the cow herd in advance of the 2023 deadline. Instead of waiting until 2023 and then having to catch up and start putting RFID tags in cattle as they're moving across state lines. So I just wanted the board to be aware that that request was in there in addition to the timeline.
So I'm not sure I understand what you just said. Are you making a request as staff that we move to RFID tags this fall?
Nope.
Ahead of the USDA?
Nope.
Okay, so you're just delivering a message that one veterinarian said would be a
We're,
nice thing?
yep, delivering the message and just asking the board to provide feedback on the on that message.
So silence is probably a
I believe
feedback?
Brett already did.
Yeah,
I
no,
think we got that
I
one.
wanted you guys
We
to
got
know
it.
that that
We got
request
it.
was in
We
there.
got it covered. Tell him they're public meetings and he's welcome, or she is.
And if the producers of the state make a decision that they want a tag in there besides the electronic tag, can that be done?
If they would like to put an electronic tag and a metal tag in their in the ear.
If they want to continue the system they still use.
After.
I'm going back to what Lila said about just because the drummer beat one beat doesn't mean we have to march to that beat.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Bacchus, so
Then you'd be installing both tags, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing that would prevent you from continuing to purchase metal tags and apply them to your cattle. They would not count as official tags should those animals ever need to be, vaccinated, TB tested, brucellosis tested, move across state lines. They won't be considered official ID anymore.
Yeah, I think sometimes the challenge we deal with is from what Lila's comment is a bit of a higher order issue, and I think John's absolutely right, that eventually you're talking about interstate commerce, which is not the domain of the state. And so what happens is if you may end up doing both. If you have state requirements keeping one in place, you may end up being saddled to do both to be able to market particular groups of cattle across state lines. So not trying to respond, but to sort of respond to Lila's comment is that, one of the issues is this department is not going to be able to stave that off.
Oh, no.
That is going to come, what I'm hearing here, and I hope there are people out there listening, is your various organizations, whatever brand of organization you belong to, you've got to be voicing that within that group. It's got to make it to the national body. It's got to make it to Congress. It's got to make it to the president. It's got to make it to the Secretary of Agriculture. If you continue, because I will say a lot of this drive's coming from within the industry, and I think everybody knows that. And so you've got to hold those people that you work with accountable, that when they're in D.C., they're expressing what you're expressing around this table, because I'm not so sure that's happening.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so let's recognize that we're not going to solve this problem
That wasn't
today.
very solid.
And so let's.
But one of the things that happens with Montana, we have to deal with Yellowstone Park. Wyoming and Idaho deal with Yellowstone Park differently than we do. But the laws, or whatever you want to call them, where we have to deal with it here, makes it far more difficult than Pennsylvania or any place else.
No doubt about that.
And so those folks with USDA have more voice than we do.
I just want to make sure we have some way. Maybe the RFID tags are wonderful now. I don't know. The ones we had, were not. And maybe they've come miles and you don't lose them anymore, but any tag you can lose, so. Unless so I don't know. I'm not against moving forward. I just want to make sure in the interim that we can actually do business. Those of us that sell cows into North Dakota, and I used to think Kansas. Is Kansas not required anymore? Because Kansas used to require it, proof of vaccination. I don't know. I'm just saying that the stuff we used to do, you still had to, if you'd lost a tag in it, you had to read it, a tattoo and re-tag it.
Right.
And turn those tags in. So that's where I'm coming from. That you can still do business without being penalized every time you turn around.
And the reason I made my comments is I saw Marty take a little bit of heat in Miles City and then took it after the meeting about a North Dakota regulation. And my answer to that is the industry has to go over to North Dakota and press upon their animal industry board, press upon their state veterinarian to make changes. What I am responding to a little bit is seeing industry members expecting that this state agency can go get federal regulations or state criteria changed. We don't have the power, and if people sit there and say,
I don't buy that at all,
Zalewski,"
Mike.
well, I don't think we can change North Dakota's rules.
No, I know, but if you go to those meetings with the purpose of, my people don't agree, but that's a pretty good idea. It's going to keep moving forward.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and that, on the North Dakota deal, I think we've actually expressed many times that we don't believe their rules are in line with what they should be, but for whatever reason, their animal industry board wants to keep those rules in place. And it's going to take people who are doing business in that state to, I think, affect that change more so than government entities.
Well, you just won't get to do it.
Yeah.
You'll have to go find a buyer somewhere else.
Okay.
Just a brief update on TB in Montana. As I presented last time, there's no TB in Montana. State veterinarian joke. We have 3 epidemiologic investigations that we're working on that I presented last time. I won't go over them exhaustively. The June 2018 South Dakota steer that was found resulted in 17 potential source herds in Montana, 2 with no testing requirements. 12 of those have now, that doesn't sound right. 2 of those with no testing requirements. My math is not working from here. 12 of those that have completed all of their required testing. We have 1 animal that has a culture pending, just on a single animal. We are probably 2 weeks out from them pulling that culture and no growth, so we don't expect any surprises there. We have 1 herd with a cow herd to test in August. We have 1 herd that is just finishing up on testing of the bulls. There's a couple of CFT suspects that have to be addressed, and then we'll do that cow herd this fall. So just over 2,800 head tested. Probably about 2,400 head yet to go, 2 big cow herds left. The December 2018 South Dakota steer that was found resulted in 1 herd in Montana associated with that trace. That herd has tested bulls and heifers, and we'll be doing the cow herd in July of this year. Then we had the March 2019 Nebraska cow. That resulted in the Treasure County herd in Montana being placed under quarantine and going through 2 rounds of tests. As I presented last time, they've been released from quarantine and have to complete assurance test in 6 to 12 months. The question is now, if it didn't come from the Montana herd, was she exposed when she spent 110 days on feed in South Dakota? This is primarily the biggest update that I have is the South Dakota feedlot pen where that cow was fed contained 161 animals. 4 of those were purchased from BLS in Montana, including the positive cow, and then 118 head were purchased from the South Dakota market. If we were to go back, similar to what we did for the June steer, and test all of the other potential source herds, we have an additional 17, funny enough, herds in Montana that would be required to test. I don't know how many herds in South Dakota account for those 118 head. At this point in time, it does not look like we are going to have to go back on that trace and test those herds. And that is all I have for you, board. I will turn it over to Dr. Zalewski to talk about the brucellosis training next.
Why? Why will they not go back and test if there was a...
We have not gotten final word on that yet, but essentially because when we did the 99 potential source herds for that June steer, that's a tremendous amount of testing, time, personnel invested in that, and it doesn't seem to have produced any concrete results. Granted, you know, there's still some herds out there to be tested, so we potentially could find tuberculosis. But it sounds like, just based upon the fact that that was not, has not proven to be a fruitful way to conduct an epidemiological investigation, that we're not going to have to continue to do that.
Okay, other questions?
No.
Doc? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Szymanski has an appointment that she can't miss, so she's
See ya.
off the hook. Mr. Chairman, what I understood from last meeting, or maybe some communication in between, is that you wanted me to run through the report from the April brucellosis training. Is that correct?
Yeah, hit the high spots.
Absolutely.
Seeing how time is
I think I can probably do that in less than
just so the
10 minutes.
understands what's taking place.
Yeah, so again, for the background, the USDA used to have a regular meeting once a year, maybe once every other year, training to train brucellosis epidemiologists. And those would be the veterinarians that are specifically trained to analyze the risk of brucellosis transmission, but also to interpret laboratory results because of the numerous laboratory serological tests that were available. I mean, it's an alphabet soup that I won't go into. And so it required the interpretation of the specific tests, as well as recognizing the herd history, then working through kind of the disposition of the animal and whether you wind up slaughtering it or whether you wind up holding onto it, and then drawing more samples as you go forward so you could have more definitive information. And so they abandoned that program, partially due to money and partially due to the fact that brucellosis abortus is localized to the greater Yellowstone area, and the only other brucellosis testing that's of concern is really in areas where there are significant feral swine, and then there's bleed over from the swine brucellosis to the to cattle. And then when cattle pop positive, they need to figure out whether that's an actual field strain positive brucella or whether that's a transmission from swine. So that's kind of the intro. That's why kind of the brucellosis testing was stopped. Brucellosis training was stopped by the USDA. So this particular training in April was kind of a significant event because it was the first brucellosis epidemiologist training in probably 6 or 7 years. So we had folks from around the country, and here are the kind of the high points. So as you may know, the brucellosis program was launched in 1934 in a way unofficially as part of a herd buyout because of drought. The animals that were moved or made eligible for that buyout were reactors, as we moved through or tried to look at how we can get rid of positive animals from herds. The infection rate around that time was about 11.5%, so really high of all the national herds. Actually, adult reactor rate was high, which means that out of 10 animals tested, you would have 1 animal that's positive, and which means that the herd infection rate was much higher, right? Because a number of herds had only maybe, let's say, 1 or 2 reactor positives. The cooperative state program was started in 1954, so that's the partnership between states and the federal government. Strain 19 vaccine, that's the vaccine we all know and love and hate to some degree. That was started in 1941, and then to recognize that brucellosis eradication is complicated, the uniform set of rules was started in 47. So basically you can see that the program is kind of firming up, and we're getting some ground rules. As of 92, there were still 700 herds that were positive, and then as of 2000, there were 0 herds that were detected at that point. Okay. Really, at this point, there is the USDA has scaled back brucellosis testing at slaughter, which has been the foundation of the brucellosis eradication program in the U.S. and that's in recognition that brucellosis risk is regional, and the fact that fewer and fewer processing facilities are receiving risk cattle. So, and the intent is to scale back the brucellosis testing program down to what the OIE, or the International Animal Health Organization, is setting up as a standard. Regarding brucella pathology, kind of immunology, one of the speakers was Dr. Steve Olson. He's pretty much the primary brucellosis researcher in the country. He's down in Iowa. He talked a little bit about what the difference is between field strain and the vaccine strain. As you all know, RB51 does not create an immune reaction that confuses the testing. So the structure of RB51 causes decreased disease, right? And animals that are vaccinated can still abort. It causes decreased disease. It also does not conflict with testing. Regarding brucella and infection, one of the things that the board might be interested in is we often get, or on occasion we get questions about, is meat from brucellosis infected animals safe to eat? Brucella abortus has a very brief period when there is bacteria in the blood, which we call bacteremia. That's the time that you would be concerned about when animals are when those tissues are infected. Typically, the bacteria is located in lymph nodes and other tissues that you don't eat. And so, because that bacteremia is really brief for brucella aborted animal, for brucella infected animals, brucella abortus, that's why meat is generally considered safe to eat even from reactors. That is different than some of the other brucellosis, Brucella suis and Brucella melitensis that Dr. Schmansky talked about, is a significantly bigger danger for slaughterhouse workers as well as for consumers, because of the fact that they have a larger bacteremia.
The brucella that might come from feral swine?
That is often suis, which is worse, which is more pathogenic to people than abortus to a point.
Which the northeast part of the state is in. They're not very far from the northeast part of the state.
Okay, so thank you. So, Ms. Bacchus, so I think any brucellosis, any feral swine may have Brucella suis, but that infection is sporadic. Last I heard is only about 20% of the populations of feral swine have Brucella suis. That may have changed over the last 5 years since I read that, but basically it's sporadic. So I wouldn't necessarily link that directly quite yet to cattle and
another question. If we end up with brucellosis from the swine in the eastern part of the state, does that become a DSA?
Depends on the state veterinarian.
No, I think so, Ms. Bacchus, thanks for the question. Okay. I think no, and one of the challenges for southern veterinarians is to make sure that when they get reactors in cattle, that they are Brucella suis, and Brucella suis does not impact their status, their state status. So that's why that differentiation is important. Moving on to vaccine update, I think the only thing I wanted to mention here is that one of the new pieces of information I heard is that when calves are vaccinated with Brucella vaccine, and another vaccine, so let's say, BVD or whatever, they tend to respond to the Brucella vaccine, and their response to the other vaccine is inadequate. So that was a recommendation from Dr. Olson that if you're going to vaccinate, to not vaccinate with other vaccines at that point, but wait several weeks following that. So because the immune system is just like a motor in a car. It only has so much power to respond to one particular, agent, and then or novel, bacteria, and it doesn't really have a lot of reserve to then respond to others. So
You're going to put that in your newsletter to the vets?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
really interesting because where you had to vaccinate them essentially by 9 months, you kind of did them at the same time if you
Absolutely.
gave the booster.
Right.
And where it's 12 months, now you have that window
yeah.
to not do that.
Yeah. So that was definitely a new piece of information that they would likely under respond. Kind of wrapping up here, just a couple more items, maybe 2-3 more items. One is that we continue to be challenged by just having not enough capacity to do research because of the select agent regulations. Like I mentioned, we really only have one research facility at this point that conducts that work, and the amount of administrative burden that's on Dr. Olson just to comply with select agent rules takes away from his ability to actually do researches, because so much of this, matter of fact, I texted him earlier this morning and he says, yeah, I'm doing another select agent compliance audit or whatever.
Why won't they? I guess maybe I should know this. Why won't they release it?
The law enforcement agencies such as FBI, and I think largely FBI and DHS have protested or blocked the delisting. I have a theory, but I could talk to you offline because it's not necessarily official of why that's going on. Another important, I think, thing for you to know is one of the reasons why there has been a decrease. Another reason why there has been a decreased need for brucellosis epidemiologists is because while we used to use 8 or 10 tests, or let's say 6 or 8 tests when we tested an animal, Dr. Clark, who lives in Bozeman, who is he's a national leader in brucella testing, did a study, and he found that a much more limited set of testing is actually more effective at finding positives. He basically said the more is not better. So if we have a standard, basically we have an initial screening test and then a confirmatory test, and he made a presentation or a request that all labs in the nation standardize that testing, because we were getting results all over the place. Last item is brucellosis in wild ruminants. As you know, solving the brucellosis, the greater Yellowstone area brucellosis riddle depends on one of two things happening, right? We either create a vaccine in livestock that's 100% effective, so we don't have to worry about that transmission, or we eliminate or decrease the disease in wildlife. So then again, that transmission doesn't happen so readily. And so there has been a fair bit of work done on elk, and without significant necessarily progress where we say we have a vaccine that's ready, we know that the current RB51 has fairly poor efficacy in elk as delivered normally. Dr. Jack Ryan, not to be confused with Ryan Clark, who's here in Bozeman, Dr. Jack Ryan did some work with oral exposure of vaccine for elk in the manner where they would take this really fine clay, they would sprinkle it onto hay in tubs, and then they would necropsy those elk and see whether that fine pigmented, they would have tattoo ink with this clay, and they would see if this pigment has been taken up by the tonsils in the oral cavity, and they found that was highly effective to at least hit the immune system, because as you guys know, that's a really significant immune organ. And so we need additional work in that regard. But and I think Colorado is going to continue some of that study because Jack Ryan is retired, Dr. Jack Ryan. That's kind of the summation of this training. They're recognizing that it was over a couple days, and there were some other things covered.
Thanks, Doc.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Outbreak preparedness update.
Yep, so that will be done by Dr. Hannah Forseth, who provided the board some materials, and then she'll go over kind of the gaps and kind of our efforts to meet those.
Did you see where RF electronic tags are supposed to be in all rodeo and recreational areas? That'll be interesting.
They haven't seen it yet, though.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Anna Forseth, Animal Health. We can make this pretty quick if you'd like. Mike's going to pull up a couple of slides here that I provided as well. A reminder that much of our preparedness has been done or focused on what we learned following the RMAR exercise, which was completed last May. I wasn't here for that, unfortunately, but have read the documents, and since starting in October, that's really been what I've focused my time on as far as emergency preparedness. And so, again, that exercise identified some deficiencies in where we're at as a state in our preparedness for an animal disease outbreak. And the department saw that, the board saw that as a priority. And so you have an attachment here on tab 4. You may have already found it. It looks like this. This provides a lot more detail for you guys than what I'm planning to summarize here in the next couple of minutes. But Mike, you can hit the next slide. So the ultimate goal is to update our state's emergency preparedness plan. And so to do that, again, our focus is on those deficiencies that were identified in the RMAR exercise. So this is a summarized list of what we've decided are our priorities, starting with identifying or establishing a department-specific incident command structure, in addition to a depopulation plan, a carcass management or disposal plan, talking more with our diagnostic laboratory to identify what their testing capabilities are, what are the limitations, and what we need to be able to do, followed by various communication documents. And so who do we need to talk to prior to and during an outbreak, and how are we going to do that? So drafting press releases, emergency declarations, messaging to producers, to veterinarians, that sort of thing. There are a few additional preparedness efforts that might not find themselves directly in the plan, but are certainly important supplements to the plan. Those would be various training opportunities. So Dr. Shumansky had mentioned EMERS, which is the USDA-run reporting system that we use for some current, more domestic investigations, like our TB investigations are in EMERS right now. But in the event of a foreign animal disease outbreak, that information would also go into EMERS. And so in the event of a foreign animal disease outbreak, there's going to be a lot of information going into such a database, and so we think it's important that more people are familiar with it. Another training example would be educating producers and veterinarians on what clinical signs they might expect to see with a certain disease. And so there's a wide range of training opportunities that we're looking into and have been conducting. Secure food supply plans are another. I might just jump to the next and come back to that. And then preparing a public information officer. Right now, we borrow Andy from downstairs, Department of Livestock. And so just making sure that he's kind of up to speed on what the response is going to look like and what types of information. I'm sorry, what did I say?
That's all right.
Department of Ag. Thank you. So just working with Andy to now and kind of again educating him on what he can expect as far as how we're going to respond, I think is going to be very helpful, so that we're not trying to teach him as we go during an outbreak. So I'll jump back to the secure food supply plans and maybe just focus on those a little bit more. Mike, you could probably switch to the next slide. And this is just a brief simplified timeline rather, with the goal being September to December 2020, completion of or having an updated emergency response plan. So if you have any questions about that, please let me know, but you can look over that. The Secure Food Supply Plans are a national initiated program. There are multiple of them. There's a pork, a beef, a dairy, a few different poultry, so broiler, turkey, and egg, and then the sheep industry is in the works. So they've got a secure wool and lamb supply plan that they're working on. The goal of the Secure Food Supply Plans is a business continuity for producers, and so there's likely to be a 48 to 72 hour standstill for animals after a disease is diagnosed in the United States. After that, the producers that can get back to business, get back to moving animals, is going to be determined by how high or low of a risk they are for having this disease and spreading it. The Secure Food Supply Plans focus on the producer's biosecurity, their record-keeping abilities, whether they have a premises ID number, and if a producer can prove to the state that they're working on those efforts in a proactive manner, then they're going to be put on a list. And there's some auditing that will happen as well, but they're basically going to be considered low risk to us. So say a year from now we do get a foreign animal disease and we have some pig farmers or some cattle ranchers that want to move. I would look on my list and say, do you have a secure food supply plan that we've approved, and have you tested negative for the disease? If so, you're low risk. You can move before your neighbor down the street can, who hasn't shown us any documentation of his risk with biosecurity and testing and that sort of thing. I hope I summarized that okay. If I didn't and it was confusing, please let me know. But I brought that one up because we are spending a lot of time on it here more recently with the threat of African swine fever. We've kind of pushed our secure pork supply plan to the top of the list, and we're taking that out to producers starting tomorrow, and we'll have 2 additional meetings by July end to talk to them about the requirements of the plan and encourage them to participate and talk to them about the benefits and stuff. So that was quick. Again, there's a lot more detail in this 5 or so page document. Just to orient you to one thing specifically, it might be more obvious, but check would suggest under the task column that it's been completed, and then the open box is something that is yet to be done but is in the works. So
any questions?
We just hope you never have these.
Yeah. Well, I've got a couple, more than a couple questions. How do you deal with owners who have an animal or a couple of animals that have a disease, and those animals have names? Because someone who has a whole herd of something might not have quite as much emotional issue with depopulation as someone who's put a name on their animal. That was one question.
So again, the focus of this work is on, I guess not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily have to pertain to a foreign animal disease, but in the event of a foreign animal disease, unfortunately, they, name or not, they wouldn't have an option. It would be something that would have to be done for the greater good of, the industry as a whole.
I guess
Maybe I
kind of what I'm
misunderstood.
suggesting is that, and maybe that's wrong, but some training on how to deal with people who are being pretty emotional about it might be a good thing for whoever's doing it.
That's a good suggestion.
Okay, and then you, on page 2, you talk about penetrative captive bolt guns. Has that been done? And if so, what do they cost?
Good
or
question.
if you're going to do them, what do they cost?
Yeah, so Mike, do you have the PowerPoint pulled up?
I don't. I closed that out.
It's okay.
already, I'm
No,
sorry.
that's okay. So, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but a penetrating captive bolt gun is used quite commonly in the swine industry and in some, maybe more commonly in the dairy industry than the beef industry. But there was recently a document released by the American Veterinary Medical Association that discussed and gave recommendations for methods to use for depopulation of animals. Penetrating captive bolt and gunshot were on the top of the list for a lot of the species that we anticipate to be dealing with. There are some limitations to penetrating captive bolt. For example, the animal has to be restrained. The bolt gun has to be making contact with the animal's head for it to be effective, whereas a gun you can stand a distance away and still be effective, right? So that would be a big limitation. However, there are some benefits, safety benefits to people handling. You know, the ricochet factor is not there. That's there with a rifle, for example. And so we will make a decision as to which method we use when the time comes, and that will be based on other factors, other environmental factors. If a penetrating captive bolt gun is something that we decide will be more effective and safer for the people who are performing euthanasia, we plan to have purchased 4 bolt guns. In the next few months, I suppose it's coming from our cooperative agreement funding, and they're about $1,500 a piece. They can euthanize effectively a very wide range of animals, from a small lamb to a mature bison bull. So that's another benefit.
Then you talk about implementation of the HL7 software.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, is our IT aware that they're
Yes.
going to deal with that?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And it kind of summarizes it there, but it's a software system that would make a communication with the laboratory, and Dr. Judah might be able to comment on this as well, but just allow communication with the lab to happen real time or a lot quicker. Because right now a lot of our reports are coming in an Excel spreadsheet on a weekly basis, if they're not, rabies would be one exception, which we'll get a call as soon as they get results. But others are coming, on a weekly basis. But the HL7 program would allow, as soon as that result is ready, it would come to us, which is obviously going to be very important if we have a lot of samples going through the lab. Foot and mouth disease, as an example, if we're testing a lot for that.
Any other questions? Okay, Doc, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to switch order here. I'm going to go right to the comments from the public that you might have. We still have some agenda to go through. If you have comments on non-agenda items, we'd certainly entertain those now, so you don't have to stay longer.
Mr. Chairman.
You got somebody right behind you.
Oh,
Or,
sorry.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, no, you're fine. Okay, I just want to, as some of you, I've been introduced to you before, I'm Charlotte Lauerman. I'm taking over as Executive Director for Student and Doggett, and just wanted to let you know.
Great,
For the
thank you.
Montana Veterinary Medical Association.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Glad you're here again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Do you just want me to stand here, is that okay? Or?
You sure, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
As long as you speak loudly so you can be picked up by the system. Either way, it's fine.
Okay. I am Kylie Martinell, and I am currently the Vice President of the Montana Beef Council. And I just wanted to come and introduce myself to you guys and kind of answer any questions that you guys might have regarding the Beef Council. Just a little history of my growing up. I grew up in Choteau, Montana on a ranch. Met my husband in Bozeman and did embryology work for Transold Genetics and still do with another vet. 6 years ago, I was asked to serve on the Beef Council, and in those 6 years, I have learned I went from nothing to a lot. So I appreciate people that serve on boards like this and the ones that we serve on. I know it's time consuming, but it's very important, and I'm very passionate about the beef industry. So I guess I would entertain any questions you guys might have about the Beef Council, or kind of why I'm here, or
You got your postage fixed, right?
Did you?
Yes, we have made payment on postage.
Oh. Okay. So I guess I'll just touch on the lawsuit that RCAF versus USDA. We're basically like the children in the custody battle. We're directly affected negatively. I guess it's still tied up in the courts. August 28th is when the summary judgments and responses are supposed to be heard, and then potentially a decision made. But we don't really know how long that'll take. So in the meantime, we are forced to have producers, if they would, I don't know how much you guys know about the Beef Council setup, but any cow or any animal that's sold, you have to pay your dollar checkoff. Before the lawsuit, 50 cents went to the national level, which is the CBB. 50 cents stayed in the state of Montana that our board of 12 would make decisions on. Now, the entire dollar goes to the national level unless the producer signs a consent form every year, and that's the kicker, is every year. We've tried to get it where somebody can sign it lifetime or 5 years or whatever, but the USDA just won't go for that. So that's our really huge battle right now, is to get producers to understand that part of it. In the meantime, money is being saved in an account at the national level until we can, because the process of getting this back has been a huge headache. So I guess from you guys, it would be really helpful for us, because our two main places are the auction markets and the brand inspectors that collect that dollar. So if we could maybe, in the brand inspector meetings at the district level or and the local, let us know when those meetings are, and we can at least explain it to them so that they can have the form and give it to the producer, and if they have questions, they can call us. So there's probably $1 million+ sitting over there not being used, and that's a shame for what we could be doing for our industry.
I'm not sure that we can legally hand out your form as a part of a brand inspector's employment.
Well, just to have it available. They don't have to push it. But I don't know how.
So how would someone listening and watching now get a copy of your form?
You can call any of us board members. You can call the.
No, but they don't know who the board. Is there a central place where?
The Beef Council website. All of our names are on there, or you can go on there and actually get a signed
What would
form.
be the number they would call?
The Beef Council number is, it would be 656-3336, or just Google Montana Beef Council, and the consent form stuff's right on there.
Yeah, I know. We're on video and live,
No,
so I
that's
wanted
great.
to have that published.
That's great, yeah.
As a place for somebody to call in.
Let's see.
Kylie, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
What percentage of the money we used to, are we getting a third of it? Are we getting a fourth of it? What are we getting now compared to before we had to have the consent form? Are we just half?
For example, this year we budgeted about $192,000 for promotion and education, just because it's been so hard, because we have to prove those dollars constantly.
Right.
And all 4 of our staff has been great, but it has been hard for them, and that's basically all their time goes to. But $192,000 is what we have budgeted this year. In 2016, before the lawsuit, we spent $581,000.
Wow.
But even that budgeted money of $192,000, we have to, as we get the money, then we approve the programs.
Okay. I didn't know.
So it's a decrease 66% at least, if not more.
Yeah, I never ever asked anybody how much it was.
Yeah.
I thought I saw data somewhere published by somebody that your collection rate's down to about 24% or something of what it used to be.
That's probably, well, and we're
Somewhere in
so,
there.
it's been such a long process of collecting the money. We're so far behind. We're still in 2018 with the auction markets, and You know, it's a long, hard process to
To
get that
verify,
money.
you mean? Oh,
Because we've had to start from scratch with computer systems and,
Right.
you know, everything. And that's the hard, I mean, those, you have to have every year, you know, proof.
Right.
And then, and if you sign your consent form after you sell your cattle,
okay.
it's no good. So we've gone through a lot of, USDA oversees everything we do. We've gone through several consent forms. We've landed on this, but the board, I mean, still isn't very happy with the cumbersomeness of this, so.
May I have the form, please?
You betcha.
Thank you.
Well, just an experience I had, which I think was a good one, was that when I went to get my form, I got multiple copies.
Oh.
So that, I mean, I didn't ask for it, you just sent them out. And so that way, that next year I have one, if I can
Yeah.
find it.
Yeah. It's just really hard to touch 12,000 producers, I think
Right.
that's roughly, and I think we've gotten back maybe 3,000, and we've been kind of really on it, so as time goes by, it's harder to keep, I mean, you guys all
Yeah.
that
I
have
know,
cattle,
it's
it's
terrible.
not a good day when you're shipping to have to fill out another form, or, you know, and
Think about
sometimes
it.
you don't even go into the auction markets. We send a load of cattle and you don't even go in, so it's really hard to touch that. So one of our big producer communication, I don't know if you guys have seen the commercials and stuff out there, but we've started to do a lot more of that just to get the word out.
Yeah,
'Cause if
they're good.
they don't sign the forms, we're probably not going to have a program, and all the money will be going national.
What about the local stock growers type organizations?
They've helped us out a lot, you know.
Because
when,
at their annual meetings,
right.
I would assume that.
And I was there last year with the clipboard, walking around, you know, and anybody I run into is happy to sign it. You just have to sit there and talk to them and tell them about it, you know, and it takes so much time to do, and then they sign it for 1 year, and then the next year rolls around, and it's like,
Huh, so all of us that put 5 years on there didn't work.
well, we did that as a ranch.
Yeah.
They'll have that on there. I mean, that's up to you if you
Yeah.
want to do that.
You want to do what?
Well, we put them for 5 years, I mean, we put 5 years dates on them, so we didn't have to do them every year. Like we put,
I personally did the same thing.
you know, 2019,
Oh, I see
20,
what you're saying.
21,
Yeah.
22, 23,
Gotcha.
whatever it takes.
On a separate sheet.
No, I just put it all in one form.
Well,
I don't know if,
So does
that's what
that
I
work
said,
if
now
it's
I have
all
to
in one
wonder if
form?
they're any
You
good.
can do that. It's better for the gals to have them on file if they're, but they'll just
Separate sheets.
make
Mhm.
them, yeah.
okay, any other questions?
Nope,
Well, thanks for all your hard work.
thanks, Kylie.
Well, thank
Well,
you
that's
for
tough,
serving on
you
this
know.
too. It's important. I mean, it's a volunteer position, and I've learned a lot, and it's amazing how much that checkoff does from the 6 years I've been on there. If any of you have any other questions, or, I mean, if that's something that you guys would allow
Well,
us to do.
we have them available now at auction yards.
Oh, yeah.
Supposedly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just the report, it's the getting back the information of the animals that have sold, and
Yeah.
it's a huge, long process. And Tammy is a wonderful asset to this program, so if any of you have questions or need her expertise, she knows it well. So, yeah, and they've been great. So I don't know if that's something, I mean, do your brand inspectors have district meetings? Like
We do have.
annually or
meetings.
biannually? I don't know how,
They have a
but
minimum of 1 a year, I know that.
is that something we could be a part of, kind of, just to explain it? I mean, so
I
that
don't
they're.
see any reason why it can't be.
I mean, it's not, you can explain it
I
whether.
mean, they
we're-
can't go hand them out.
But you could have them.
Have
if
them
they
there,
wanna
if they,
take 'em,
and
I
then
guess.
they could have phone numbers of contacts,
Yeah.
just to kind of get that relationship. I mean, I think we used to, is that right, Tammy? We used to go to some of the meetings and just explain, because, you know, they're collecting our dollar.
Yeah.
They're
Right.
the ones that collect the dollar, just so that they kind of understand who we are and what we're doing and what it's for. I think that's a good relationship to have. And they're the ones that are right in touch with the producers.
Yeah.
So if that's something that,
Well, I guess, I'm not sure, you keep bouncing back to that, but I don't believe we can legally promote it, but that doesn't mean we can't receive education.
right.
So going to and be a part of the agenda is not an issue, but promoting it would be.
Yeah, it's
So
just,
I don't
it's,
know whether that's efficient use of your time or not, but there's no reason why you can't be part of an agenda for information.
I think most importantly for me, it's just, a lot of the brand inspectors, especially the local, well, really the state or the district guys too, they don't even really understand what's going on with the checkoff. Like they just,
Well, they
and
collect
this
the
is a
dollar.
whole new little twist in it, and so it's one thing to collect the dollar. It's another if they get asked, like, I don't know, but here's a number you can call, or if you have questions or concerns or whatever. Because right now it's a shame to watch that money just sit there and our board is really, it's a good board, and I love the way it's set up.
And you know Leslie, right? Head of our brands group. And
Well, I
Mike,
don't-
so you
yeah,
gotta
Mike.
make
Yeah.
arrangements to
Yeah.
talk to Mike about, Leslie about agenda opportunities.
Okay.
Yeah, and the local brand inspectors are not employees.
Right.
And they could hand them out if they want to, but we can't tell them to.
No.
Whether they can or not.
We can't, they can't
I'm
hand
not
them
sure
out.
local brand inspectors can.
Why would that not be? They don't work for us.
Well, but they provide a service based upon a state requirement, so I just am not
No,
sure.
I
I'm
didn't think
not
about
sure
that.
they can
Yeah,
or can't, either one.
yeah.
But they could have them available, or tell them where to get them if they ask.
I can certainly
Yeah.
tell them where to get them, there's no doubt about that.
So if any of you have any more questions,
And
after
maybe they
this-
can do it, but I may be wrong, but I know our state employees can.
Yeah. So anyway,
Because we looked into that quite a while ago, so you know.
Can't.
The state employees can't promote it,
Right, I agree. Yeah.
i.e. disseminate.
Yeah.
Okay, other questions? Not, thank you very much.
thank you.
Thanks, Kathy. Nice seeing you.
The other? Okay. Doc, you ready? Finally, huh?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Greg Judah, Director of the Montana Veterinary Diagnostic Laboratory. So first up, we have a few brief lab updates. We did pass our 2018 proficiency for Salmonella enteritidis testing, which is important to maintain our NPIP and NBSL proficiency. We are currently going through the process of passing proficiencies for African swine fever, which is an emerging pathogen. It's currently sweeping across Asia, Europe, and South Africa. Just for, I had a question on that earlier. We do have an AABLD audit response, which is due July 1st, so we've been diligently working on that to close out corrective actions and make sure that we're prepared to answer all of their additional questioning. This relates to an audit that was conducted in, I believe, March of 2017. So this is the majority, or the remainder of the response to that. I think in association with that audit, we had something like 30 open corrective actions or nonconformances that we had to address. So it's a pretty substantial amount of work, but our quality manager, Tess Moore, has done a wonderful job in getting us prepared for that, and she's a huge asset for the lab. Next on the agenda, I had the equipment purchases associated with the 2020 NALM grant. This is federal money that, as part of the National Animal Health Laboratory Network, of which we are a member, is granted to us every year, depending on funding. We are a level 2 laboratory. For this year, we were granted for our fiscal 2020 about $137,000. So the financial plan, which I believe you have a copy of, kind of details how we intend to spend this money. The major equipment purchases, which constitute 101 and change $1,000 of the 137, would be used for equipment required to perform the ELISA test for chronic wasting disease, which is the screening test that's not the confirmatory. We have already placed a purchase order for the immunohistochemical staining equipment that was pondered in the last meeting, the last Department of Livestock or Board of Livestock meeting. That has been purchased, which will also give us the capability to perform the confirmatory testing. So we have both the screening and confirmatory. Currently, the testing in the state of Montana that's being performed for CWD is being referred to Colorado State University lab, and we would like the ability to offer that test. So those two pieces of equipment that are listed first, this NSP purification system and the Precess 48, are a total of about $61,000. We also incorporated a new microtome, which could be dedicated to the chronic wasting disease testing for the immunohistochemical sectioning, and that way you don't have kind of the potential for cross-contamination. And also, we put into the budget a microscope for the pathology associated with the immunohistochemical assay. The only requirements for this is that the equipment has to be used for a non-sponsored test. So that was kind of the criteria that we used to select these pieces and provide, when we put forth our financial plan, they approved it rather rapidly. So what I'm seeking board approval for now is to move forward on these equipment purchases so we can start to put them through the state purchasing process. We do have an expiration date on the quote for these first two pieces of equipment at August 31st, and given the state process, the sooner we get this underway, the better.
Questions or motion? Or both?
I move that we give approval to move forward with the purchase.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or question? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you.
Be something nice to say at the meeting too next month.
Yeah,
Right?
absolutely.
The money's been okayed.
Okay, the next item we have here are the revisions to the MDOL testing fee schedule. Now, I do believe that the first pass at this you guys may have seen last summer. Is that correct?
Last fall, yeah, last summer.
Last fall? Okay. So in making the recommendations for these fee changes for the lab, the criteria that we used are listed at the top here on this handout. But basically, we currently do not have any mechanism or a contingency fund for unmet facility and equipment needs for the laboratory. So this would help us develop a capital fund to address those issues as they arise. And this is something that Mike suggested. I think it's a great idea and a great mechanism to go about this. We performed a detailed market comparison with neighboring states, just because you would have to take my word for it. Otherwise, it actually exists. So, but I did not provide that as part of the handout. But we compared our test fees to the state labs in Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Colorado, Washington, Michigan, and Texas. So most of those are competitive regional border state laboratories that are also state funded or university affiliated in the case of Washington. We also had a desire to simplify our fee structure and make it more accessible and user-friendly. An example of that is because we had made fee increases on a percentage basis. Say in the past, we had test fees that might be $32.57. It's just a little bit muddle. So why not make it a round number? And then finally, the need to establish fee structures for newly established tests, as well as tests that we plan to bring in-house in the coming foreseeable future, like chronic wasting disease. So that was the criteria that our suggested fee changes were based on. And probably the primary driver was making sure we were competitive with the market in terms of what we're charging. So I am asking for approval for the suggested fee changes from the board. We are set to do the rules amendment should you guys decide to accept the fee changes.
The important criteria there, remember, these fees are set within an administrative rule. So an update to the fee schedule requires a rule change, which means we'll have to go out for public comment, potentially hearing if enough people request that.
Yeah.
So they are subject to that scrutiny once we move forward. If we move forward.
One of the reasons we didn't do anything last fall was that we didn't have the information relative to how the fee structure relates to cost. And I mentioned that earlier today, and I still don't see that. And so you're going to be under the gun soon to answer that question, whether or not the fees that the price that you are arriving at covers your costs.
I can answer that, and the answer is no.
But what we've had to face in audits in the past is, okay, here's a fee for, mugwump test, to cover the cost of that test, and if not, why not? And there's relatively few answers to that, but the competitive answer is probably the best one. But we need to understand what that is and differentiate between public health fees and public health costs. And in the lab, that's very hard to do.
Yes,
because of your cost structure. But now that and then if you take the next one layer is for the fact that you're an enterprise fund, what portion of the fees, not all of them, fall within the enterprise fund structure, right? So you have cost structure on public health, you have cost structure on competitive, and you have cost structure that would fit within your enterprise fund accounting framework. So at some point soon, we're going to have to answer that. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think the audit from a couple of years ago said we had to do that every 2 years. The second year is about up.
Well, we did one more for fiscal year 18. But now we got to update one for fiscal year 19.
Well, last fall we didn't have them when we looked at these prices.
Well,
so I don't know.
We presented one to the finance committee, but we never did bring it to the full board.
I don't know what you did. All I know is that when it came to our finance committee for discussion, the reason we postponed it was because of the cost structure issues. All right. So, as long as you have it, great. If you don't have it, figure it out.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, when I was in Miles City right after the session, that was one of the comments from what's his name? Holman. Is that we still don't have the cost structure for the lab because we were talking about the lab.
Right.
But we don't have the costs of what the tests, are related to the price. So obviously he doesn't think we have it either. So.
Well, we don't have it down to the test level. We still, to the section level is what we've done with the last two.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. We don't have it down to what antibiotic sensitivity per isolate.
Right.
We don't have it down to that level. We have it down to the section lab and what the cost of that section lab are and what revenue we're generating or what portion of that section can be attributed to public health or to per capita, whether it's a livestock industry-oriented test or if it's a public health-oriented test like brucellosis, West Nile virus, those types of things. So we have that broken out, right, by section, but not by this by this list. No, we don't. I mean,
And I'm not saying what we've done before was accurate, nor am I casting aspersions on what we. But the way we went about it probably isn't as detailed as it could have been, because we arrived at the public health segment in a very simple method, which was how many of these tests do you do, and how many of them are a public health issue. That equals 40%. 40% of the total is this. And oh, by the way, we did not deal with the brucellosis fee coming in. And anyway, so I'm just saying, I don't have any problem with fees going up, but we need to make sure that we don't get in audit trouble again.
How far off do you estimate we are in cost versus fee?
On a per test basis or per section basis?
Section.
Test. Per test is going to
Well,
take
it's
a
going to
long
have to be
time.
per test. But at this point, where do you think we are?
So, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the finance group did perform kind of an analysis of that, and I think where we need to be right now is revisit it with them and sharpen our pencils and see if the assumptions that went into the original model still hold true. And I think that that's something that we can probably accomplish in a few months' time. I would be hopeful. I don't want to make any promises given, I'm still relatively new to the position and there's stuff flying at me on a daily basis. But I do think that some of the assumptions that they made were great and will still hold true, but we want to run it by kind of from a lab operational perspective. Did we capture these other considerations and see if we can refine the model? So, maybe we can have something in that September timeframe, something like that. It'll probably be on a per section basis. It's very difficult to account for every test when you're running, say 50 different tests in a lab section, and you set something up to run for 30 minutes, and then you go set something up for another test. So they're doing a lot of multitasking, as well as we have a lot of cross-training at the moment, where if one lab section gets inundated with samples, they might pull some help from another lab section that's slow. And how do you account for that direct overhead, the direct labor component of it? So I think that we will have to generalize and make some assumptions on a per section basis. It could be simpler for some lab sections than others, like for instance serology, where they're basically doing Yonis and brucellosis testing. That's their primary, it's 99% of their testing or something. It may be easier for a section like that, but we won't really know until we just dive in and roll up our sleeves.
Right. I should know this from the finance report earlier, but basically, and I got more than one question here, but basically, what percent are we short on a whole number of trying to make the lab more of a standalone enterprise unit? How much money are we short versus what are we bringing in? How much we subsidize?
It's about 50-50.
It's a $2 million operation, a little over.
We might get
2.2.
And we bring in how much?
1.1.
Okay. And so I guess, just looking at it at glance, I'm not making any accusations, but, I think I'm sure there's more than one, but I only saw one where the fee went down.
Yep.
And basically, if you just rough it out, you're basically looking at somewhere between a 15 to a 20% increase across the board on every test. I mean, was that the model that was used? Did you just go through and say, well, let's just raise them by 18% and round them up to the nearest dollar? Or,
It was primarily based on the market analysis, so what competitive labs are charging, for instance. Some of the tests we will still be well short of what competitive labs are testing. For instance, brucellosis, we're proposing an increase in fees from $1.60 a sample to $2.50. Well, the competitive labs charge $4 to $5 a test. So So, but we have to be sensitive to the fact that, you know, with the surveillance area, there's a limited amount of funding that we have, so we can't price ourselves out of your own business.
Well, let's just use that example. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the veterinarian gets $2 per test to pay to the lab. So if you
For the
raise
test fee.
if you raise it to $2.50, then who's paying the other 50 cents? And so I guess it's those kinds of things, and I think part of the issue was trying to analyze that it came out of, and I'll say it differently than they did, but you know, how much of the operation of the lab is a fixed cost, and do you really get any savings with scale? Brucellosis is the best example, right? So even though you do 1 million of them, it still costs you $2 a head. If you sell them for $1, you got a problem. So
Yes, sir.
So that was sort of the issue on brucellosis. It keeps climbing, climbing, climbing. And so don't you get some kind of scale of that so we can provide you less general fund that pays for. And then we were fighting the challenges of how much we were providing. So we had to defend that segmentation of the $2 to the producer, $2 to the veterinarian, I think, which comes to the fee schedule. And then we're about $8 or $9 or something, as I recall, total, right? Per test, per total?
Yeah, I believe the total cost per test is about $10 per head when all the costs are accumulated.
So that all has to get wound into that. And that's good news and bad news. Good news is you didn't have to go through it the first time. Bad news is still out there. And to answer Brett's question, in the past we did raise fees basically on a percentage basis at one point. And I believe it was 10% across the
10%,
board.
yeah. Right now, it's just rough, you know, it's basically a 15 to a 25% increase, it looks like.
But there was at one time an increase recommended to us of 10% that we accepted. I would say 4 years ago maybe. So okay, so you've got an obligation to do the cost analysis, and you're targeting that for September sometime. Okay, and so these rules, if approved to go to publication today, would take, what, about 90 days?
60-ish usually.
Unless there's a complaint, right? And then the complaints have to come back here while you analyze them first. So the first time you could get to publication is going to be in July. So 60 days from July is July, August, September, so you're right about the same cost structure.
Say that again, Mr. Williams.
Well, you're going to have to get the Secretary of State's office to get on the docket to get the rules published. And so you probably missed the window for June, so you're probably into July.
It's tomorrow at noon.
Tomorrow at noon.
Oh. So you're ready to go in tomorrow?
If given approval. No pressure.
Well, here's the risk, right? The risk is approving. The risk is significant, I think, based upon what's happened in the past, and that's approving a price structure without analyzing the cost structure and having the whole thing be published and put into effect before we even know what the cost structure is. That's not a good position to be in.
May I?
Yeah, sure.
So, I think it's important for us to recognize that like Greg mentioned, if we base the fees on cost, we will never recoup what those costs are.
I'm not saying that.
Right. So, our rate of the fees that the laboratory charges are about standard of what other state laboratories are, which means that fees cover about half the cost of running that test. And so I think the intent with this fee proposal, which would go out for public comment, is not necessarily to recoup the cost of running the test, but to recoup more of the cost of running the test. And the primary driver of requesting this fee proposal and fee adjustments are, again, not not leave money on the table. Every month that we wait to update the fees means the lab loses out on $25,000 of fee income. And then the other one is to make our rates that a little bit more commensurate with the market. So I would suggest that the costs are based more on the market than they are, the fee proposal is based more on the market than what it is on the cost of the test.
I don't disagree with that either, and that's the way it was presented last fall.
Sure, and so I'll just close by saying I think all of those analyses are important. I think it's important to know what our costs are. It's also important to know what a market is. I will just wanted to set expectations a little bit regarding the cost per test. I think we will always be off on what a particular cost, a testing cost is, and we will be off probably significantly. And the reason for that is, like Greg mentioned, when there are 6 or 7 tests that 2 people run, or let's say 25 tests that people run in an 8-hour period, and they're a different process, it's extremely difficult to recognize what the cost per test is. And so what we defaulted to is say what the cost per section is.
Yeah, but here's the issue you have to come up to. And I don't, it's not an argument between you and I.
Sure.
It's an argument that we have an accountability back on the audit and to the public, and that you're going to have to spread your overhead expenses. The general G&A gets spread somehow. You have to have your method, whatever that method is, whether it's by test, whether it's by gross revenue of a section. I don't know what it is. You're going to have to decide that, because there's overhead G&A that has to be spread to all services, right?
Yeah.
So you have to have a methodology to do that. And in the enterprise section, the reason it's an enterprise section is you got people looking over your shoulder saying, in the enterprise section, the reason we made it an enterprise is so you can cover your costs with your fee structure. Well, if you don't have any idea what your costs are, I don't care what your method is, but I don't think in the end you'll be able to stand up. I mean, you can do it, but I don't want to be in the room when you have to say, well, we're just going to do it by section, even though we're raising the fees by service. Okay, it's like, in Walmart, you're going to go in and you're going to have everybody raise their fees for everything and not know what your costs are for providing it. So we just have that obligation by audit, and so we're going to have to do it. Timing-wise, it's tough to approve price increases without it. That's what I'm saying. And I've already said it once, and I've said it twice. I'm going to say it again. You'll have to spread your G&A somehow. And you may do it by section, but sooner or later, that's not done by section. Price is done by service, not by section.
Mr. Chairman,
Right?
I think that those numbers were what we asked for, to have some commensurate with other states, so that as
That's right.
I can see how much it is here, and I can take it to Idaho if it's cheaper.
Yeah, but we had that last
so for
fall.
the lab needs to do this, and I think that if delaying the increase is taking away money from the lab, and next year, yearly, we can change those numbers.
Well, no, here's the issue. We had that competitive analysis in September.
Right.
Okay? So that's not real. There may be some changes to it, I don't know.
A few.
It's new. And so I wouldn't be surprised if there are, but they did that. It's the
Right.
cost obligation that we have under the audit.
I get that. It's
Sooner or
always
later we gotta
important
do it.
to know what your costs are.
Yeah, sooner or
It's a
later you
big
gotta do
deal.
it.
But I
We
don't know
skated
if we
through the
delay
session.
this till that's
We didn't get
finished.
into it. The Finance Committee did not get into it because we did not want to face the issue at the legislature dealing with our cost structure at that point, because we didn't have a good handle on it. I'm prepared to support price increase, but I'm not prepared to support it without some commitment as to when the cost analysis is going to be done. Because we're already 6 months into it and it still isn't done.
Mr. Chairman, the only
And that's not your fault, Doc.
But I guess I need to
more
ask the
comment.
board, what do you want us to bring you cost like this by Brucella culture? We need to have the cost is 89 cents. Is that what it's going to take for us to achieve success with the board to understand what we're trying to do.
Well, your rate, well, let me ask you this. If you're putting a product in your grocery store and you price it, are you going to cover the cost of it or aren't you? So usually when you provide a product or a service, you base upon the cost of providing the service. In this case, you have some blended G&A costs, and we all know that. And you have to have a method for allocating it. So you're going to get a hybrid. It's not going to be pure. But what you're going to have is some cost structure that you can believe on and tout and promote as opposed to none. So it isn't a matter of the board having to decide whether you're going to have a total cost structure. If you can do it by, if you have a certain fixed cost for every brucellosis, I don't know what the numbers are now. How many brucellosis tests do you do compared to everybody? It's one of the biggest drivers
It's
of
about
testing.
45% of our testing.
Yeah, okay. And so if there's a fixed cost for brucellosis testing and you have 60,000 of them now, or 60% of them, is it going up incrementally? Does the $2 cover it?
It's a public service thing.
Well, actually, it's general fund. It's being provided by the general fund at $2 a crack.
You still have to know what it costs.
And you still have to know what it costs, even if they provide it in public service. And that was our argument.
That's
so
the
I'm just saying, we've been 6-7 months now, and it's not your fault, but we do need some cost plan down here. So I'll support raising the fee right now, but we have to have a commitment relative to cost structure and a plan coming in here on cost. You got the chairman of our subcommittee not saying you don't have it at a recent meeting. I mean, come on.
I guess where I struggle, and I just want to put it out there on the table, the methodology we used to get funding for the lab in 2017. We used that methodology to satisfy the audit and close the audit. We used it as the basis of our 2019 request. So why is that methodology all of a sudden just not acceptable? And that's what I'm struggling with.
I don't see a methodology. I don't see a cost structure analysis that's been performed and presented to the board. It was not presented at the finance committee meeting, nor is it done today. So I'm not telling you what methodology to use, but I'm saying because at some point it's going to be probably a mixed methods. But you're raising fees based upon individual services. So the further you remove yourself from that notion, the more difficult it is to defend. And I think the audit said we had to do cost analysis every 2 years, did it not? I think it did. And so whatever the cost analysis is, I'm not going to do it. But whatever it has to get done.
But that's why I'm asking the question, because what I'm struggling with, and this is maybe a conversation we should take offline, is that we did that based on the 2016 fiscal year, and then that most recent one we did was based on the 2018 fiscal year. I'm telling you it was presented to the Finance Committee, and the Finance Committee chose not to bring it to the board, which is why it's not come to this table. We will gladly bring that 2018 to the board again. We will rework that into a 2019 if that's what we need to do. But that's where I'm struggling is that I'm assuming that the document we presented that was by section that showed the percentage that was zoonotic versus livestock interest per capita, evidently that document is not what you want to see again. You want something different than that document.
Okay. So if you wind up in a situation where you're increasing fees for a service, which is what you're doing, right?
Right.
You're doing it based upon one primary issue right now, and that's a competitive analysis, which we've always included and defended it based upon competitive. We've also known that every one of those competitors are subsidized in some way,
right,
which drives us to get general fund money in there as opposed to as a part of the subsidization so that you can continue to operate. So whatever way you allocate your overhead, and oh, by the way, don't forget, you got a milk lab in there that gets funded a little differently, and you're still doing tests, and we don't know for sure right now what's happened with that relative to its cost versus price. But what we opted for was general fund dollars and their support for that to cover it, whatever that gap is. And so if you come out as close as you can, as I remember your numbers, you have significant categories of services where you have, and then you have onesie-twosies. And the significant category of services, you probably can ascertain whether the efforts for, and I'll use brucellosis, whether the people doing the work on brucellosis tests is covering the cost. I mean, the price is covering the cost. That's a big lump number. That's the hottest button you got because general fund's providing it. So at the very least, we ought to be looking at that as saying, you know, does $2 do it or not? They tried to take $2 away from us.
Right.
They tried to take the $2 away and lower it down because $9 was too much. And so it's going to be a hybrid, Mike, and it's not going to be, it won't cover every, you know, how many rabies tests you do? As I recall, are not very many.
Yeah, about 112 a year.
Yeah, so are they going to cover the cost of the 112? I don't know how much they are, but there's no way in hell they're going to cover them.
No.
Because overhead, when you spread overhead across them, they can't cover them. And they can't cover them incrementally either. So you could get
That's correct.
5 times as many, you can't cover them. But just some cost analysis that is related to the biggest pieces of your business and your employee overhead. So, example. If I have all my employees out here, where do they spend their most time? Not on rabies, I bet. So what services do they provide they spend their most time? How many do you have? What's the relationship to them? How much G&A you have for general administrative expenses that you have to spread out? And you got to do it, you can do it proportionally. Right?
Mr.
I mean, you've done this before.
Oh, yeah.
I know you have in your background. But we just can't go without doing it.
So, Mr. Chairman, that has been done. The cost analysis does include the administrative, the footprint, those kind of things, and it is by section. No mission in life is impossible, so please take this in that context. But I'm concerned that regardless of how hard we work to come up with an exact cost for conducting a test, it will be off by significantly more than the rate increase, than the proposed rate increase.
I will guarantee you it will be,
Right.
because
So-
I've done it in this
Correct.
lab. I've sat down with my pencil and I've done it. But that's not an excuse for not doing it and promoting it to others as the cost of it. Is it perfect? No. Is it ever going to be? No. And as a matter of fact, we don't have to compete against the other people that are doing it because we're a government providing a service.
And the last
So
thing
you
I'll
can
say on this
defend it.
issue right now is just, and then I would suggest that the rationale that Greg explained that's in that second paragraph for adjusting the fees is a more convincing, more correct rationale and basis for this request than a flawed test by test attempt at a test by test.
Yeah, I just don't agree with it because I think it's not that hard to pencil out some, anyway, but that's, I've wasted too much time.
Mr. Chairman, as I look at this whole thing, I look at it as it doesn't matter what we're charging. I look at it as legislature has asked us, what does it cost to run the lab and to run maybe the sections, but the tests, so that they can see if we come to them and ask for more general fund, they can see why it is, because here's what it's costing us to actually do what needs to be done. Here's what it's costing us to run the lab, and that this all works back into, should there be a lab?
That's part of the issue. And another piece of that puzzle is they put the enterprise fund on us 2 sessions ago. And so you can ask the question if you're a legislator, does all the services you provide that are attached to the enterprise fund cover your costs? And the answer to that is going to be a resounding no. The next question is, show me. That's what we gotta be able to do. And there's a reason why they stuck the enterprise fund on us, and that's the reason why.
But again, the reason why, and just so you know why I'm at a loss, is we sat with our Section C subcommittee in this room, were asked for a cost analysis, produced the 2018 cost analysis that I just talked about, gave that to the entire committee, made it through the budget hearings without any questions, and received the funding we asked for. So I'm trying to see where the legislators have this mandate or have asked for this.
Well, Representative Holman last week
Yeah.
notified the whole group at the meeting that we hadn't finished our cost analysis.
But is that partially because we sit in this room and say we haven't finished?
No.
Well, I don't
He-
know.
No, he went through it, he chaired the committee.
I'm
Well,
not trying
but
to
I think
create
what that
anything.
means, I want to make sure though that I think the interpretation of that is that I don't think the legislature will be satisfied until we fund the entire lab through fees. And that's what the real issue is saying, hey, they don't have a way, they're not charging enough money. I think that's what really is being said, and I think we have to continue to defend that. Well, I guess we can. We talk about market analysis. We can charge enough to completely fund, but now we'll be double market, triple market.
No, that's not even
no.
close.
I don't think
Because-
so.
Because that's why we went for general fund dollars, and that's why we got them. So I think there are legislators who are trying to take that enterprise activity and pin that tail on the donkey, no doubt about it. But I think look, we've had to defend it for 3 sessions, and we've been able to do it. And the way we did it the first couple times, it isn't rocket science. I know you can do it. With your background and with your
Absolutely.
pricing, I know.
And
And
I think
I
that-
don't think you have to spend the rest of your life doing it. But we got to have something that we say, these fees are going to go up, and this is why. And oh, by the way, you're going to have to subsidize this lab.
You know what's being asked, right?
Yeah.
You've done this before?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
It was.
My question then is, if we need to okay these fees and say we did that, give me a time frame that you're going to have that back to us.
Brian, you're going to be working with me on this.
September.
September.
It isn't.
Are you going to have it by the
Pick a day.
first of the year?
Oh.
Are you going to
yeah.
be done with the whole evaluation by the first of the year?
We can do that.
So if that's the case, what's wrong with that?
Nothing.
Trying to give you more than enough rope to hang yourself.
Let's do it.
You got to get it done, right?
There you
Yeah,
go.
I know.
By the you
It's
want to
background
come
is
back
perfect.
to us at a meeting or two before,
Like
because
November.
I'm sure we're going to want
Yeah.
tweaks.
Yeah.
But let's put a deadline if we agree to these fee increases, that our January meeting of 2020, we have a final.
Make it earlier so you're not
I'm-
done the year.
Bear with me.
November.
Okay.
We have a final analysis, which means we're going to have preliminary analysis all fall.
Yep. Or at least by November.
Well, I think, as Mike said, we have a good foundation
Yeah,
for
you
this
betcha.
already.
Yeah.
So it's picking at it and pulling on the threads and making sure that it holds true.
Right, that's-
Yeah, I want to be
For the
careful we're not
purpose
fighting an
Can I
awful lot more
general
than we can
fund.
chew.
I
I just
don't-
want to be careful about that.
Mr. Chair, I think it's a little unfair to ask Greg to make this promise when he hasn't been here long enough. And there's several of us that have looked at this over a couple years and don't know that we can get down to the granularity of putting a cost on each one of those tests per test. And that's where I think that's a time study.
So what's going through my head, I agree with you, Brian, and I
So
don't,
do
I
I.
don't dispute that at all.
Yeah.
But I think, and I'm reading into it a little bit from what John's discussion, Lila's, et cetera, the way I would approach it is I'd take your top 50% of your tests, or not even that. So brucellosis is 40% of all your tests.
Yep, the number of tests.
What I'm trying to say is you take your top 5 individual tests and you make sure you get them down to the penny. And then you take that next subgroup of 20 tests and you get them down to the 10. You're gonna have to group some tests together and say, well, shoot, we got rabies, we got this, we got that, we got, you know, all those are in one lump sum, and we're just gonna have to assume some assumptions
Yep.
about what they cost for overhead, right?
Yep.
I mean, I get you can't do it individually
No,
all
you
the way,
can't.
but.
As long as it's consistent.
And the other one you got,
Understandable, that's all.
the other clinker you have is milk, supposedly, is paid for by a fee based upon cost assessed against the industry.
No, it's not.
Yeah, the milk tests
Oh,
at the
man.
lab. The milk tests
That's
at the
another
lab.
public service, though.
Huh?
It's not
I
true
s-
costs.
But when it goes back to the people that are supposed to pay for it, their push was, well, so what's the cost? And they're theoretically supposed to pay for the cost of running the milk, but they don't. And it's subsidized also, and we declared that to the legislature. Anyway,
You can't subsidize one.
I don't disagree with you, Brian, that you're not going to get every test. But when you look at your number of tests performed, they clump up in about 4 or 5 categories in volume.
So was that a
I'll-
proposal?
Yeah, I don't know, does it need a motion and just be
Yeah,
asked
making
to
a
do it?
motion.
I mean,
Making a motion to pass do a motion to pass to approve these to go to publication, and that the report come back on your date.
So, the motion is to approve these price increases currently, and that the cost analysis that we've discussed here today, you need to bring back some preliminary findings by October meeting.
Perfect.
And then, you know, hopefully another preliminary finding before the January, but we want to have a final analysis of the cost structure by the January or 2020 January meeting.
Is there a second?
Second.
Do you have something else you wanted to add?
All I'm saying, and I'm just repeating myself, is that I agree. I wouldn't want to tackle this in individual tests on every one of them. I'd probably regret taking the job. Okay, but I think if you take it in groups, in categories,
yeah, from
most to least, and just kind of group some up, I think you can do it.
Yeah.
It's
I
really
do
about
agree.
allocating your fixed costs across where they need to be fixed, allocated to.
And we came to the conclusion way back when, 4 years ago or whatever, that it was about 84%, give or take, fixed cost running the place. By the time you spread personnel and
You're gonna know your variable costs. I mean, that
they're
you
not
got
very
those in
many.
there.
Second.
All further? Second? Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Shoo.
It's not that hard.
God, it was a good 3/4 of the day, wasn't it?
Mr. Chairman, members of the
Good
board,
job.
thank you.
Good job. That's what you're gonna say.
Okay, now, let's spend some of that money. The next item on the agenda is the incinerator repair. The incinerator manufacturer is who we were initially working with when we were discussed this at the last Board of Livestock meeting. They refused to give us a quote ultimately to repair the refractory because they were afraid that if they removed the floor and the walls of it, the top could collapse above them. So it was a safety concern. So they referred us to another company that does brick refractories. And this is a company that specializes in it. They've worked on Thermtech incinerators, which is the brand name that we have. They were able to give us a preliminary proposal that you have a copy of for $48,750, and that is just the refractory. So in addition to that, they will have to demo the existing refractory in the unit, and then we'll have to get a local steel or welding contractor to come in and make the steel repairs, which we anticipate might be in the neighborhood of $5,000. So I think what we're looking at is about a $55,000 job to repair the existing incinerator and keep it operational. hopefully until we can get a new lab.
Mr. Chairman, once that's done, is it possible to move it? No, not in a million years.
By the time we get a lab made,
Yeah.
we're gonna be wanting a new incinerator anyway.
I would agree.
Yeah.
It is possible. It would likely require removal of a portion of the roof of the existing facility and utilizing a crane to remove the stack, followed by the unit itself. I think what we're looking at is a Band-Aid right now until the point at which we can get a new facility and afford a new incinerator for that facility.
Is this the same repair we repaired a couple years ago?
That was a patch to the floor, I
Was it?
believe.
Oh.
Yeah, which obviously didn't get the job done.
So it is, we're repairing the repair?
It's the same.
Mm-hmm.
What did we spend on that one?
I don't remember. But I'm gonna say 30 grand or something.
Yeah, it was,
Was it really?
yeah, it was plenty.
So in members of the board, in case you wondered, the cost of a replacement unit for this incinerator is $176,000. That doesn't include $7,500 for startup, transport, installation, and it doesn't include modifications to the building to get the old one out and the new one in. So you're probably looking at $300,000 all told.
Oh, good.
So that's the other option.
How confident are we this repair will work?
I'm pretty confident it'll work. These guys this is one of the things they do. They do refractories for kilns, and the fact that they've done it specifically for these Thermtech units gives me a pretty high degree of confidence in this group.
Is there a motion?
I
So
move that we, go ahead.
I had the last one. You go this time.
I move that we okay this purchase
Repairs.
of repairs.
Are you seconding it?
You bet I am.
And the money comes out of per capita? Is that where it
Yes.
comes from?
Yeah.
It'll come out of the lab's 2020 budget, which hopefully they're gonna see some additional revenue and fees.
Well, that's why I'm asking you the question.
Yeah.
It should come out of general funds because you gotta have that Hummer to take care of CWD.
Well, hold on to that thought for a second,
yeah.
because we've got a different problem.
Oh.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Okay, in your CWD equipment purchases, we had a very pointed direction from Representative Woods and the committee he sat on dealing with the report, and he's from Bozeman, and he's a professor, and he's running now for Public Service Commission or something, I think. But at the committee level, they were very much into the interim committee's report concerning prions and the water system, etc. So he made a condition of his support for our money, for our lab, that when it came time for us to test for CWD, which we were told him we weren't now doing, that we needed to make sure that we had a plan that dealt with the disposal issues that for the incinerator, the water systems, and other possible contact that can be made dealing with prions in the Bozeman community. Just so you know.
What was his name?
Woods.
Wood.
And he's now announced Public Service Commission, so he won't be there, but he won't forget it, I'll guarantee you, whether he's elected or whether he's not. And some of the other committee members were right with him. And the way it popped up was during the interim, there was an issue of the interim committee, and it's reported, and Shauna's got it, that there was issues raised by the committee. We brought in an expert, whoever that was, and said everything's fine. We're not causing any heartburn. But he said, I'll support you, but before you do CWD testing, you're going to have proof that you can handle it. So you won't have to worry about that until you start doing advertising for it. But when you do,
Okay. And for what it's worth, Mr. Chairman, I'm just a middleman for Dr. Smith, who just texted me and kind of confirmed an expectation that CWD materials will be incinerated, and that is an effective way of disposing of that material. So I think this previous project dovetails into that.
They even raised the issue of transportation from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks' laboratory over to the incinerator and whatnot. Is there any issue? And I'm just repeating what we ran up against this winter.
We will have that well in hand.
Whatever way is defensible.
Okay.
I was going to ask is, so anything from face masks to test tubes to gowns that are being worn all go in the incinerator?
Ms. Baca, so I don't know the specifics of which material is actually associated with that testing. What I'm going to tell you is that Dr. Smith recognizes this is a sensitive area. We will dispose of the materials that we feel pose any risk whatsoever or may pose any risk to the public. But I don't want to commit to burn stuff that we don't need to at the same time just because of the way.
Well, we dispose of hazardous. We have a plan to dispose of hazardous solid waste as well.
Thank you.
But just when you start testing, somebody's going to ask you the question.
Yeah.
If you don't get to it already. And then the other issue I would raise is that as to whether we asked this question, and the answer was yes. I don't know what the answer is today. We've now gotten the equipment or getting it for CWD. Does the lab space and the processes encountered in the lab space as proposed during the interim committee accommodate CWD testing? And the answer we received when I asked that question was yes. So if there is some shortfall in the architectural plans, schematics, then that has to be addressed.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Okay. Turnaround times.
Turnaround times. And I'm just going to pass these out.
We don't have that nice graph.
I know, right?
We do now. Thank you. No.
Okay, so we now have data from January through May, through the end of May, by month, on the average test turnaround times per section. And so this is the results of that analysis. It's just kind of our baseline, if you will. If you look at this as a collective, the one thing that jumps off is the virology section, and you probably go and I'll ask the question for you and answer it. Why would the test times, average test times, decrease? And this relates back to that large client that we had that started phasing out in mid-January. The test that we were performing for them was a 6-day test. So that's why you see a decrease kind of with plateau about March and April, May.
So if they were still there, that each one of those green lines would be elevated.
Yep. So I don't really believe in terms of turn times there's any smoking guns here that jump off the page like, hey, you might have logical questions like why is microbiology testing take an average of 4 days versus your ClinPath, and it's just based on the nature of the assays that they got to grow stuff, and some cultures go 21 days, some cultures go 4 days, but this is just the overall average. Now, the one thing that I did notice when I looked at these is we, in our user guide for the lab, have a published turnaround time that, in the case of, say, virology, we're not meeting. And the reason for that is we are grouping certain assays and only running them 1 day a week. So if you're only running on a Tuesday and somebody submits a sample on a Wednesday, they're going to have to wait 7 days before they get that result, because we'll be holding on to samples until the next Tuesday. And the reason we do that is it's more economical to batch the samples, because you might have a 98 well plate. You don't want to run 4 assays on that plate and waste the materials.
So you're saving costs.
Saving costs.
Sorry.
Yeah. So what I would like to do is revisit our published kind of user guide turn times and better align the expectations, the client's expectations, with what we can actually deliver on. So I think that was the biggest takeaway for myself when I first looked at these data. And that's something that we will be doing over the next few months in conjunction with, hopefully revising the fee schedule, our user guide. We've done some revisions to sample submission forms already, but that work is going to continue to evolve to make it just easier for the client experience. Online portal where they can automatically enter their data. It goes right into our database. We don't have to have the receiving people accession it. So there's some good advancements on the horizon to make life simpler for the lab.
Did we, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, did we have any kind of exit interviews with this client that had any concerns that, because to me, when you hear somebody brings it in on a Wednesday and you don't run it to the next Tuesday, if they're waiting for something, that's kind of, to me, it would be an issue if I were waiting for some test. I don't know.
Sure. And to your point, I think that the communication with the client's paramount and making sure that they know what the expectation is and what our practices are.
Right.
And they're not caught off guard like, oh, you said you could turn this in 2 days,
Yeah.
but it's 4 or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. But the client that left didn't say nasty things about us?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
That they were very pleased with the testing,
Okay.
and I believe if I recall right, they were disappointed.
Yeah. That's all right, I can take that.
Any other questions for Doc?
Thank you.
I have one. Is there any promotional activity that could be run at the lab that would increase volume in a way in which you just needed, looked at and said, well, maybe that's something worth doing? You don't have to answer it now, but at least at some point.
I think there's, celebrating the little wins would be a good place to start, making life easier on our clients, increase communication. We know that the volume has gone down slightly for certain tests over the last few years, but I think just building awareness and delivering on what we say we're going to deliver in a professional way. It's it takes a lot of time to do, to increase testing, but obviously there's the offering of additional tests like the CWD, which will up our volume, and the good news about that is we believe we can do it with existing test space and with existing staff, so it's a real win.
Oh.
So,
And have you had a chance to meet with Stuart Doggett and their organization, the state vets?
I have not. I did meet with the folks at FWNP regarding the chronic wasting disease testing and whether they would entertain kind of sending stuff our way. It was a good conversation.
You'll find Doggett to be a great supporter.
Yeah.
And Dr. Raines as well.
Okay.
Thanks, Doc.
Thank you.
Charlotte. Charlotte.
Yeah, Stuart's gone.
Yeah, but I would go.
Continuous.
If I were in his and our shoes, I'd go see Mr. Doggett right away. And he'd get to talk to both of them. Hey, Leslie, you ought to petition to come earlier in the agenda, speak to your boss about it. Always having to be at the tail end.
It's all right. Afternoons are
Long?
more relaxed.
My glasses must not be good now.
So, Mr. Chair, members of the board, the maps that I just passed out are just kind of a visual aid. I didn't have them prior to, just because I think it's just to kind of show the current and proposed district change. But the first item on the agenda for brands is that we've had a retirement in the Three Forks district, which has allowed us to address a change that was made in 2013. In 2013, there was a boundary adjustment that was made that split Broadwater County. And this was just made so that we could fill a vacant district without having to have our staff move their place of residence. Normally when we have a split county, it's because of a geographic barrier, like a mountain range or something like that. Typically we don't like to see those districts have a county that's half and half. It's confusing for producers. It creates some kind of inconveniences here in the Helena office. So the proposal would be to change it back to the way that it was prior to 2013. That would obviously move the investigator, Ted Wall, who is currently in the Helena district, and put him back into the Three Forks district. He served that district from 2003 to 2013. So this would, I guess, just kind of some other benefits to this change. He obviously was experienced with the district. He's currently and in the past handled DSA issues. And the other thing is that he's currently almost 90 miles away from the market that he serves. This would put him within 30 miles of the livestock market in Three Forks. So it's just, we're trying to kind of put this back to something that probably made a little sense previously.
Right.
I don't see any reason not to. You had a retirement that helped make this happen, right?
Correct.
So is it, are we fixing an employee issue? So then what happens to his position?
So currently we have the next.
And I'm assuming the next shoe that drops is
Yeah,
that,
that's good.
that he
Right, so-
becomes the district for this new district and leaves the vacancy over there.
Correct. So we currently have 2 district investigator positions vacant. And so my next item is going to talk about filling vacant positions. But I can't talk about that until I know whether or not this is going to happen.
Well, you should.
But go back to my other question though. Are you changing the district here to facilitate a hiring for the district?
Mr. Chair.
And therefore, you know, I'm assuming Mr. Wall is one of the applicants. Would that be fair to assume? No?
We've
Three
not,
Forks?
We've not opened
No.
Three Forks yet.
You haven't opened Three Forks
No.
yet?
So Mr. Chair, if Mr. Wall were going to serve the Three Forks district, currently he would have to move. So this would, yeah.
Currently, but this
he's-
allows it to happen so he doesn't have to move
Correct.
if he were to apply. Okay?
Right.
Okay.
But I don't think he would apply because he would have to move. I mean, I don't think the issue is that he wants to, well, I started to say it, I'm sorry, yes.
Oh.
Where does he live?
Townsend.
So why wouldn't you bring them up together since that's, you're trying to move some? But you said there may be interest.
Yes, I don't.
We don't know that, right?
I believe there is interest in lateral
Does that
movements
matter?
in districts. I don't know for sure what all of the interest is, but the question is whether or not to allow the practice. So that do I need to come back and specifically request, you know, if this person wants to move here, we request that change, yes or no, and then that creates a vacancy. So I come back to the board and say, okay, the vacancy we created with the lateral. Now can I come back to the board and request that vacancy to be filled? I guess the question is, can we fill the vacant positions rather than coming back multiple times to the board?
Well,
And I think the other thing is to be very clear that, and I talked with Leslie through this, is that by statute, fixing district boundaries is a board responsibility. The board appoints district investigators and appoints their district. So a district boundary change, by my interpretation of statute, can't happen without board approval. So
I think
that's why it's the first step in the
right.
process.
I think we also approved the district job, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Because I had hoped I'd never see one of these ever again. And I know Brett liked it when we went through it in 2013.
Loved it.
But the musical chairs is all part of it, because all of a sudden, I want to go here, and now so-and-so wants to go there, and then I move around, because we've changed boundary lines. It was a nightmare.
Then it'll start somewhere else, will it?
Yeah.
That's my.
Yeah, and I think as you look at the decision tree of things that are in front of you, this was maybe the way we were presenting this is the first decision that has to be made, and it dictates the next decision. So, if the board approves the boundary change, then Ted would move into that district as a district investigator. That would leave an opening in Helena, and then we would probably potentially have other people who would want to do a lateral transfer to Helena. We don't know how many might. But it's the question of, just like when we dealt with the markets a few years ago, it's a very similar thing to when you start to have these. Do you want to wait for board meetings to come back and bring each one individually back as they open up? Or do you want to empower staff to get the musical chairs going, to get positions filled, these investigator positions filled as soon as possible? So that would be the stair step, is that if you approve the district change, then that takes us down one path. If you don't approve the district change, then the next question we're going to ask is approval to hire for the Three Forks district as it is. And then I guess we either stop, or if the board says, okay, if you have potential lateral transfers, you keep going until you get one that you can't find someone for, and then that one you have to open and do a hiring process and see who you can get.
So
Well, the last time we did this, we had to accommodate somebody who didn't live in the district to be able to travel.
Well, that's up on the
And
High
change
Line.
the whole rules up in the High Line.
Yeah, that's
Correct.
nonsense.
So I don't know what the rules are anymore anyway. So.
We're trying to make it simpler, not more
Yeah,
complicated.
but we never ever we eventually get new, I call it new blood, new people.
Right.
That might be interested, but some of these locations might be more favorable than
Oh, certainly.
where you get down to the final move. It's like a game of chess, and if you're done, you're done.
Yeah, John and I had a conversation earlier today, and I'll share with you, I'll share with him. It's no different than what Highway Patrol and game wardens deal with. There are certain locations in Montana that when you come out of the lot, when you're hired as a trooper, you go through the law enforcement academy, you get your station, and you're there until you get enough seniority to get out. Right? That's the way their system works. And so they're always getting the new troopers, right? Or they'll get someone in as a sergeant, and they'll be there as a sergeant for a while until they find a better location that has a sergeant opening. And because they move based on rank to rank. And so you may have to go somewhere to become a sergeant, but then you try to get out of there. And yeah, I'm not going to say I shouldn't, I don't want to disparage any location we have, because I think they're all great. This is my official line. They're all great jobs and great districts to work in, and people should be excited for each one of them. But we do know there'll be certain locations of the state that, unless you get somebody who's from there, who wants to live there for a long, long period of time, that they will probably tend to be open more than others. That is part of the game.
What's the impetus for bringing this now?
There was a retirement. So the
Okay,
retirement.
the impetus is a vacancy.
Correct. Yes, there was a retirement. So we've had this. Like I said, it's a split county. It's always a difficult thing for us to deal with in the Helena office, because we have to divide things out. I mean, it's not a huge inconvenience. It's just an opportunity to change something that was only changed to accommodate hiring people from where they already lived.
Well,
I think, what the heck?
Just making that statement really sort of bothers me. That we change the boundaries to accommodate the hiring of somebody, and that. And I know I'm reading more into it to what you're saying, but
to see if there's something else.
I see two other districts that have counties that they split.
There's more to this one.
In thinking about our producers, is it easier for them if I'm in XYZ county, that is my inspector? And so why are those other three counties split, and should that just go on county lines, period?
So, Mr. Chair, Ms. Bacchus, the reason that this one was split was because of creating a hiring opportunity.
But
the other ones have usually geographic barriers and things that logically make sense in terms of travel for those investigators.
That's what I needed.
Look at, so Madison County kind of follows the mountain range there. There's really only one way to go through there, through Virgin City. And
That
so you
makes
have,
sense.
Lewis and Clark County, it's really kind of the Helena area, and then north of Wolf Creek goes into a different district. It kind of
That's
makes
fine.
sense in terms of management.
Okay, well then, Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept her proposal.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. No.
I'm a no too.
Yeah.
Ayes have it. I'm a no too.
So it's
Okay. Next item.
So the next item is to request to fill the two current vacant district investigator positions. Again, if you choose not to allow lateral transfers, then this would be specifically to request the two that are open now, knowing that, I mean, obviously an investigator could be the one who applies for it. But
Which two are
so
open?
currently, Chinook is the other one that's open right now.
Well, shouldn't we be doing this on the basis of who the best person is for the job,
That's my feeling.
as opposed to just dealing with lateral transfers back and forth?
They will.
Mr. Chair, the position, two positions will be opened no matter what.
I know. But, I
And
mean,
so, and that's the other option, is you can open the position and the employee has to apply for it. I mean, that's always the other option. It's just that traditionally we've allowed it, I guess, is the reason that we're requesting it.
Is there a reason why we don't advertise on the state job system?
We do.
Well, we do when we have an opening, but I think one of the things the board has to consider is if you have employees, obviously if they're under some sort of discipline or situation, that's a factor. But if you've got an employee that's in good standing, that's been performing with you and wants to live in a different area of the state, you know, and that's maybe a condition of them staying employed with the department or not, you kind of question why would you foreclose on that process? I think from a morale standpoint, and I don't know, it might be better to ask the investigators that are sitting in the back of the room, but from a morale standpoint, I think that might be challenging if we didn't continue that practice. As long as the employee was in good standing and and was doing a good job and for the department as it is, what if somebody's already working for you and doing a good job, would you believe you could get someone better than them to fill that district?
Well,
maybe you could.
Let me argue another issue,
Yeah.
though. Yeah, I assume that each one of these, well, maybe I shouldn't assume. There may be cases where district investigators have people working under them who know the territory very well, and you're looking at me like I just fell off a log.
I'm sorry, what do you mean working under them?
Well, they work in the same geographic area, who understand the territory. So example, if I'm in a given geography, I've got other people working with me within the department in that geography. And we have multiple people in Billings, we have multiple people various places, right?
In Browns.
So then the issue is, then I would assume there are some places that are more fun to go to than others. Some places that are probably less fun to go to than others. But the real issue is, how do you encourage young people within the department to grow into those positions and say, here comes Joe Schmo from East Shabib. You don't have any idea where my territory is. I've been working here and I can't even apply for the job. That's the issue I worry about. And I don't know how you deal with it. But as for me, I'd just make an open application and go from hire the best person and don't automatically grant lateral transfers.
Well, but once again, I would say if you think about the HR process and the hiring process, if you have two employees, one has already been through Law Enforcement Academy, already has their certification, has been in good standing with the department, has years of experience as an investigator, I think it would be very difficult for someone with no experience as an investigator who has not been through the academy to be a better candidate for those people, all other things being equal.
I agree, but I agree. So that's why I say you pick the best candidate as opposed to just allow people to move around. Anyway, whatever. In the end, I don't care.
Do the people who can move laterally go through an interview process at all? Or do they just
Mr. Chair, Ms. Brownlee, in the past it has been an application process in the form of a letter of intent, and then typically there isn't more than one person interested. I don't know that there's ever been more than one.
Oh, why would they?
Not fine, no.
Why
That
would
makes
they?
it simple.
If you're gonna move
Okay.
somebody,
I mean,
there's no interest.
If they already know they're gonna move somebody, then why would they apply?
Then why would they apply?
Anyway, so
Well-
what's your druthers?
I move that we allow the lateral movement and allow, let her go ahead and hire these positions.
Is there a second?
I'm having a tough time with the lateral. I see the point of it.
Second?
I'll second it so we can have the discussion, even though I've already had it.
Yeah, I in fact don't like the idea of them not going through an interview process. I would think you would have to interview. Maybe we should just make that something that's also necessary along with the lateral movement. You know, they should be interviewed along with the others, and then the person interviewing understands that, you know, they've already gone through the training, they've already blah, blah, blah. And the fact that they're probably very knowledgeable concerning it.
I guess, Mr. Chair, Ms. Brown, the only other point that I'll make, and it's whether it has a whole lot of weight or not, I don't know, but one of the things that would be a little bit frustrating is to know that you're applying for a position and there's someone who is already doing that job who's very likely to be the absolutely most qualified person for the job, to open that up to the public and have, you know, lots of people go through that whole process and do the interview process. I don't know if that's the best use of the time for the other applicants and for us to go through. I mean, screening applicants is very time consuming.
But you could find an applicant that is non-traditional. Who's better than anything you got.
I can't say that's not possible.
Well, we've had them.
When the rest of Montana's state jobs open up, do they automatically allow lateral movement? I mean, is that something that's common practice?
I don't know the answer to that on state of Montana. I know in law enforcement it is typical for district. Correct?
Well, lateral movement is very typical within state agencies, and there's policies and other things govern it when it's a similar position to a similar position.
They just go by seniority then?
It can be that's sometimes with organized positions under the labor union, they'll have that within their contracts that it's based on seniority. Somebody has the first right if they got seniority and they get it, and that's where I just don't want to unintentionally, and I think we have to be very careful with the conversation. I don't want to unintentionally signal something I don't think the board's trying to signal, and nothing that we're trying to signal either. But you know, there's a tinge there of saying, you know, let's be careful not to say we don't have confidence in our current staff, that we just like to see if we could get something better. That I think can affect how people view themselves in their employment, and I'm very sensitive to that conversation. If you've got an employee that's been doing the job at a meets expectations level or even an exceeds expectation level, they've given time and effort to the department. They want to stay with the department, but one of the factors that, you know, I don't know whether it's family or whatever, is making sure that you have that availability. You know, otherwise you may turn those people away. I just want to turn them out of the organization and into a different area. I just want to be careful of that. That's why those processes are in place. Now, where it gets dicier is if it was a promotion, right? When it's a position that's a promotion, then it's always advised that you would do a competitive process and see who's interested. You wouldn't want to just hand that to someone. Or a supervisory position, those are dealt with differently. But when you're talking about station to station movement, and as I mentioned, highway patrol earlier, I'll give that example.
The FBI always send them. really bad actors out to Montana.
Well, yeah. But as I said, like with the highway patrol,
Like
you
Wyoming.
you get your first assignment, and within the highway patrol, as long as that is a similar rank, and I guess you can decide to be demoted too if you choose to, if you really want to move that badly. But you know, within the highway patrol, you can move to another area. Now, if multiple people, and that's the thing we would have to do here too, if you had multiple people interested in a lateral transfer, then you'd have to have a competitive process among those individuals.
How do they know though? How does, I mean,
Well,
if you
you
do
put
this,
it out there, and so if we got
Okay.
the Helena district, you put it out there internally to the people within the division. You put it out there internally, and you say, here's the opportunity. If there's folks interested in lateral transfer, you've got till this date to get us your information. And they have to get their information. If they're the only one, it's an easy decision. If there's multiple ones, then you would have to conduct a competitive process.
Has that ever been
Because we don't
challenged?
have the, now if it was, as I said earlier, in some union contracts, which we don't have for this group, but in some union contracts it would be whoever put in their name that had the most seniority automatically got it. You know, there's different ways that it works. But in this case, we would have to do a competitive process. We'd have to interview, we'd have to look at qualifications, and have an interview team make a decision about who is the right fit for that particular district.
Further discussion?
I can see both sides of it pretty well, and I'm not saying I'm for or against either one of them. I'm going to probably vote for this, but I can totally understand the point opens it up as well.
Mr. Chair, I guess the only other thing I would say is that it's not that we're not opening positions, we're just allowing the movement to happen prior to. And to the point of positions or districts that might be more difficult to fill, I found it to be pretty much chance. You might find, and, you know, within the ag community, we end up with folks who want to go to some of those more remote districts. We might have a hard time filling a district that you think would be very easy to fill. I mean, it's not as cut and dry that way. That's why I'm not as hesitant to do this, because I don't feel like we're going to have any easier time filling one district over the other. It's just the timing of who's available to apply for a position at that time. So.
Nina?
Well, it seems to me if you're doing lateral position filling, then you've always got some position that's empty.
Eventually.
I mean, you've only got so much lateral that's going to go, and if A moves to B, A is now empty,
Right.
and so forth and so
Still
on, and
empty.
so you still have empty positions, and so if you actually advertise, and as John was saying, some of the younger folks who might want to get their hat in the ring have an opportunity, but to just flat tell them they don't have an opportunity. All the inspectors we had a chance, they had an opportunity at one point. They weren't in the position they are now to start with. And so there's young people who maybe want to get started too, and how do you get them started, and at what point do you get them started? And you have two positions right now that you're looking at.
Okay, so
Do
what are we
you
legally
actually-
obligated to do?
Legally obligated
Because
to
I
do?
think you said something that Leslie said, what are we're legally obligated as a board to approve the district lines.
Right.
Are we legally obligated to approve the hiring of the district person?
No, by your policies and procedures, you have to give us permission to start the hiring process. Yes.
Start the hiring process.
Right, and we're
But I
describing
mean the
that
choice.
process to you today. And you can dictate to us, if you wish, how we go about the process. If you don't want to do lateral transfers and you want them to be open and competitive, we can start that and work on that over the next 6 months as we get various positions come up.
But that's under our policies and guidelines.
That's
not-
under the policies and
Not
guidelines.
on a requirement for district.
Right,
It's
right.
more statutory or by rule.
Right, because you appoint
That's
the
what I was
districts
trying
and I guess we assume that whoever we would end up hiring in a district, you're willing to appoint as an investigator. Once we get, if they're not already an investigator.
Okay, other questions, comments?
How many employees do we have who've been through post?
Brands Enforcement has 14 investigators and 3 managers. then there are 2 additional in Bison. I think is that all of them?
But all of our post-certified at this point that are currently post-certified are serving in a law enforcement role.
Right.
Remember a few years ago with the change in how they did things at post, we no longer were able to send market personnel to be post-certified. Now we do have one, just take that back.
That's
we have
true.
one market inspector who previously was a law enforcement officer in another agency and came to work at a market, and they are still, their post-certification hasn't expired yet from that term. But we've not since 2017, maybe 2016,
2016,
we've not sent new people to post because they wouldn't accept them. If they don't come out
I
of
thought
post,
we had somebody in post now.
well, we had recently we had Clay Vines go through because he was a new hire in Bison, and he had to go through post certification. But post certification is now an in-job training for when you come into law enforcement. It's something you do after you get in the job. If you're not going to return to a law enforcement position, you won't be able to maintain it. You can go to the academy, but they'll make you go back again. And we did have that with one of our employees who had been to the academy years ago, wanted to be considered for a district investigator position, but was confronted with the information that if they were successful and hired, which they may have been, they were going to have to go to post again. They were going to have to go to, I shouldn't say post, they were going to have to go to MLEA again because it had been so long since they had been, and they had not been working in a law enforcement role. They had no certification.
So did that, well, we're off the subject here, but did they change that in law? Because that was a manager at the training facility, right, that changed the rules.
Well, no, it had always been there. They had a manager who began to enforce the rules. That's what changed.
Okay, the question before the committee is to approve and allow lateral transfers and fill the vacant district investigators, plural, positions. Been moved and seconded. Further discussion. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
I'm going to vote no also.
Who voted no?
And John.
Glenn,
I move that we okay the hiring of the 2 positions
is there a second?
while starting the process.
For the 2 district
The
investigators.
2, yes.
Second.
There's a discussion on this one.
Is the person retired yet?
Yes.
Further
Yes.
discussion. All those,
Does this include the person who is retiring?
His position.
30th.
Who's
3/4.
retiring the 30th?
I thought Randy was.
Talking about the western region, but no,
No.
we've not brought that yet.
No.
That does not include that position.
So that's coming up the next meeting.
No. Mr. Chair, that position will have to remain vacant for at least a couple months, I would imagine.
because
Why?
Payouts, probably
Payouts.
most likely. Vacancy savings.
Vacancy savings, we'll have to leave it open for at least 3 months, I believe.
So is it just one?
So what's going on
person
here?
you would
I don't know what you're talking about.
Let's tackle
Totally
the
separate position.
motion
Yeah,
on the
let's
floor
do this.
first.
Yeah,
Well,
and
I guess
then
she's,
we'll-
she's asking them, okay, good enough.
Yeah.
Because it's really not totally
Well,
related.
except for,
It's-
we could do them both in
So
one
the
swell
2
swoop.
it's Chinook and Three Forks, right?
Right. Those are the current districts without investigators.
Right.
Well, okay, yeah.
Yes, that's what's at hand with those 2 positions.
All right, is that what, okay,
Right, isn't that correct?
I don't know.
Somebody's
not
not,
Three Forks,
somebody's
excuse
not
me,
being
Helen.
straight with this or
Because
something.
we
Yeah.
just,
Oh,
I was
I'm
like,
sorry.
we just,
Yeah.
So what's going on? I
We
mean,
moved
So,
we moved
the
the
boundary-
border.
yeah.
So therefore, that guy that was in Helena is now in Three Forks. So we've got a Chinook
No.
opening and a Helena opening.
No, we just said no lateral movement.
no, that's
Well,
not.
that's not-
So
we-
the
we
boundary
moved the
adjustment
boundary.
moved the investigator to Three Forks
We moved the boundary.
because he's in Townsend, and
By
so
default.
You voted
no,
against it.
yeah.
No,
Us 3 voted for it. You voted against it, and he voted against it.
no, wait a minute.
That's
We
what
moved the
passed.
boundary. It didn't say that the person went with it, right?
He has to, because he lives now, that was the
That was changed. That was
That's why I said the shoe drops. You know,
Right.
the
That's
domino
what it
effect.
Works, so, I mean,
I'm sorry.
I mean, you guys obviously know something intricate.
I
that-
don't
that
know.
I don't.
But something's
but
going on, but that's fine. I'm
So
sorry.
one shoe drops and then the dominoes.
That's
fall.
right.
That's why I took the position I took before.
So we're
They're
talking
not in the
about
dominoes.
And all I'm saying is there's something.
Okay, the boundary line has been changed.
One temp, one regular.
Boundary line has been changed.
Yes.
So therefore, what vacancies are open that
So,
you would like to fill?
because the boundary was changed, Helena and Chinook are vacant for district investigator positions. So I would like to request to fill those positions. The reason I asked to allow the lateral transfers is because if we have internal applicants, more than likely those will be the most qualified person for the job. If that happens, I will have to come back to the board to request the subsequent vacant
Well,
positions.
let me put it a different
If there are
way.
internal hires.
It seems to me we changed the boundary, but we didn't move the person into that district.
But by doing that, we did, but we didn't realize we did it. By
I mean, we changed the boundary, but
I don't think it's funny at all.
That was why I talked about, it would move Ted Wall to be 30 miles from his market in Three Forks.
She said that.
That he has experience in that district. I was not trying to deceive that in any way. I was trying to be very clear that that would move the
She
current
said
investigator
that 2 or
for
3
Helena.
times.
Well, what if, let me ask you
If
this
there's
question.
something issue
No,
that
I
the rest
thought
of us don't know, it
that
should
we
be brought
were
up.
doing the boundary first
We
for
did.
a reason.
We did.
To have it be easier in Helena and
We
easier
moved the
everywhere.
boundary
Okay.
first, and she said that would then make Ted Wall,
If
who's
you
in
wanted-
Helena,
And I thought if
be
he wanted to,
in
he
the
would have to
district.
apply.
Well, he's here, why don't we ask him?
What can
I mean,
answer
is he
that?
is he wanting to be in the new
in
district
the,
then, or
in
would
the
he
Three
rather be in
Forks
Helena?
district. 'Cause we
Yeah, I
just
would
moved
take, I
into
would
it.
take the district back. The thing about the Three Forks district is, you know, in October, I'll have 27 years with the Department of Livestock, okay? You know, we have, as history, we've had a hard time hiring people for districts. The Bozeman district has some special stuff with the DSA. You know, I've got 10 years where I was the district guy for that area from 2003 to 2013. You know, and I just, my feeling is that I would not really want to put a new hire back in there because it is a more complicated district because of the DSA and some of the other stuff you deal with. See, I'm also a field training officer for the outfit. So, I mean, I go around with these guys, you know, the new hires and work with them. And like I said, the Bozeman district is a little more complicated with all the DSA and all that stuff. And I would really not feel comfortable hiring some guy, you know, just some guy that hadn't had any experience with the Department of Livestock and putting him right in there because it would be quite a tough spot for them to take over.
Could I ask one question?
Yeah.
Ted, why did you leave if you were there 10 years?
Well, I'm kind of a gypsy. You
I know it's probably
in
something-
the
I don't know if I
27
can
years,
ask
you
that.
know, I'll have 27 years in October, all
Right.
right? I moved from the Townsend area to Billings, and I worked in Pays and BLS for a year and a half. And then the Chinook market had come open, and it was one of them situations, they couldn't find anybody to fill it. And finally, at the request of Rob Turney, he asked me if I'd go up and take it. You know, and back in those days, they required that you had 3 years as a livestock inspector before you got to be a market person. It was also a requirement that you had 5 years as a brand inspector or a market supervisor before you became a district man. That stuff's all went away because we've had problems hiring people, you know. So, you know, through the course of my deal, you know, like I said, I took Chinook, and I went up there and I worked there a year and a half, or about a year and a half, 2 years. And in the course when I was at the academy, the Butte market came open, and I put in for that and went through the process, and I ended up in Butte, and I had the Butte supervisor position. And then while I was in Butte, I actually came up here and filled in a position for 6 months that was vacant when they were moving the yards from Butte to Ramsey. And then I went back to Butte, and then I applied for the Billings district, and I ended up there.
Oh.
And then I moved from the Billings district to the Helena district. And then when I was in the Helena district,
What did you do the next year?
Yeah.
then when I was in the Helena district, I ended up being the market bureau chief. You know, and the reason, then what happened was we had some vacancies and stuff. And
Now I
this is
get it.
then we put the market bureau chief job in vacancy savings, and I moved back out into the Bozeman district because we were, at the time we were having a hard time hiring for these positions. But that's the thing about the Bozeman district really is, I'm willing to take it back because it is one of the tougher areas dealing with the DSA. I've got all that experience for it. And it's just an opportunity for me again to go see some different country. I've been here almost 6 years again this time, and like I said, I'm kind of a gypsy anyway, so getting a change of scenery for me once in a while is kind of nice.
So you're willing to take it?
Yeah, I'd take it back.
Leslie said it 2 or 3 times that when we move it, it would be an opportunity.
I just didn't realize when we did that.
We weren't trying to,
You remember this deal, I think.
What's that?
You should too.
I'm sure I will.
The last time we had one of these maps, when we were arranging districts, we were going to cut them down to 4 or 5 or 3 or 2 or whatever the heck it was. And we had people that didn't want to move in these districts. Even if we changed the boundary line, and as I remember, we had to accommodate somebody up somewhere up in here. You can stay where you want even though we changed your district.
So it's not
So my heartburn is by changing the district boundary lines doesn't automatically force an employee to take the job. Okay?
And like I said, we were just trying to move it back to where it was,
But do you get the difference? By changing the boundary lines, so I could change a boundary line and force somebody out of their current job, right? That's what I just did. So if he didn't want to move because he's got his kids here, there, or everywhere, we just changed the boundary line and made him move. Or move into a new location. I just think those kind of policies are...
We wouldn't do that. We would not do that to anyone, and the fact that the board feels we would is really disappointing to me.
No, we just did it.
But we wouldn't do it without his approval.
Yeah, but the board doesn't know that. So at any rate, so now what? So now you've got the Helena job open and the Chinook job open. Do you have lateral transfers that want to go into those 2 jobs?
No, we just said we're not going to do that.
They do.
But we didn't approve lateral transfers.
No. Right. But we
no,
didn't ask the
we didn't
question.
say that we didn't disapprove them. We just
they're going to have to compete for a job.
we didn't say that it's
And they
only
may not have any
lateral
competition
transfers.
Right.
Anyway.
And now we have a motion.
The motion on the floor is to approve filling
We're done.
Helena and Chinook.
Correct.
Any further discussion about that?
Was there a second?
Yep, right here.
Pardon?
I seconded it.
Right. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. What more fun can we have? Request to hire a temp.
So the legislatively approved position that was granted at the session was for a 30-hour-a-week part-time temporary position, one time only. The primary purpose of the position, if you recall, was to assist with cattle inspection while we try and implement some electronic methods for collecting that information. So the request would be to hire that position.
Okay, does everybody understand? Is there,
I guess,
is there a motion? What?
So moved.
Hire someone to inspect cattle?
To
What,
do
try it again.
data entry and scanning of cattle
Where
inspections.
we used temps, right, before. Oh, no, this isn't
Particularly
temp.
important because it's much more difficult for us to hire temps to assist with adjusting workflow. But this would be cattle inspection, data entry, and scanning.
Okay.
In the
Okay,
Helena
so
office.
one time only means that it's hireable for this biennium.
Right.
And then you have to go back. It doesn't automatically create an FTE for the next biennium.
Right.
Okay?
We have one for this year, and we bring a second one on the next fiscal year.
So that's
Right.
2, right?
Eventually, but we can't hire that one until
Right.
2021.
Second year. Right.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion.
It's already been approved.
Does this
Brett
person,
did.
does this person have anything to do with re-record?
Sue did.
No.
Okay.
I'm sorry we were over. Would you?
I asked
your
if
question
this
and your
person had anything to do with re-record, and she said no.
Okay.
Did we not get positions
two
for
people, right?
re-record? I thought we did.
But we're not ready to
All
hire
right.
yet.
No, I know.
Okay, those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Next.
Mr. Chair, I'll have Ty Thomas step up and talk about radios.
Before she goes, can I ask her a quick question?
Fire away.
Where are we at for re-record? I know it's not on the agenda, but we're gearing up.
So, yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. DeBrucker, we're in the process of reviewing some administrative rule changes that we'll have to do. We'll have to establish the fee for re-record or decide if it needs to change. And then we're in the process of identifying the groups of individuals that we can address some issues with brand records and how to address those issues, what things we can do through the re-record process, working with legal counsel and identifying those groups and trying to figure out what we're going to deal with ahead of time, developing our timelines as far as when things are going out for notifications, and figuring out how we're going to try and get information as updated as possible so more people get their notices. Planning phases at this
Am
point.
I correct in that we've got 18 months?
That's correct.
So December 31st of 2020, correct?
It's coming fast.
Okay.
That's when it starts, right?
That's when
January
it starts, or that's when it ends?
January 1st of 2021, excuse me, is when it starts. It ends December 31st of 2021.
Okay, thank you. That's good clarification. I was worried we were right up to it. So I want to make sure.
No, you started that. Okay, anything else? Ty?
Well, I hope you're brief. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, today I'm going to discuss with you an officer safety issue, and it's just a discussion. Our law enforcement radios that we currently have are hand-me-downs from the High Patrol since 2006 is when we got them. Currently, I believe there are I should say start out with ever-changing radio frequencies and data manipulation in the digital age that these radios have gone through, and the number of local repeaters and things of that nature, our radios are starting to become debunked. With that, doing some research on it, these radios are not cheap. They are between $6,000 to $6,700 a whack. Are there some cheaper options out there? Yes, there are. The problem is I don't know a ton about the support for them. And most of them that are using these cheaper options are a local law enforcement agency with their own digital / repeaters set up for their specific areas. Whereas we have district investigators running in multiple agencies around the state, we are going to need to have the capabilities of each one of them. So for instance, Lewis and Clark County, Yellowstone County, Cascade County, Flathead County are going to an 800 megahertz system, dual band, and talking to the High Patrol who installs those radios for their troopers in there, they are going with that option of the Motorola APX, which is what that price is. As far as state agency goes, High Patrol is using them, MCS is using them, Fish and Game is also using them, but they do have a lease option on theirs, I guess. I don't really know a lot about it. The reason why I bring it up to you is I'm concerned for my officers out in the field, and that we should probably start looking at planning, especially since the money that they have, or the monies are, it's such a huge amount of money that we'd have to spend on them, that we're going to have to start working, get a plan together to start replacing these radios.
What's the total number?
Pardon?
What's the total number, dollar number?
Right now, 120,000.
How many?
radios?
20.
Whoa.
Do they all need to be replaced at one time, or can it be spread out?
I think we could probably make it work spreading them out. I think so. Some of our radios do work currently, but some of them just don't have the digital capabilities that are now being set forth in these current.
So we have 14. Mr.
20.
Chairman, 14 district guys,
Well,
and you and two.
totally, you know, not that I want to bring up, but the last discussion, if you had those two, that'd be 16 investigators, correct? Then you would have the three. Right. And then, yeah, that would be what it'd be.
Good, 919.
Have you approached military, what do they call it?
Surplus.
Surplus, thank you.
I have not approached military service.
That's where we got one of our helicopters
Right.
at a greatly reduced price. Actually, I think they still own it.
I have not approached them. The reason why I approached the High Patrol and that's in those other state agencies is because I wanted to know what they were using, because they're kind of similar. I mean, I could go to Mike Linder down in Yellowstone County and say, hey, what's your radio? But he could only tell me for his county, right? Because of the jurisdictional boundaries on there, where these guys are statewide. I just wanted to get what they're using was the best, and what they're getting support at. According to this guy, Motorola has the best support in the state so far. I'm not saying that there's not something else out there. I'm just the information that I've gathered so far.
I think it would be a good idea to look at military surplus.
Okay.
And Craig Glazier, of course, because of the helicopter and a lot of other things that Wildlife Services uses from military surplus, might be a good resource.
Yeah, I will look into that.
Okay, I gotta put my other hat on here for you. You made a statement that you're concerned for the safety of your officers.
Yes, sir.
Okay? And so nothing's been said about what the safety issue is and how heightened that safety issue is.
Safety
We
issue.
just got done talking about having to leave a vacancy open for 3 months to create vacancy savings, and now we're looking at spending $130,000. So what's the safety issue, and how paramount is it?
Safety issue is those radios are the communication for those officers out in the field in rural Montana. Cell phones are not a realistic means of communication, as most areas don't have coverage.
So are you saying that now those radios cannot communicate, and that creates an issue of safety for your people in the field?
Yes. Some of them don't communicate. Mine in my pickup is one, for example. It is not capable of the hardware that we have. I'm not saying that all of them are that way right now. I'm saying that it's going to move that way in the future.
Oh, but my issue is the safety issue.
Yeah.
You've framed it in safety.
It is.
So, for example, if we had a problem with that incinerator and it was a safety issue, there isn't anything else we should be spending our money on than solving that as a priority. So, I'm sitting here saying, you know, what priority is there in the brands department that's more of a priority than the safety of the people in the field, and you are saying they're at risk? I don't know of one.
Of a greater safety
Priority,
issue?
a greater priority.
Oh, well, I agree.
Okay, then why are we worrying about hiring all this, and how are we going to solve the problem?
Mr. Chairman, I think, Ty, you're just looking for permission to start investigating? Is that what?
I'd like permission to start looking into a plan so we can start fixing this safety issue that we have created, I guess.
But you're telling me now there's a safety issue. So,
Right.
which of the radios are not functioning, and how much would it cost to get a provided functioning radio so the safety issue that we have this moment is eradicated?
Currently, I
Yeah.
would say at least 5 radios.
That's $30,000.
Yeah.
And do you have a vendor in mind, and do we have to go through purchasing?
No. No. We have to get some quotes. We'll have to do some, that kind of thing. We don't have to go through state procurement for that. Not for $30,000. No.
If we were taking off the whole 120.
Oh, sure.
Well, I guess here's the, sorry, but it seems to me we need a motion to approve $30,000 because you're saying there's a safety issue for employees in the field who have dysfunctional, non-functional radios. And I can't think of anything else that the Brands Department has a higher priority than the safety of the individuals.
I have a question. May I ask?
Yeah.
If we replace part of them, can they then talk to the ones that have the other ones? They can talk to the old radios.
What?
No, I'm asking.
Yes, they could. Within their jurisdiction or their boundaries of their areas, yes.
No. If we're gonna, if 5 people or 5 radios are bad, and we get 5, and the other 15 have the old ones, can the 5, if we want a statewide, if we're talking about a statewide system, so they can talk with each other, then are the 5 going to be able to talk to the 15?
They could, but the concern isn't whether they could talk with those other 15. The concern would be whether they could talk with their local agencies that are dispatching them out. So if they get into, God forbid, a gunfight out in the field, Mike Hayes isn't going to run down from Essex to go help Paul Johnson if he got in a shootout. But I guarantee a Cascade County would.
Well, no, that's what I need to understand.
Okay.
I didn't
How much spending authority are we? My reading of the documents that we have prior to gymnastics puts us in a cushion for this year that would allow us to authorize a $50,000 expenditure for the safety of those 5 radios. Is that right?
Yeah.
$49,999.
Exactly. So I would entertain a motion to do that. Because otherwise we're putting people at risk. And now we've been notified of it and told about it. We only have one choice.
Go ahead. Well, and then we're having discussion.
Yeah, we'll have a discussion about it, but
Then
I don't see we got a choice.
I move that we authorize, you think, 50,000?
49,000
change.
Yeah.
49,000 and change
$1 less than
for,
50,000.
to address the emergency
You gotta have it.
radio issue.
Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Discussion.
Okay. 2 questions.
Yes.
First off, you said something about the hardware. The radios you have now just aren't working with the hardware, or did I misunderstand you?
They're not working with the digital. So a lot of these law enforcement agencies that were using their repeaters and stuff are going digital or trunked, like some of them call them.
Are they old analog radios? Is that what they are?
Like
They can't interface to the new digital radio systems?
Okay, which then kind of answers my second question,
So they can't talk.
is you're not concerned with whether brands can talk to brands, you're concerned with whether brands can talk to other law enforcement.
Correct.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Or dispatch centers?
Yeah.
Okay.
And the other law enforcement and dispatch centers have moved to digital interface, and these analog radios don't talk to them. But you're not saying all of them yet. You're saying there's 5 radios that are in that current position, whereas the other dispatch centers, etc., are moving to digital. So we'll need to keep up with that.
Yeah, and that was. Thank you for bringing up that point. That's something that we'll probably have to probably sit down and make a plan of is replacement you know, kind of a yearly, you know, or not yearly, but
We need that.
a yearly type of schedule replace, say, 5 this year, 5 next year. You know, that, so we keep
Well,
up
unless
with
there's a
technology.
safety issue where they're dysfunctional,
Right.
you don't have a choice.
And these amounts are within our ability to handle operational. I mean, they are. I think where Ty last month come in, and this discussion got punted to this month to get more information. Unfortunately, when he got more information, it was more money than he was thinking. But we were prepared to spend $50,000 on radios for the we had that. And of course, the other challenge was we weren't going to get through procurement by July 1st. But I think if we don't have to go through procurement, we can get this done tomorrow, and we'll be before July 1st, and we'll be able to use part of our House Bill 3 money, or that ability to do that. Not the House Bill 3 money, but
Part of our budget.
part of our budget to be able to do that.
Let's do it.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, second shoe is we need a plan, right? For the rest of it. So I assume you're going to work with Brian and Mike and Leslie and come up with a plan
And
for
also
obsolescence.
maybe more investigating different systems, you know. Just
Motorola.
choosing.
Make sure
I mean,
you
right now
buy
it's
the right ones this
emergency,
time.
So
Yeah.
grab what you know, but probably are
Okay.
probably
buy
get
the
it
cheap
cheaper somewhere else.
Anything else?
That's all I have.
Okay, I just want to personally apologize to the board for getting cranked up during that cost study. We went through this in September, and we fought over it, and I should have been calmer. I wasn't. Okay, any next meeting?
Well, the first thing we got to point out is before we do that, before she leaves, I want to make sure everybody knows that, and Leslie's announced to her staff her intent to vacate the division administrator position here in the near future. She's wanting to make that transition July 1. But there's a lot of work we would have to do before we can fill that position. The PD needs to be updated. The board would be involved in the hiring process. And of course, if we update the PD, it has to go through classification. So it's got hoops to jump through that'll take time. In discussing with Leslie, I've been able to talk her into helping us out part-time. And then, of course, Ty and Travis and others in the field will be handling field affairs. Brian is graciously voluntold to step up a little bit down with the brand office. He wants to learn more about that area anyway. And like I said, we'll keep Leslie around. Our intent is to keep her around part-time to use her knowledge and some of the projects she was working on to make sure they get completed and don't get left. But she's not going to be available for full-time employment after July 1. So that's where we stand with that. And so at future meetings, we'll be starting the process. The first process will be an updated position description for the brands administrator that the board will have to approve to send out for classification.
So what's the projected time for part-time relative to length of time? We're
Well,
talking about 3.5 years? Or
no, it won't be 3.5
months or
years,
what?
but I would bet it would be optimistic to say within 3 months we're ready for our hiring process. But that may be longer than Leslie's willing to stay with the deal. But it'll probably take, because we've got, like I said, we'll have to get a PD to the board approved. Then it'll have to go for classification. That can take 6-7 weeks, and then we'll find out what the job actually is and what the market, according to Department of Administration, for it is. And then we'll be back to the board to determine a hiring process at that point, posting the job, going through interviews and doing that. So that's why I say 3 months is probably even optimistic to have it completely resolved.
Who's in charge of re-recording?
I'm here. I'll work on it. I don't.
Yeah, I'm looking at Elizabeth.
No, I think that's, to Brett's point earlier, that's time wasted.
Yeah.
But you guys will all come up with that as to what our assigned duties are.
Yes.
So,
And where the priority, and I think re-record and some other things are, some of those things are the priority, as opposed to managing staff, which will take over. We'll have her sort of keeping some of those projects moving forward.
okay, so you're going to go to halftime, July 1st, open-ended. We have to approve that? We don't, do we?
No, I mean, we'll keep her in the same position number, and so it's not a change. In fact, we'll be saving money for a while because we'll have someone at halftime instead of full time. They'll help pay for those radios, Ty, get the plan together.
Okay, maybe we should though, because it's at that level, maybe we should have a motion to approve moving Leslie to half-time, and half salary, effective July 1.
So moved.
Is that second?
Second.
I assume that still includes full benefits, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And should we do a time frame like a 60 days or 90 days or?
Yeah.
When should we check back on this thing?
93 months? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I think 90 days would be good.
Okay.
Hopefully
With the
she won't have-
report back at the end of 90 days. Is there a motion to do that? We got it.
We did.
Somebody second? Okay. Any other discussion? Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, now, next meeting.
Oh, God.
We usually skip July.
Yeah.
Is there any reason to have a July meeting? We don't have the gymnastic stuff that we have to have had to deal with in July.
No, and year end is going to have everybody on the accounting side busy until it's completely done and the books are closed. They'll have a series of tasks they have to go through. The other thing to keep in mind is even in an August meeting is we probably won't have received very many bills for the new fiscal year yet. So I just want to make sure everybody knows that even in an August meeting, the finance side is going to be light. Other than this was the actual year-end numbers after the books closed, but having anything new for the new fiscal year, we won't probably have.
Well, that's all right.
But
We'll have the year-end stuff.
yeah, but it is probably good to stay out of Brian and Evan's hair while year-end's going on.
Okay, so let's target August. You want to do that now, or you want to do it later by email? What do you want to do?
You guys do what you have to do. The chances of me making August are slim, so I'll try my best.
Pick a date.
So pick your date.
Do you have room in your truck?
No, Mondays.
Do I have room in
He
for
wants to
you?
go with you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll be with you.
And let me see. I don't know about.
Mine too. Like, you want to know?
Don't know about others' calendar, but I'm just checking here real quick. I think there's a time period in mid-August. Let's see. Yeah, I'll be out the 15th and 16th of August. So that's the only 2 days I can think of right now that aren't good for me.
The latter half would be a better chance of me being here than the first half.
Okay, let's do it this way. Why don't you take a look at your calendar, and propose 2 dates out to the group like we have in the past for August, so that everybody can check their August calendars. And Lila's got hers with her.
That's all
I'm
right.
good.
I was just.
I'm good the last week, or the 19th and 20th, but the 21st through the 24th. I'm
Okay, if
out.
you have limiting issues with August, communicate with Mike in the next couple of days. Then he can look at it.
27.
Not a Monday.
that work?
Yeah.
No, the
Tuesday.
21st,
Mondays are bad
22nd.
for board meetings.
I never
And nobody's in a good mood either. I figured that out. Not even myself.
27 is Tuesday.
Happy birthday,
Of course I'm
Brett.
gonna be a bad
Happy
birthday.
anniversary.